high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We hope you are ready, more ready than me anyway. It is bright and early right now, but I know the perfect thing, better than the little bit of caffeine that I just had, to wake me up on this Sunday morning. It is Red Canids versus Loud for a spot in the top 4. Red Canids, I mean, look, we were talking about it. We could have as many as 7 games today. And this one has 3 games written all over it. You could tell me that this series goes 2-1 or 2-0 to either team, and I would believe you.
Yeah, the volatility is there. Both of these teams have the capability to 2-0 the other, and both of these teams, importantly, have the ability to lose 2-0 to the other as well. The beauty of this stage in the bracket is that we've seen both of these teams win, we've seen both of these teams lose, and we've got to see really good scales of what they're capable of.
Yep, Loud got here by getting 2-1 by Pain, but looking all right in the game that they beat Pain in, losing to Cade and looking not that good in that game against Pain, or in that game against Cade. I mean, Cade, look, all due respect to those guys, but they're a work in progress. They got 2-1 by Leviathan, which, as we know now, no shame in doing that, apparently, because the LATAM kids, the Hermanos, they're killing it. As you see right here, lovely graphic put up by our producer, Rose. Isra Sestral, they've taken our 1 seed. Leviathan, they've taken our 2 seed, which means that out of Red, Loud, Pain, and FourY, 4 stalwart Brazilian orgs, only 2 of them will be represented in their own country, Roodood, getting done like this in their own backyard.
No, I know. It's a little bit disappointing from a former CBLOL caster perspective. However, that's the hand that we've been dealt. And I think that for this first series as well, it is going to be disappointing to say goodbye to one of these teams and that they won't get to represent our region at the cross-conference play. And, you know, I mean, looking over at the second best of 3 that we've got later on in the day, we can argue that might be a little bit closer, or a little bit less close, excuse me, and that Pain probably should be looking to take that comfortably. But I think for this series that we've got to begin, there's too many discussion points to be able to go through on why either one of these 2 teams can make a statement or will, in fact, make that statement.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with Loud. I mean, the identity of their team has definitely changed a little bit, right? Removing Croc and substituting Wiz in the jungle. That was their big off-season move. Winsome, obviously, in the bottom lane. He's taken a little while to get up to snuff, but Roodood, for me, if I'm drafting for Loud, this org that kind of fell on its face last split, just ran out of gas after doing what no CBLOL team had done before, winning 3 CBLOL titles in a row, had never done before. They decided to win 4 in a row.
Go on better, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Croc was kind of their X factor. He had to go, you know, do his Korean military service. Wiz, he already did that. He's back in Brazil. He jungled for FourY last split, and now he's been really, really stable so far in split 1. But I don't want to see him on anything other than Sejuani, Maokai, etc. But that will, I mean, with Fearless Draft, that can really be abused.
No, exactly. The thing that I have with Fearless as well, especially in these best of 3s, is that it is so frequently, I think, jungle and bot lane that you can feel the pinching happen quite quickly, more so than anything. So obviously Wiz coming in definitely gets that quite quickly and feels that impact rather immediately. So it is, you know, attention on Wiz as an incomer to the Loud roster, not just in his champion pool aspect, but in him replacing the very big shoes that Croc left, and how well he's been able to sort of fill that gap.
Winsome, he's taken a little bit to get up to speed still. If you're looking for a weak link, something to abuse, I think really it is Winsome, because I mean, Wiz, yeah, you can kind of take apart his champion pool, but in a best of 3, you can still kind of squeak that out, right? I mean, even like we've seen things like the Amumu be played up in LATAM North, right? So like that you can build him like that little AP hand grenade, or you just slap a bunch of tank items on him. The dude is made a CC. He does % health damage. He's got a big old AoE stun. I am biased. It's not because I'm a Ludwig enjoyer. I've just loved that champion for my entire League of Legends life. He's done me no wrong. But Root, still a carry threat in the bottom lane. And Robo, if you guys missed it, there was some trash talk after the 2 LATAM teams took the first 2 seeds. Brazil went into a bit of a self-reflective capitulation moment online. And one of the things that came out of that was, does the boy who, former Loud bottom laner, former CBLOL champion, it should be said, but he was on this Loud roster before they brought Root in, before they even brought Brunsian, and he scrimmed with Robo, and he kind of said, look, Robo, like, he wasn't even, like, flaming him necessarily, it was just like, look, Robo doesn't really try all that hard in scrims. He's one of these people that is not a, he's the opposite of a scrim god, right? He goes in, he limit tests and scrims, but he wins, so you just kind of have to sit there and take it. You can't really criticize his scrim practice because he's the winningest player of all time. That all came crashing down last split, obviously, but Robo, and then he tweets for the first time in 6 years, basically like punching back at Does, or in 6 months, punching back at Does the Boy, being like, dude, we subbed you out with an Academy bot laner, and we started winning like 80% of our scrims. Like, pipe down, son.
Yeah.
But that all came up because Jose Deodo in his post-game interview was like, look, these LATAM South teams, these Brazilian teams, they're not really taking scrims seriously.
Yeah.
Like, they don't take them as seriously as we do. And now, because we've won, you've got to sit there and eat that. So if there are two people I'm expecting to come out with their hair on fire today, Robo is one of them. And then on the other side, Titan, after he was tweeting a lot of noise and he got smacked down by the LATAM bottom laner. So into draft we go. Skarner still as high priority as ever. He gets slammed B1.
We're playing on live patch as well, so this is, I mean, I hesitate to call it as such, but nerfed Skarner. And I think you can tell quite how nerfed Red feel it is by the fact that they take it first pick. Still more than happy to take it on that B1. Loud respond with double AD carry, so Corki most likely going into that mid lane, the Varus as well. Some good tank shred, some good early threat as well with the Corki with the Varus. So, you know, they see the Skarner, they raise it, some good CC in the Chain of Corruption, an ability to cut through the Skarner no less.
Ooh, so that might be going into the jungle and putting the Skarner, into the jungle. Looks like we might be going full Arcaner. Yeah, Mel is available. So first one of the year. Here we go. And who else? It's going to be Grethar, baby.
I do want to also...
Slapper, man.
I do want to also say there's a world this gets flexed to Brunsey. It's a mage.
She's good in the bottom lane. Yeah, she's got incredible range. She's so strong down there.
Yeah, there is a world that it gets flexed down there. My initial thoughts would be, okay, Grethar, you're going to play the Mel yourself, because Brunsey typically on mages we've not seen the best from, if we've seen anything, so you normally want Brunsey on those big hyper carries anyway. Either way though, Mel I think is probably Skarner prio worthy, to be honest with you. And Red right now, they are storming away with the draft, just in terms of release date diff. Right, we've got Ambessa, we've got Mel, we've got reworked Skarner. They are currently very good in their position.
Yeah, I mean, if it was, and I mean this with the greatest of respect, but if you're a CB LoL knower, you'll appreciate what I'm talking about here. And Roodood, you've been doing this long enough as well. If this was like the players, you know, like the animals running the zoo, right? There is no shot that Red would know that it's entirely possible that everyone on that team besides FNB wouldn't know that we were playing on live patch. But because Red have coaches, you know that they know that they're playing on live patch. So they could really have something up their sleeve here. And look, in Fearless, kind of, you know, game one and in best of threes just in general, right? If you've got blue side and you can just, it seems like they got exactly what they wanted here.
No, I mean, I would be very happy right now as Red, just with what they've got. I mean, if they're looking to round out their composition from here, they've got some really good DPS with the Mel. You've got good dive with Skarner and Bessa. Support is probably going to look to be some semblance of dive as well, because, I mean, currently they can pivot their composition, which might be quite nice for them, but you don't want to send the Ambessa in solo and then not have the dive to go with it. I like the idea of going for something like a Nautilus, like an Alistair, that can get into that backline as well, and really make it so there is some threat going onto this Zyra, onto this Varus, onto this Corki, because what Loud have drafted already so far is a ton of poke. They've got the Zyra that is obviously going to be spitting out those plants. Corki, Varus need no introduction, and then they've got some really good engage also to make that start.
Yeah, good engage and kind of, you know, and keep the ability to kite backwards, right? Like you said, poke with some zone control as well, right? That's another thing you want in a poke composition. And you've drafted yourselves, again, no, like, you know, you've got some decent engage, but I'd like to see maybe another tank. I mean, well, I guess it's you know, how much you need another tank? If you could just shred enough when that composition is coming into you, then you've got options. And it will be the Cho'Gath. You knew Robo was going to cook something crazy, so the Cho'Gath and the Bard here. And again, like Cho'Gath, it feels like, look, you are just, again, you are a meat shield, you are a stat stick, you are a health bomb, right? But again, you play backwards. So the Cho'Gath in as a champion, I don't really know how to feel about that, honestly. But in terms of how it fits into this composition, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I probably would have preferred Scion if this was the only thing, as you've described it, is to do this sort of stand in front and absorb damage. I might have looked more toward the Scion for it, but the Cho'Gath, I think, specifically versus the Ambessa, is going to be a slightly better matchup for Robo, which is obviously going to be very important. We don't want one of those mega-fed Ambessas coming out of the top lane and just dumpstering on your backline. So the Cho'Gath fits that bill of, okay, I can play for my top lane, but equally I can still be that that front line that I'm going to need to be as we move later on into this match. and I think that for what Loud have drafted for themselves, it's obviously we have Cho'Gath, we have Rail, they're going to stand in front of everybody. We have triple poke sources in the backline, and hopefully that will feed into how our team fights are going to play out and be able to use those as DPS threats with the front line in tow.
And Loud, they've made their money on their team fights, but this sort of composition isn't necessarily how they've kind of made their money in the past. I trust Tinone's on a Corki, right? This dude, he's been there, done that long enough. You trust him on these sorts of mages that, I mean, you call it Corki, but you know what I mean. Like on these sorts of kind of control mage type champions that, this is where Tinone's has made his money in his career. But on the other side, we haven't really talked about kind of the Ezreal Bard. Like you said, there's a lot of dive. How do you feel about the bottom lane pairing right now?
So I really like Ezreal Bard as a bot pairing, period. The idea, I mean, this is a very solo queue bot lane, to be honest, is you leave Ezreal on his own, you go off to the rest of the map and start killing everybody over there. But even as a 2 versus 2, there's actually a weird amount of kill threat there as well. Can just look to, poke out with Qs quite easily. The QW checks always are quite nice for the Ezreal if you're finding stun targets as well. So there is that element of safety because Ezreal Bard very safe 2 versus 2, and the ability for it to roam as well.
Yep, you've got some sustain as well. Yeah, and it feels like in this season, this is just a perception thing. I didn't have this kind of like queued up. It feels like supports are kind of roaming a lot more as the season has started. I don't know if that's just some sort of like the next step of, kind of lane swaps and how you kind of deal with that and resetting certain
that's
matchups. Do you feel like that's been a thing?
Yeah, I'd land on there's so many lane swaps that are happening that it feels like supports aren't with their AD carries more, which, maybe slightly different framing of they roam more, but might also be, well, they're not as dependent on, having that support in that lane.
Yeah, and if there's a support or an AD carry that can take care of himself, right, it will be that Ezreal. And yeah, a lot of damage coming through in both of these lanes, right, really kind of kill heavy bottom lanes. With the Varus on the other side, right, there were Halo Blades buffs, I believe, in this patch. Am I correct about that?
Oh, you might be. I would not know.
Okay.
I looked at the champions, and then I didn't get down to runes, so...
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there were Halo Blades buffs coming, and I think they were in this patch. It'd be weird to kind of talk about them in, like, from where I heard about them, like, to talk, like, 2 patches in advance. Just people don't do that. But, yeah, I think it's like you can stack up that 3 a little bit quicker. So, Xin Zhao enjoyers are even happier because you can get that kind of 1, 2, 3 off really, really quickly, right, with his kit. So you're excited kind of about that, just be able to stack that up a little bit quicker. But yeah, I think, with the Varus coming up, that should be sick. And look, zooming out a little bit, these two on your screen right now, kind of the tale of 2 top laners, Robo and FNB. Robo, 7-time champion, has been to literally 7 international events. FNB, the best CBLOL player to never win a title, and I think that's a trope that we've trotted out a lot, but like, the longer his career has gone on and the longer he has like just essentially finished 3rd place in the regular season, and oh my goodness, wait, Frosty in a little bit of trouble here, gets ignited on the Bard, has to pop the heal as well, does Grethar, and he will go down. First blood over to Tinone's.
Okay, and I mean, that means that the Corki gets to go back to base, pick up a Tear of the Goddess as well.
I was
gonna say. He gets to stack that up. Oh no, never mind, it's 300 gold in the first blood, so boots. Not as important, but versus a Mel, not the worst thing either, right? Because, I mean, Mel's Q, it takes a couple of seconds or it takes a couple of games versus Mel to realize what she's looking for, but it is something that you can begin to try to dodge. If it's the first time Tinone's is playing versus Mel, especially on a competitive stage, you are going to get hit by the first couple of instances of damage, right? There you go, look, it's pretty impossible to miss, TBH.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why I'm not going to try that, because I have a tendency to make the impossible possible on those types of champions. On a Bard, I know what I'm doing, but on the Mel, no, do not put that in front of me. What's the little stack counter she's got going up there on the top left of report? There's Winsome takes the business end of a trade, like you said, Roodood. Sneaky amount of damage in this Ezreal Bard.
Yeah. So hey, to be honest, I didn't know that Mel had a stacking feature, and we'll wait and see whether or not it goes up or not. What she does have on her passive is an ability to execute, which is always really fun. So making last hits with her is actually very easy. And you
I was going to say that's not just on champions, right?
Yeah, and it's like makes last hitting really easy. It makes if your jungler misses a smite or if enemy jungler misses a smite, again really impactful and quite devastating sometimes also. So we'll keep our eyes on whether or not Grethlar starts stacking random things that I didn't know existed. But Comet so far, I'm interested by the build path because the mid laners that I've been talking to, some of them have been saying Tear of the Goddess is kind of mandated. I've seen a couple of builds that have just gone Blackfire Torch, so they can sort of subvert that. But I think versus this relatively poke-oriented composition, having that shield might not be as impactful because it will get sort of procced, and then they will just hold poke for a couple of seconds without it actually hitting that damage.
Yeah, it seems like from kind of what I'm seeing, you could go kind of a couple of different ways, but I mean, you're looking at things like, I don't know, Lolalytics, which just for, transparency purposes, that's what I've got on my left here on my other monitor, but it seems like, and win rates with stuff like this is always tricky, right? So you go, oh, this is the highest win rate build. It's like, well, no, you got to separate the chicken from the egg, right? With any statistic. No, is this a high win rate build because of the build, or is it like, no, like when you snowball, this ends up being your build, right? And so, like, for example, we've got one build here that has 65% win rate. The next best is 52%. And obviously, the one with 65% is Luden's Shadow Flame, Medjai's, Rabadon's Voice Staff. Okay, that's going to be a 65% win rate for pretty much anybody that can build magic items. But it seems like the Blackfire Torch Leandry's kind of burning damage, stacking that up, that seems to be kind of your preferred build here. Sometimes you swap out the Blackfire Torch for an Archangel's, but to your point, Roodood, if you're taking that for kind of defensive purposes, right, then, you really don't need it. And you've got plenty of damage coming out from this composition. But actually, what probably has even more damage is that loud composition. We haven't really talked about Wiz on this Zyra. And initially, Carioca, he's someone who has gotten, the jungler for Pain Gaming. He's someone who has had, he's got a variety of opinions on him are available. And especially after last week, the Pain fans were out in full force, flaming their mid jungle, as is, they are the punching
tradition,
bag for
almost.
Pain Gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just another Tuesday in Brazil with Carioca and Dinketo just getting absolutely railed online. But Wiz, right, I'm a little hesitant to see Wiz on a carry champion just because I know how good he could be on these kind of stable tank junglers. But Carioca is someone who has had that profile and made this type of champion work, so Wiz is going to have to follow in his footsteps right now.
I mean, so far as well, he's passed the checks. He's already cleared his camps, got back to base, being able to start his second clear as well, took some Krug, so he's currently a camp ahead of Aegis on the Skarner. And bot lane fighting, flash from Brunsey and Cleanse.
And Frosty going forward, immediately try to get that Q into the wall onto a manaless root. You saw the vision, you liked it. I don't know if they would have been able to 100-0 him necessarily. No damage summoners out of this red bot lane, but it was a good idea. Well, honestly, maybe. I continue to be surprised by the damage in this bottom lane, even after you told me, even after I saw it. So maybe they could have.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the if ifs and buts were something and something, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Yeah. That's the general saying, right? I don't know, man. I'm sure it's American, so I was hoping you'd pick me up and finish it off,
I recognize the saying. I could not tell you how it ends.
Shocker. Poor from us. Either way, one small thing that I want to take a quick pit stop detour, however we want to phrase it. Root took Ghost to this game, which is not normal for not normal for any bot laners. Definitely not normal,
especially
for
not nowadays.
Poke marksman specifically as well. So I'm interested by what this looks like as we move later on, as we are seeing a little bit of a lane swap come through very early on for Red. No doubt to do with the fact that the grubs have spawned, no doubt to do with the fact that Lauda are putting a little bit more attention on this bot side to try and secure the dragon, and that playing away from Wiz in these early stages and the neutral objective taking power of Zyra is going to benefit both of these teams. Yeah,
I mean, and it's two-pronged with the Zyra, and it's part of what's made her so strong, right? It's the ability to shred these objectives down, and like you said, the objective taking power, but also once you hit level 6 on that, the zone control you have, the ability to dictate how a team fight or a skirmish goes around those objectives with the Stranglethorns is pretty much unmatched.
No, it's second to none, right? Especially in this game also, so we'll keep our eyes on where that's going. I will say, I just saw Grethar's stack counter go up to 3 and then immediately back down to 0 as he last hit 3 minions. People in Twitch chat, if you want to be the educators, if you want to take on the role of a color caster, tell me what he's stacking and then releasing. You know, let's find out together.
This is an educational stream,
if nothing else. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. So this should be. I mean, as both these teams. One thing that you haven't seen quite as much is, once we've seen priority on the grubs, right? As the season is kind of settling into place, grubs are still kind of the premier objective on that top side. If you don't lane swap straight up, right, kind of into the 2v1 in the traditional sense, right? Then I love that. I love that chunky hitbox. Man, that looks good. Yeah, that's the Mel Q again. That is pretty much impossible to dodge. That you get all those stacks on. But what I did appreciate from Loud here is that they're not kind of taking anything lying down. We haven't seen this really in the CBLOL early on. Is once that swap goes up, the other team opting into, no, we're going to take another objective pretty much on spawn, because the timers aren't desynced here, Roodood. But I feel like early in the season we haven't seen a team just straight up trade that dragon.
No, and not until obviously just now. But
yeah.
It is, like you said, it's a little bit strange that that's just now started to happen, and it might just be a little bit of a sense of respect almost, maybe tender hooks that these two teams are sort of dancing around, and maybe just a happiness that they can both kind of scale into this game and hands check a little bit later on.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, the damage checks will be interesting kind of as these games go on, but I mean, it's like you said, it will come down to, yeah, I mean, how much damage can you do, but the way these compositions both want to operate, and especially for Loud, there is a much more prescriptive approach to how these team fights want to be playing out, and I'm curious to see how these go, right? I mean, Loud and notorious for kind of taking a, 1,000, maybe 2,000 gold deficit into that 20-minute mark, but the way that they fight around objectives, the way that these guys team fight as well, is, again, second to none. As both ultimates come down here, the Stranglethorns and the Tempered Fate, but Frosty looks like he might just be sacrificed to the Void, as Wiz coming up with his first kill. Big for him to get on the board here, as Aegis able to get the root down, but not much else, as Grevthar blows the TP. Aegis in a little bit of trouble here, actually. The rebuttal used by Grevthar to send back a couple of abilities from Root here, but Aegis not out of the woods just yet. Piercing Arrow will find its mark. 2 kills over to Loud.
And that's Feat of Warfare picked up for Loud as well. Root free hitting all the time down on that bot side with the Serrated Dirk. Quite happy to just churn away at Aegis' health bar. And honestly, Aegis just kind of flashing in, doing nothing and dying. Really not a good look on the Skarner for the red jungler. One of our players who we typically tout as being such a good carry player as well, putting you on something like this Skarner. So valuable in the meta. Clearly just a lack of comfort here as he really fumbles the combo. I like the initial idea from Frosty here. Immunes the entirety of this Zyra ulti pretty much, and then he's trying to get down to the wall for a journey out. But eyes on Aegis here, gets caught by Chain of Corruption, flashes in and immediately rooted, and then recognizes, well, I can't go for an ult now, and he's already just too far gone.
Yeah, and if you find yourself in that position as a Skarner, right, when you are the ones having to be body blocked for by the other side, by your carries, you know something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. But good patient play there by the Loud bottom lane as well. Wiz, again, on a champion that we're not really used to him playing this kind of style, but Loud whipping out something different here. They had this red side composition. It feels like both these teams, right? They very much had an idea. They got the champions they wanted. It didn't seem like there were any really pivots for both of these teams. And right now, Loud looking much the better for it. Objectives traded. Like you said, the Feat of Warfare picked up there by Loud, and they're up 2,000 gold almost here early, Roodood.
No, exactly. I mean, they're off to a very good start, to be honest, for a relatively quiet early game. They found just a couple of good plays that has began their snowball. Hopefully one that they can continue for this series. As eyes turn towards this top side, obviously Grubs have spawned. That would be 6 if Red were able to get it. Current run of play suggests that Loud are going to want to contest it. And they're already here with Root and with the rest of Loud. Not really much of a contest to be had for Red.
No, I mean, they're on, I was going to say, like, so many really kind of good item spikes, but it's really just Wiz on that Leandries. But again, the Stranglethorn's back up off cooldown, and nobody on the other side on a full item, right? Just picked up that Blackfire Torch. Did Grevthar. Was going to be in any position to contest that. And thank you to Twitch chat. It's the overwhelm, it looks like. And also from the brief kind of, again, looking on the champion kit that I've done on the other side, you see, I mean, yeah, it is that overwhelm, right? And once you pop the ultimate, everyone affected by the overwhelm gets extra damage onto them. You see the total gold there on the left side of your screen. FNB and Grevthar both really pulling their weights, but it hasn't been a great game for the other three. And that's been reflected on the kill score, right? I mean, yeah, Timo's got that first early gold, but then the rest of the gang, it's been all in the bottom lane. And, I mean, I was going to say, hold on a second, Hank. Tempered Fate goes out there, immediately given enough time for Aegis to go in with the ultimate, slam Wiz into the wall, and he will pay for it with his life. Brunsey, crucially, on the board here. Winsome showing up, actually able to get the Q down there onto Aegis. Hang on a second here, going with the Magnet Storm. Aegis doesn't have a full item yet, and Tino's going to make him pay for it. Kill goes over to Root.
Yeah, nice little snipe there from the other side of the wall, and the Varus picks up his second kill of the game. Currently Loud go 1-for-1 down on that bot side and make a really good punish play. You know, it looks like Red, they found a great pick between the tier 1 and the tier 2 turret, but they overextend, they overstay their welcome as well. Loud pick up 1 kill in response once again onto the Skarner. So remember that you're worthy and you're happy enough to sacrifice as Red because your carries are still getting to farm. But this whole time it gives a little bit more of a window for Wiz to pick up a bit more gold, a bit more of an experience advantage, and be a threat and a carry in his own right.
Loud very much, it feels like, taking control of this one. I'm curious. I mean, I'm waiting. I think we all are waiting for a bit of a Mel moment as this game goes on and on. But yeah, I mean, Grefthar, I mean, it's so tough. I mean, how do you feel about, I mean, because on the one hand, you feel like a Mel into a poke composition can be a great counter, but when you have as much poke as coming down, right, from a Tinon's ultimate, from Root, as we get another replay here, you see just a pretty well executed play, but Loud respond immediately, right? The bottom lane was swapped into the mid lane, so it's just easy as walking over for Root and Winsome.
And I mean, the fact that Frosty is like, 200 HP, able to basically limp his way out to safety is, quite nice, it's worth saying. But to answer your previous question, right, how do I feel about the Mel sort of in this composition, was the question correct?
Yeah, basically, just like, because it's like you can reflect some poke, and that's all well and good, but that ability's on a long cooldown, and there's so much poke.
Yeah, I think that the good thing is that, sort of, I guess good and bad, is that there's not that one big ticket spell that you want to reflect, right? If I reflect, and the biggest one here is probably Chain of Corruption.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to get some really good value. And what I do like about compositions specifically that are poke in nature versus Mel is when you're playing a hyper carry, so Jinx, Twitch, etc. It feels very against your nature to stop auto-attacking when the Mel presses W, but you have to do that because otherwise you get one shot. So versus poke compositions, it's not as bad playing versus a Mel when you are a poke comp because you're only going to take a spell back of damage, right? It's not the worst thing in the world, whereas if you're Twitch unloading 4 auto-attacks and an expunge in the timer of a W, you're going to literally one-shot yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, you're not used to having an 80 carry just auto-attack you to death if you are an 80 carry, right? You're used to chewing through the tanks, maybe getting a pick onto, another carry, getting through the support or something. You realize your own damage pretty quickly there. Can you reflect a Bard ult?
No, so the rule of thumb, and this is just how it goes, is if it can be blocked by Wind Wall, you can reflect it. However, Mel is also, the W is also an invulnerability, so you will just immune the Bard ulti and just keep walking. Okay,
I see. Okay, that's still useful, but not quite as game-changing. Able to get, and the Magnet Storm, that's multiple ticks of damage there as the Tempered Fate coming across the map there. Very nicely done just for a potential bailout there, but just too little too late. Loud, little by little, playing one of the more methodical games of League of Legends I feel like we've seen out of Loud in a long time as Robo trying to extend this dive. Ultimate comes out from Aegis. He has to flash away, and he will live these charged up towers. They hit like a truck, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, they do. Tanks aren't as tanky when you're playing up against these supercharged turrets. Now, they do find the kill, but they're not going to be able to take the turret as quickly as Loud. So that's first structure that goes into Loud as well, secures them. The feats of strength overall. And now we're looking at how well can Loud look to continue punishing this game. Obviously, a little bit of a oopsie, maybe not even an oopsie, but just a sacrifice down on the bot side from Robo as he loses out on his life, loses out on that bot tier 1 as well. But Drake spawning in a couple of minutes. You're going to have Rift Herald that's live also on that top side. So a little bit of time for Loud to turn their attention up top to that side before they come back down to the bot lane.
Excuse me. But yeah, Loud, look, they lost out a little bit of gold there. Red got a structure back, crucially, as well. And you've got the top lane tier 1 kind of hanging on by a thread here. Still haven't seen that straight up 5v5. Frosty doing his thing on this Bard. Still on one item here for Brunsey. The advantage very much in Loud's favor here. Just some of these items that they've got are so impactful right now. FNB, we haven't really talked about him much, but he's one on this Ambessa. He's got 2 items actually here, Root, now that I look at it. Don't know where he ran into all this gold, but what a job here. By the top lane, I'm looking around, I'm like, no one else is even close to 2 items.
So Eclipse is relatively cheap. He also got a load of he also got a lot of turret plating gold as well. So yeah, other than that though, I don't have all the answers, but that's where a little bit of that supplementary income will have come from those plays, and being able to take that bot turret as well.
Taking the magical footwear as well.
Yeah, very, very nicely rewarded so far.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Loud will be the ones with the juiced up boots here later on, as Tinones and Robo have invested the extra 700 into that. But the objective takes from Loud have been pretty painless right now, as Tinones going to walk his way down into that long lane. And I don't know. I mean, FNB, he's going to be a demon in the side lanes. I mean, the Eclipse gives you so much dueling power. You could rip through. I mean, that's the thing. Like, Robo right now, he's just a health bar right now. He has minimal, if any, resistances. Great ultimate there from Frosty, just negating the first push there from Shelly. And that's the kind of stuff that you got to remember to do if you are Bard.
No, exactly. I mean, the fact that, FNB is just taking a second turret down on this bot side as well. So, tier 2 turret in the Ambessa. And as far as dive potential onto the Varus, onto the Corki, Ambessa is your best bet as Red. So, need to really keep their eyes on that, as Brunsey just able to eke his way over the wall. And now it looks like Red might want a little bit of a fight as well.
Yeah, FNB TPing across the map, getting in there in a hurry. He just rips right through Winsome. Good night, Sweet Prince. Just kidding with the flash over the wall, and FNB not able to connect on the ultimate. That did not miss by much, Roodood.
Looking for a little bit of lollipopping there if you're FNB. Fortunately, I'm going to say for non-Ambessa players, Riot didn't code that one in, so FNB does end up going just slightly wide. But what that gives them is a little bit of time now to move towards that bot side, secure that dragon. Second Drake of the game for Red, and that gold lead 4x4 completely closed up. The top lane difference currently in this game proving to be quite monumental, and making sure that we've got FNB, one of our regular veterans in the from Brazil in the LTA South now. It's certainly something that we need to keep our eye on as to how well he can do that damage, but to the backline importantly.
Yeah, you've got ability to get into that backline, right? And it's a relatively immobile backline, right? You don't have the package anymore for Corki. He can't just like yeehaw his way out of trouble anymore. And usually you want to be using that offensively anyway. Root would have to blow an ultimate on himself. I mean, Frosty, he's been pretty good with his Tempered Fates. Honestly, not all of them have connected, but there was never one where you're like, what are you doing? Which can very easily happen with Bartled. He giveth and he taketh away, as Robo and Tinones come into cover onto Winsome, or onto Root, I should say. Trying to clear that wave out, get that bot lane or that mid lane tier 1 locked up here. Loud, they rest back a little bit of that gold lead, but it's really on FNB's shoulders right now, it feels like. And I mean, Brunsey, right, he's not quite at the spike he wants to be just yet. Once he can turn in that Muramana, then I think you'll see Red a little more willing to pull the trigger, because it is just kind of a one-man show right now. And if you've been following this league for a long time, I mean, we talk about FNB as, the greatest player never to win a title. He only got to one final. That was in 2021 against, actually, funnily enough, Robo and Tinones, but back when they were on Pain Gaming in 2021, Split 1. He got to the finals with a little-known team around these parts named Vorax, if you remember that name. Pulling a deep cut there. But that roster was called
Vorax.
Don't we all, man? Some of these teams that have come through, Cruzeiro, man. I mean,
the Miners.
The Miners, the Netshoes Miners, Choo Choo, where Croc first made his name. I mean, yeah, but
that roster was FNB and his minions, correct?
It was the FNB and the Super Minions, exactly.
Super Minions, there we go.
Yep, they got to the final, got 3-1, and that was the last time we saw FNB on the final stage. This is someone who, I mean, he boot camped in Korea for a little bit when, after kind of a split didn't go his way. And actually, Zeus, he ran into the former, now T1 top laner, still feels weird to say that, in solo queue. And they had a little bit of chat in broken English, and that went viral. Brazil just kind of ate that up for like months. They feasted on that. And it was Zeus complimenting FNB, being like, no, like, you are good. Oh, I didn't know, FNB kind of introduced himself. He's like, oh, I'm from Brazil. He's like, oh, no, you did a great job there, right? I was on the Yone as well, which is a pick that FNB hasn't really busted out a ton. But when that was more prevalent in the top lane, he made hay on that one. So, complimented.
Winsome.
Oh, man, Winsome going forward. He didn't get his ultimate, and he's going to get ulted right back by Aegis. It's a disaster engage. And now that was your only go button. We talk about this composition for Loud. All they can do is kind of stand there. And that's kind of all Robo is doing, is standing there, just buying a little bit of time, able to chomp down onto Frosty. Actually almost took him down, but the kill will go over to Grevthar. A botched engage as the public execution comes through, connects on that, does FNB, but a great Root, oh my goodness, bails out Root, excuse me, had to cleanse and flash that, but now Tinones, can he get the kill on this? Ooh. He can. Unbelievable shutdown for the Loud mid laner.
That's nice for Tinones as well. This game was starting to almost feel like it was swaying back in the favor of Red Canids. Winston with a botched engage down the bot side pays for it with his life, and fortunately enough, it looks like a little bit of salvation as they take the mid-tier 1 turret. Aegis, though, will be able to secure that Atakan. Frosty steals away the Gromp on the top side, worth mentioning there. And, with the Voracious buff now, Red, what the question becomes is, what are they going to be able to do with said buff as Winston returns the favor and steals away the crab?
Yeah, I mean, they're able to grab that, and it's good to see Red kind of immediately taking something across the map here. You see just the botch engage from Winsome. You see the target on Frosty's back right there, but you got to track your summoners, right? I mean, it was a very high risk ultimate there by Winsome.
Yes, it's one of those where you've input in your head, the combo, so you're just going to do the combo. And unfortunately, he missed part 1, which meant that part 2 and 3 looked really rough. So that was a little bit of a flaw, unfortunately. I mean, FNB, as much as he can do here, dodges out on the piercing arrow with triple blight stacks, but Tinones, fortunately enough, has a flash of his own to get in range and finish off the Ambessa. Finds a nice little shutdown as well. That Ambessa was the leading part of Red's composition for that time being, so getting a good shutdown there will certainly help out.
Robo. Oh my goodness, channels the TP and just barely. I was wondering exactly what that animation was. He was just kind of sitting there. I thought maybe he was doing his slash taunt animation or something. But no, he's able to get out to safety, take down that tier 1. So now both teams at 3 towers apiece. That long lane in the bottom lane, FNB making hay down there. But Loud, again, they've kind of been nursing a 2,000 gold lead for what feels like the last 10, 15 minutes here, Roodood. Baron going to spawn in a minute and change. So, and to answer your kind of previous question, with that Voracious Otacon buff, they haven't done anything. And you give a little bit of credit to Loud there, that they haven't really allowed them to do anything, right? Brunsey has hit his spike, but Loud have kind of backed off.
Yeah, exactly. And Red, they have the onus on them to make something happen with this Atacon buff. What can they do? Needs to fall on them as well. The issue that they're going to have is that it's about to wear off. They've probably got 30 seconds or so left on that, so making a play on this specific mid-wave is their probably best bet. But other than that, it will just be the short amount of income that you get when you get kills that's extra, and this it looks like that was the play that they were going to go for. They immediately call it off, though.
Yeah, not quite going for it there. I saw Winsome getting a little too close for comfort there onto FNB, but nothing, no harm, no foul, as the rest of the items keep pouring in here. Rooted, as far as Mel is concerned, I mean, how well does she scale? I guess is the simple question I'm asking here. How much do you expect her to challenge the damage from Tinones?
Currently, I think that Mel scales very well into the late game. Her cooldown is very low on her, main damaging spell. The CC comes up relatively quickly as well. You also have insane safety with your W also, and I think that the ultimate in a team fight, we haven't really got to see Grethar. It's the mini. I say mini Zed ult. It's the big Zed ult because you can do it on multiple people if you've got it that way. But I think that Grethar in this game, he shouldn't be sad that the game's going late.
Yeah, you worry a little bit going into one infinitely scaling and one Corki that kind of feels almost infinitely scaling. But I think to your point, right, the rest of the damage isn't really all that crazy. And Grethar, like you said, it's from what I glean from you, it's half about the damage and how well Mel scales, but it's also just like you have one game-changing ability in your pocket. And sometimes that's enough.
Yeah, exactly. Literally, to use the example, if we see Chain of Corruption get
that's a big one.
Sort of returned back around, that's gonna alter how the team fight goes monumentally.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so as a play-by-play, I got to keep my eye on that, and as Loud, you got to keep your eye on that, right? Kind of try to, throw out a couple spells, bait out that W if you can, and it's this game of chicken a little bit that Grethar is going to be playing as well on his side. 3 dragons, because that's the Otacon icon. Yeah. 3 dragons have gone over to Red, and now the Otacon buff has actually worn off, so to loop back to that question you asked, they've gotten nothing done with this, and the next objective will be that Baron. We're going to get another Ocean Dragon in 2.5 minutes, so, we'll have a soul fight. So the timer's desynced right now, and maybe Loud looking for something here that could allow them to get out of that Baron, and indeed, that's exactly what they do. Lands on over the wall there. Stranglethorn's not going to find anybody, but enough damage has come through here in the Tempered Fate. We'll rescue FNB for just a little bit here. Frosty, big ultimate there from Aegis. Hang on a second here. Brought FNB back into the fight, but the damage was just too much. Almost an absolute stroke of genius by Red Canids.
Oh, a little bit loose there from Loud as they barely take down the Ambessa. A massive shield came through.
Yeah, that was enormous.
The combo, I guess, of Eclipse plus innate shield that comes from the Ambessa kit. Yeah, that caught me by surprise. Fortunately, Loud, they weren't baited by the low HP bar. They knew that they had enough to seal the deal, and they did find that kill in the end. Despite all of the heroics that Red tried to perform, the Ambessa does go down, and it is just another quick kill for the team in green.
And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like quite enough to go for this Baron. I mean, Aegis obviously the one that you kind of want to take down, but on the other side of the map, didn't really have a ton of vision set up on the other side. The Scuttle Crab was there for Red. You saw the great ultimate there coming through from Winsome, just playing the vision really nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for the most part, 1000 HP shield, nice.
Casual.
You know, the way that Root is using this Ghost has also given me a little bit of confidence back that he's in his right mind when he takes that spell.
Yeah, it's only it's a results-based business, right? If it works, you're a genius, and if it doesn't, you're an idiot. And right now, it's working. Root using this very, very well. Gone with, again, just straight lethality on his part. No true, I mean, well, no, Skarner is a true tank. But again, on a jungler budget, he's going to be a little kind of under-juiced, economically speaking. But, you know, with the Ambessa, it's a bruiser build. But he's just going straight damage right now, and he gets that spell shield from the Edge of Night as well. So, again, keeping yourself a little bit safer. You've got, I mean, I'm trying to think of, yeah, I mean, there's not really anything kind of crazy to cleanse. You can cleanse the Skarner ult, but yeah, that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't cleanse Skarner ult either. It's a suppression, which is uncleansable.
You're right.
You can QSS it, but you can't cleanse it more than anything.
There we go, thank you.
No problem. Yeah. I mean, Red looking to turn their attentions toward vision on this Baron, and in fact starting it up themselves.
Yep, and when you've got Aegis, again, they bought enough time to where FNB would be able to join. He's got the TP. He's in that bottom lane right now. It's him and Tinones kind of staring at each other like two awkward kids at a middle school dance. Just kidding! That is not at all what is going on here. Goes the ultimate from max range from the brush and forces the flash out of Tinones. Ooh.
Oh, okay. A little bit of tension in the air. 11 kills in a 30-minute game. Not quite the pace that we're used to down in South America. However, Soul Point now live for Red. They've got 3 dragons already. Picking up an Ocean Soul will do great work, especially versus a poke composition.
Yeah.
Tempered Fate ready.
Yeah, a couple of big ultimates at the ready. The public execution not going to be available for FNB, but you got your mid laner's flash out of that. That's a trade that often is worth taking. The poke coming through there from Loud allows them to just fend off any sort of advance from Red Canids. Wow. Robo will eat the Tempered Fate. You got absolutely nothing out of that. So we wait 5 more minutes.
Okay. I mean, the fact that, you know, FNB's not there, 50-50. It's good and bad, right? Because it means that Loud don't feel Red don't feel comfortable walking into contest, but the reason that FNB's not there is because he doesn't have his ulti. So what the Ambessa is actually going to be able to do there is very limited anyway. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, where you feel like FNB probably should have been there. Well, actually, what's he actually going to do when he gets there is kind of stand there and look menacing, but be a worse frontline than Robo is.
Yeah, absolutely. And Robo now starting to get those resistances, so you're not just this, you know, this paper tiger, if you will, which should so often happen on this Cho'Gath. You get so intimidated. Oh my god, his health bar looks like a ruler. What am I supposed to do? Well, no, he's got no resistances, right? There's nothing. Yeah. There's nothing real about this tank. But now getting into that later game, obviously this champion scales like crazy. But you've got the not adaptive helm. Sorry, TFT brained. Freaking Jack Show. Sorry.
There we go.
God. And as well, the Bramble Vest coming through, so going to do a little bit of work there onto FNB, but just going to make it a little bit more annoying to hit him. I mean, he is absolutely demonic. I mean, look at all that health. I mean, he's just so tough to chew through. If he could just sit there and be a nuisance, he's going to do so much work for this Red Canids, or for this Loud composition, I should say. I thought that zoom out meant we were getting a crazy TP, but that is not what is happening now. But it does seem like the Baron is going to be that next objective here. I mean, I say that. This has been, I mean, you talk about the pace of this game, especially for these two teams, not at all what we were expecting.
Excuse me. No, I'm enjoying this in a certain capacity, but also Red have really let themselves be a little bit dictated to here. They've taken all of the side lane turrets, and now their goal is very straightforward. It is just that tier 1 turret. It's the only thing that's standing between Red and being able to really start to break this game open. Because Loud, with that tier 1 turret, have been controlling mid, and their actions through the jungle are just so much easier to take. Loud, you can see Root walking in through this pinked brush, and Aegis on a Baron that's 6k HP. FNB spotted this whole way in as well.
Yeah, and with that spell shield now broken, Root's got to be careful. Dodges the Tempered Fate, but FNB is on his behind, but the Chains of Corruption will bail him out, and Robo feasts on the Baron. Big Purple Worm is for dinner. They flash out. They get everything out. Aegis not able to land his ultimate. Magical Journey goes forward. But again, the ultimate not available for Aegis, but he does have the E. Crashes with the Ishel's impact into Robo. Pins him against the wall, but Tino's is free firing. Able to get the damage onto Aegis. He has to bail out of the fight. Ignite goes down onto Brunsey. Still a lot of damage. Still a bit of disengage available here. The two tanks are low for Loud, but their damage dealers are healthy as can be. Brunsey has got to be very respectful here, and indeed he does. Loud get in. They get the Baron. They get out. No blood, no foul.
No, and the beauty of that is it all comes down to this Cho'Gath, Robo, who's been, sort of left by the wayside for the most part of this game, getting dive bot on the tier 1, making sure that he's doing what he can for the team with this ultimate. The smite power that comes with it, Robo and Wiz have been syncing up really well, sort of 2.2k HP, calling for the chomp plus the smite. Both of them together means that you're never going to lose out on an objective, and that for me is what is securing Loud these objectives, and why it's so important that they're able to steal away one of those early dragons, why it's so important that Red tried to find a fight beforehand, because if they go for a 50-50 they're going to lose it every time.
And that feels like what has been happening. What's been happening in the last kind of 10 minutes, right? The game has come to a standstill because Loud, kind of on the back of, yes, the immense amount of damage that they can deal, the zone control, yes, but Robo, man, I mean, he, like you said, he hasn't been this punching bag. If he's been a punching bag, he's been one of those boxing punching bags that just retains its form and just stays there. He's rock solid, absolute immovable object right now. Red have not found a way into anything favorable as far as fights are concerned, and that was fine as long as the objectives kind of went their way. But Loud took that Baron, not completely uncontested, but the first half of that, Red couldn't even sniff that.
Yeah, I mean, Root had flash that whole time as well, and that should have been something that they were looking for. He's dodging out on Tempered Fate, just using the Ghost movement speed, and playing with his life so not even frugally. Okay.
Ooh, Aegis grabbing the ult on to Winsome. He will go down. The squishiest member of Loud. That's not true. That's just a lie. But the most tantalizing one, the one that's going to be positioned most appetizingly, certainly. But again, Loud, I think if you're Loud, you're not too fussed about what just went on right there, right? You still have Robo. That's going to force him to come down. You can't really do kind of a 4-1 split with Robo anymore, but should be able to still get some decent damage onto this bot lane tier 1. Hang on a second here. Now Red, we're looking to pull the trigger. Tempered Fate going to land there onto Wiz, and now they got to play defense here. Rooted Public Execution goes out, misses completely, gets a Stranglethorn out. Wiz going to buy some time with the Hourglass, Sheet shutdown goes down to Brunsey. Grefthar getting on the board as well. Nice pick by Red Kiddiz. They tie it up on the kill score. It's just Tinones on the menu. Robo just got to play defense for his longtime mid laner. Flashes over, does Tinones. The E impact. Oh, not able to get into a wall, but will slow down Tinones enough. Maybe for Frosty. Just kidding. Grefthar reflects absolutely nothing. Tinones going to get on another kill there, but Red will grab him eventually.
There's the execution as well coming through from Grefthar. Loud overstayed too long, and you said FourY4, well, they don't need to be too worried about losing their support. Unfortunately, that was just not the case, and Red are going to be able to pick up this soul now. Brunsey even looking to try and take down a tier 3 turret down on the bot side. The Mel finally got to do her job, got to find a flank angle where she wasn't contested, and just got to rain out that damage. Skarner again acting as a frontline, and Bessa acting as a nuisance, and Red have come to party.
They played that team fight so well, right? Like you said, everyone fulfilled their roles perfectly. Loud, like you said, just kind of overstayed their welcome. That Ocean Soul is their prize, and they knock down the tier 1. They get an inhibitor. Rooted, I cannot think of a more fruitful 1 minute for Red in this position right now. You talk about how important that mid lane was. They got that and then some. Let's get another look at this fight, though.
Yeah, so again, importantly, looking at Grefthar, the fact that he's just free the whole time, and then also the fact that Root is getting ambassaded, unfortunately. You're playing Avaris, there's only so much that you can do, right? You are just, if the Ambessa gets close to you, you will just get ran down, and unless you have the damage to 1v1 her yourself, hint, no Varus that Bill's Poke ever does, you're just going to struggle, and you're just going to lose, unfortunately. I like the heads-up play from Robo here to try and sabotage as much of the wave as possible to deny the pushing power. Unfortunately, didn't do quite a good enough job, and does end up losing his bot lane inhibitor as well, as FMB is now, we'll say, looping around to get spotted immediately.
Yeah, recognizing that's not a 2v1 that he wins against this solo laner duo that's been together since 2020. Been together for so long. You know, actually since I think before that, 2019 maybe even. On Pain Gaming, won a title, and then on Loud, won 4 titles. They have dominated the franchising era of CB LOL. And right now, in a bit of a sticky situation. This is a best of 3 again. I do think Loud, you know, they are the better team. Their ceiling is certainly higher, but Red, they made no roster swaps, right? Loud fundamentally shifted the identity of their squad this past offseason, but we'll get to that in just a little bit. FNB staying very much alive here as Roodood not able to get damage down onto him, and he gets ulted, jumped on immediately by Aegis, and the Tempered Fate is going to buy even more time. Red Canid's executing the beginning of this team fight perfectly. FNB buying a lot of time, but the follow-up damage isn't quite there. Brunsey, it takes him an eternity to chew through Robo, and the worst part is he's not even going to be able to finish the job. Oh my goodness, that True Shot Barrage is starting to hit.
And even through Ocean Soul, Loud are coming out on top in these fights. Red, they're looking for the skirmish and just a little bit decent. Aegis goes for the public exit, or goes for the Skarner or the Impale. Then it's public execution, but the two of them weren't constantly DPSing Root at the same time. So it makes it tricky, and he's actually just barely able to get out to safety, as well as the little bit of peel that was provided by the rest of the team. And the exorbitant amount of damage that was blocked by Robo. He just stands in the front line, uses all of his health as that resource to buy time for his AD carry, and at that stage it was a question of who's the better tank, Robo or an Ambessa with an Ocean Soul. It's still Robo.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got a pretty definitive answer to that question. I mean, just the amount of time it took Brunson, that was the only target within Brunsey's purview, and it took him so long to be able to chew through him. He didn't even get to finish the job. Baron is up now. This is where the battle lines are going to be drawn. Robo's got TP, so he could join that fight in a moment's notice, should he have to. And spoiler alert, I think he's going to have to, unless, well, okay, I mean, he's going to join the fight, but he might be able to take the Cedic route here, as neither team confident enough to pull the trigger on this objective.
Okay, so with these two teams, a little bit of caution exercised for the time being as we see a recall. Remember that the bot lane, this is good from our observers, that is going to start pushing at some point. So somebody is going to need to go bot and answer that, whether it's Tinones, whether it's Robo. We'll wait and see, because they've both got teleports, so it's not a big deal which one goes. It's just that somebody is going to have to show down there. Good ulti from Brunsey here, popping that Edge of Night from Root is going to be very crucial. Looking at those summoner spells, Root's Flash, very close to being back up off cooldown. And if that comes available at the same time, that means that Loud have got a lot of tools to play with.
Chipping away at these Loud health bars. Robo soaking up a lot of that damage. Aegis in the back of the pit. Where do Red turn their attention here? FNB thinning out the wave on the top side, but he's got a good angle should he want to go down. I don't know if they know he's there, Roodood, honestly. They saw him on the wave, maybe, but able to swipe it away is Robo with the feast. You've got 2 junglers when you've got a Cho'Gath on your team. That is plenty good for Loud. They will take that night and day. Robo, again, in 3 to 5 business days, he will go down. Red, get another kill off that, but the Baron swiped away by Loud.
And that just prolongs the game even further. We're already 40 minutes into this one. It is going to come down to one of those 5 versus 5, those quintessential climax-style team fights. And with 4 people on the, or 4 people rather, versus 5 on the map, Red, they should be looking to actually leverage that advantage 40 seconds before Robo respawns, but they're pushing into Baron. So what they get with this 40-second timer is going to be crucial. Can they break open that base even further? The bot lane wave not really in a position to help them out, and it doesn't look like the mid lane one will be either. So for the time being, it's just a tier 2 turret taken. And now Loud's time to shine. They've got 20 seconds before Robo respawns, and then they will have their way with the Baron. It is just unfortunate that, you know, versus a Cho'Gath, that's a 1300 smite right there. That's at least 100 longer or higher than my jungler. So what can you do? You just have to take the fight beforehand, have to take Robo down prior. The Tempered Fate came down just a little too late. Frosty not quite on the ball with that one. And, you know, same to be said for the rest of Red Canids as well. You shouldn't be leaving that to a 50-50.
No, that was not played all that well, right? I mean, but I mean, it's just like, what do you do against Robo? There were no, if you go up to kind of contest him out of the pit, you're going to get locked down. Loud was ready for that, right? That was just like, that was so just pre-scripted. As that hit him on the bottom side, comes back up. So whatever pushing power they had in that bottom lane that you were kind of alluding to earlier, Roodood, completely gone. And Red, I mean, Loud, it feels like doing a great job of, I mean, it feels like the main goal with this Baron is just to stabilize, just get this thing back under control here, because Red were pushing on a number of fronts there, right? That long lane in the bottom lane looking really, really good. And now Root, he's picked up a Serpent's Fang into all this shielding. It seems like a good buy to me. How do you feel about that?
Not awful. Skarner has a shield, right? Ambessa has a shield as well. They're the two targets that are jumping on him. Absolutely not against it in its last item as well, so probably looking for items that he could have built. I could argue an opportunity, but at this point, Serpent's Fang is just going to have more value.
And you've got that Cyrilda's as well for a little bit of slow, but obviously that Armor Shred is the big one. And everybody kind of approaching their last or second to last items. It's really just the junglers and the supports that aren't full build. Everybody else, they are rocking out. They are.
I mean, that's an Elder up now as well. So like, it is that hyper late game where, you know, Ocean Soul doesn't really feel like it's been much of a factor, but maybe that's because we've not really seen too many of these fights. The gold leaders, as even as ever, you know, 800 gold at 42, 43 minutes into the game. What does that even matter as Brunsey takes a third of his HP, but again, Bloodthirster in his back pocket, he's going to be fine to just heal that back up.
He's got to be careful. His Temper Fate does go down onto two targets. Winsome goes immediately. Offense is the best defense down there. This Root, Winsome and Wiz taking a lot of damage there. Stranglethorns go out. Robo finally with the TP. The CC chain absolutely deleted his FNB. Tinone's able to escape as well. That's the 5v4 maybe that they're looking for here. Grevthar knows he's not going to get caught out. I mean, he's still got to be careful here. One Rupture hits him, and he might be history. Taking a lot of damage is the rest of the squad here for Loud. But now with the 5v4, they've got an opportunity to go for this Elder.
700 Heartsteel stacks as well. This Cho'Gath is so tanky, and you can just see gets so much health back if he's able to proc that little bit of unending despair healing. Doesn't have Feast for another 20-30 seconds, though did use that to take down the Ambassador, so it is a true 50-50. As Tinones is looking for the...
Tino's looking for a big old flank. He gets down onto Brunsey, but he's able to dodge away. These 80 carries going at it 1-for-1. A shutdown, 1,000 gold into the pocket of Tinones. Aegis trying to chase him down, but he will not find him. Tinones looking like old school Corky there. Doesn't even need a big package when you've got skill. Tinones putting all 10 years of experience into that team fight. Loud able to get out alive here as Grevthar was doing damage over the wall, but it wasn't enough. Just on the margins rooted, and the Elder doesn't even go down.
And Loud can't take it, not in the face of a full HP Mel. This champion does just have that up some recall here to let the rest of the team get back to base.
That's exactly what's going to happen here. Popping the Magnet Storm as well, just to waste his time, 2025, but it allows him to get back to base. This is back and forth. These minimal objectives get pinged back and forth. These minimal advantages, I should say, in this late game, approaching 45 minutes.
So, FourY4 10 spots on Winsome. That's now that Red are going to Winsome as well. He's going to be able to TP his way back into this fight. Long wall base. So Loud now should be to take this very and try and look something. Red equally with this 4v5 timer. What can they actually do? Because they can't start the bar.
Yeah, it just takes too long. It just takes too long to get through Robo. But the Elder will be still the objective that they're looking at. Baron, not going to be up for another 40 seconds. This is all you've got here. Robo trying to find his way in, trying to knock down, get a Rupture down. As the ultimate's still available here for Frosty, I believe on the Tempered Fate. Pretty much all these ultimates have come back off cooldown. Gets the Impale down, Chains of Corruption in response. Aegis backs off. Robo getting chewed through here as Grevthar just pretty much free-firing. Wiz getting decent damage down there onto Frosty, Aegis, and Brunsey. But Brunsey can heal that right back up with the Bloodthirster in his pocket. FNB, excuse me, looking for a way into this one, trying to go over that wall. Looks like he's got his Public Execution, just waiting for a moment to go in here. The Elder might get re-aggroed here. Neither team feeling comfortable enough to pull the trigger, and I don't blame them, Roodood. The whole game is on a knife's edge right now.
This is Red's time to come alive, though. They have the Ocean Soul, remember, so whereas Loud are looking to see if they can get people to go back to base and TP with the rest of their health bars. They're just playing off Ocean Soul and taking a little bit of damage, getting more healing from it than it's dealing, and then looking to play the fight out from there. We see Tinones has gone back to base. He doesn't burn the teleport. He's able to actually walk his way all the way back out from the fountain. And now looking again at those cooldowns. what's going to be back up first? We've been at this stalemate, this deadlock for so long. Wiz,
what are we doing, brother? Oh my goodness, had to blow the Stranglethorns as well. That is absolutely brutal. That could end up costing Loud huge in this fight. And like you said, the Ocean Sword just allows them, they don't have to TP back. They start at the Elder again one more time. And that huge piece of zone control not available for Loud. It's do or die now. But Tino's just going to gun down FNB as he just goes over the wall with the Istos Impact, gets the Impale there onto Tino's, and he will go down. He's out completely. The shutdown goes on to Frosty, but it doesn't matter who that goes down. You're just trying to get rid of bodies now. Robo gets locked up, and Loud misplay the fight. They lose 2 key members. They lose the key ultimate. They lose the Elder Roodood.
Yeah, Tinos thinks he's got an angle there to find the fight and take down the Ambessa, but Sterax comes through. The Death's Dance denial of damage is very big also, and with 2 members dead, Loud, they're actually, making very good lemonade with the lemons they've been dealt, as they may end up stealing away the Baron here.
Just off the mark is the True Shot Barrage, but it does hit Wiz and Root. Now Aegis almost got up there and just raw dogged it, took the scenic route, and now Red actually trying to punish here. And fair enough, both these teams, their macro has been crisp here in the late game, Roodood, not allowing any advantage to be taken. Frosty getting over the wall there as Wiz will go down to the Elder buff. Winsome pop the Magnet Storm. He eventually will go down, you'd like to think. FNB with all that mobility. Root survives. He's the only member of the team wearing purple, so not at all what they wanted to get out of that, but if nothing else, you deny that Baron for an immediate end.
That time as one, and they've just lost Winston, they've just lost Wiz. Knowns, Root, and Robo, the in defense 5-member core with Elder to clear the waves, and even still, the turrets.
One turret goes down. These do respawn if we do go to that 53, maybe 58 minute mark. That might end up mattering, but right now there's just no wave to push on. It's still that bot lane. They got that inhib down eventually. Tempered Fate not going to find its mark. Root and Tino's dealing immense damage on the other side, but now that Shred is coming through. The percent health is coming through. Robo gets the feast down onto Grevthar, but Grevthar's the only one that can shoot through. He's got this true damage. That might be enough here as Brunsey gets the kill. The shutdown goes over to Robo, but it's still a numbers advantage. So they can play on the Elder, helps them close it out. Red Canids take game 1. What a slobber knocker. Knocked down, drag out, and now on the verge of being able to lock up that 3 or 4 seed one more game, will send the Machilia, the Wolf Pack, into that decisive best of 1 and ability to play in the cross-conference stage.
48-47, your game time as that Nexus exploded. Red dragging it out till the very bitter end there and finding themselves now 1-0 up in this series. An absolute barnacle brawl between these two, and Red just barely able to come out on top. The decisions in the end there, very, very solid. You have to give credit to them where it's due. The idea of finding that fight around the Elder and then looking to deny the Baron as much as possible, finding a couple kills off the back of it, all very solid, very well executed plays. And with this 1-0 now, Loud on pressure, or under pressure I should say, for themselves to come back into this series, or ultimately have a second playoffs failing in as many splits.
Yeah, I mean, look, you knew it was going to be tough, with 2 extra teams coming in, losing 4 of your teams, essentially, to be able to compete in that cross-conference stage. But with the way that LATAM just cruised to that knockout stage, I mean, you've got 2 spots between 4 orgs that feel like they deserve at least a shot to be there, right? FourY maybe at the bottom of that barrel, but certainly between Loud and Red, it feels unfair that one of these 2 teams isn't going to get to go. But Roodood, that is the place we find ourselves in. But let's talk about that last series of events. I'm not going to call it a fight necessarily, because it was just blood kind of all over the map. That face check from Wiz, man, absolutely brutal.
Not wrong. I sense I'm struggling though, 4x4. Maybe we break and we come back.
As soon as I gave you that, I was like, and I saw just like the blurry and like you didn't move, I'm like, that was a bad throw by me. That was just a poor decision made. So we are going to take it to a break. Hopefully we get Rooted on some better internet. We can break down that one a little bit more, but regardless, we'll be back with a pivotal game 2 when we come back.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Roodood Loud are on the brink of something that, like you were saying, to tie up a point last game that you made.
Yeah.
Severe underachievement. 2 splits in a row. But
Yeah.
they've got blue side right now, and they better have something cooked.
They've unfortunately as well in Fearless Draft, they won't have Mel, Ambessa, or Skarner to work with like Red did in game number 1. However, they have taken Ash, which is a stable pickup, no doubt. I love the deny on the Maokai as well. And I feel like we've now got back to the trading of power picks as it should be, more so than anything else. So we're looking at how well can this Victor slow down the pace of the game? How well can it scale? And then get to a point of being an absolute monster later on again.
And I was worried when the Maokai was swiped away from our boy Wiz, Mr. Tank player. But hey, dude, he was good on the Zyra, to be fair, until that just absolutely wild face check in that last fight. Up until then, he was playing it fine, doing good damage, getting some roots down. Couple of whiff Stranglethorns. But right now, Root going to be on that, not quite the turbo hyperscaling AD carry that you'd like to see Root on. But look, he can he's been Loud's most consistent player since he has arrived in Brazil. Put him on the Ashe, right? B1 that, you get so much value out of the ultimate, the hawk shot, etc. And Wiz going to be on Sejuani. He is absolutely monstrous on this pick. Full FourY4 in the first rotation.
God, yeah, we are frozen comping to chime back to your TFT knowledge. Even still, I think that obviously with a lot of CC, it is countered by Merc Treads so far, so maybe a cleanse comes through as well for both of our carries here. On Red's side, maybe I have to come across the cost of a teleport. Either way, though, Merc Treads in the mid lane are mandated for Grethar, and what we see from Brunsey here, if we get this locked in, is a complete detraction from action in this sense, because he's going to stand as far back as possible. And then cast a load of spells, and hopefully not actually have to auto-attack anybody, because the second he starts auto-attacking Sejuani and Braum, it's the second you realize how useless Jhin is versus tanks until you get to the hyper late game.
Yeah, until you have 6 items and just every auto does like 800, that fourth one just 1,000 once you get that LDR going and the RFC, but it's going to take a long time. You hit quite the mid-game trough, and I mean, into 2 beefy tanks, it has to be said, but you do have
it's
a much
the weirdest
more stable...
looking Vayne I've ever seen, is my take on this, right? Like, it could have very easily been Vayne here, and yet we've ended up with Jhin, so, okay.
Mr. Helpful. So congrats, Loud, on tying up the series. Should be a great game 3. We'll see what Red cooks up on blue side. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, thank goodness they drafted the Victor for Grethar. I mean, we were talking about this a bit on Gringos Liberados. Like, Grethar, he... Again, someone for whom a lot of opinions are available as far as what you think of Grethar, but, you know, and he's more useful, or more, he hits his ceiling more on less traditional picks, but if there's a traditional pick that he is really consistent on, it is that Victor. That is the control mage that Grethar knows how to pilot extremely well.
No, exactly. I mean, what I'm also looking for in terms of Red's remaining pick here, obviously Frosty on Rakan, a very good pick, but they need damage from FNB in that top side, because Victor isn't going to be able to get through Sejuani, Braum, and a front line that the top lane is going to play, probably some semblance of a tank from Winston as well, probably Nautilus or something here. Leona's still available, actually, if they want to take that, versus the Rakan, not a bad matchup either. So, a lot of tools that Loud can take, and a lot of damage that will need to be dealt by Red, and damage that won't come until very later on, unless FNB takes... not Camille versus Renekton, but maybe Jax banned, unlucky, but something of that ilk.
I was gonna say, I mean, the Camille, right? We haven't seen that from FNB, but like it is something that he can get. It will be the Olaf instead from FNB, a pick that we have associated with both of these top laners, really. But there's your kind of, I mean, it's solving the same problem, but in a very different way. Yeah.
So I'm okay with it. I'm here to champion it. So we're okay with this pickup, and it is damage as well, so we'll allow it. And I also have to apologise for thinking that Loud hadn't already picked their support when I saw the Braum 7 years ago and was still talking about potential Leona picks. Either way, I like what Loud have got, I like what Red have got, the fact that FNB has opted into damage, and I think that this pick specifically versus Renekton, obviously going to be very good. The Ruthless Predator is just completely useless as soon as you ding level 6. And the Renekton versus Olaf as well. We've seen this, honestly, a bit of a... For all of our new LLA enthusiasts, I'm not sure how your Olaf versus Renekton matchups were going, but we've seen this one time and time again.
Yeah, this is quite the, like you said, the storied matchup. We've seen this one, you know, kind of feels like a 2022 matchup, very much. A little older school, but should be interesting here. I mean, and Robo kind of, you know, with his back against the wall here, going to lock in, you know, something a little more stable, but FNB with the power to take over this game. And like you said, you've locked in a more consistent source of damage, which is kind of what you need, right, into the Jhin lane. I mean, but you've got a couple picks that some of these players are really comfortable on, right? Talk about Grethar on the Victor. Frosty on the Rakan, though, is really what I want to focus on. Frosty's had his ups and downs, and he's definitely had growing pains as he has come into the league. This is now his 3rd year, I want to say, if I'm speaking correctly, but something that he has always had in his bag and become all the more valuable now in Fearless Draft, in the world we live in. The Rakan for him is absolutely lethal. He is so strong on this champion.
I mean, to just, like you say, where he's been, where he's come to, the expectations that this player had from the beginning were largely met, right? I mean, Brunsey, like the guy that, you know, bot gap on the bicep, up against former organization as well. You know, that org that he went and bot gapped with down in the over at MSI Worlds, MSI. I'm getting my international events mixed up.
Worlds was the back gap one. Yep.
Yeah, so like again, the ability to knock out that organization that decided he wasn't the player that they wanted to go with, after we'd all thought as well, hey, this is a working roster. Pull in Root though and see how that's happened. There's going to be a certain bitter taste that would be left in Brunsey's mouth if he's not able to finish that job off.
Yeah, and that unfortunately has been kind of, this iteration of the Red roster. They've kept it together, just them and Pain, that didn't go through any roster shuffle at all. But hold on a second. Wait, shut up, Hank. We've got Grasp Victor.
Woo! Tanks, baby! Let's go!
I mean, look, you've got enough damage on the other side of things, but, like, I don't know. This feels a little unnecessary. What do you think?
So it's... When we look at late game and how much damage Comet, for example, actually adds...
Sure.
It's 80, right? 70 in a fight. Maybe 2-3x that in a full fight where there's a lot of spells going off and the fight takes a while. You look at the HP that Grasp gives you over time that is permanent. It vastly outweighs the Comet. Do you remember when junglers used to be able to take Strength of the Ages or Courage of the Colossus, like season 8?
Sure.
And everyone was talking about, well, why did they take Thunderlord's Decree when they could just take this rune which gives them 300 health for 3? And that's kind of the same philosophy that you have to apply to the Grasp of the Undying, because it helps out in a melee lane as well, and it also is going to give you a lot of health as you move later on into the game.
FNB just kind of running Robo down here, and the top lane. Yeah, I guess we'll see as well, like, where does the build path go for Grefthar? He's gone with the Dorans here early.
I imagine it's still just going to be full AP.
Yeah, I mean, you would, again, you would think so, because, like we're kind of saying, the AD carry is going to be kind of useless into chewing through the Sejuani, which you're going to have to do here. I mean, talk about a really good Morello's applier, right, with the anti-heal, if you want to go that route. Grefthar are going to be able to do that really, really well with that ever-expanding Chaos Storm. Yeah, you need that consistent source of damage there. And I mean, I just, like, it's one thing if you can, like the tank Azir, right? You survive and it gives you bit of a bigger window to pop that big ultimate and go, do that, EQ, flash, max combo, that faker combo. But there's no, like, CC for Grefthar that's, like, big game changing. You have the gravity well, obviously, but very few games have been won off of a gravity well. So you still need the damage to be useful.
I think very few games have been visibly won off of a gravity well. I'll fight on that because I think that the spell is very... maybe underrated is the wrong term, but it's a very strong spell, just to keep it a buck. However, we did see there from Wiz, he attempted to sniff his way into the top side and immediately backed on out. Want to see how well we keep a track of these two sort of tankier junglers, what their jobs are going to be. And I expect as well Aegis probably pivots his build path a little bit off of what we're I say used to seeing, aka I just think he'll build a Liandry's, which is a fine starting point, and I think it's the little bit of damage that they're going to need in the early game to keep themselves going. Looks like Tinones is looking to get a cheeky recall here. Might not want to use that teleport, but does anyway, and find himself back into the laning phase with a refillable potion, so it's not going well.
Yeah, that was not quite the cheater recall value that you wanted, but here we are. Yeah, this melee to range matchup is going about how you'd expect early on, and you got to give credit to Grefthar as well, right? I mean, he's kind of dominating this matchup with, because the one thing Comet does help with, to kind of go back to that point, is your laning, right? It helps you be a little bit more oppressive.
Yeah.
But Grefthar clearly doing just fine without it. Going for a big dive here, 2v1. No, it's a 2v2 as Aegis shows up here. Is FNB going to survive? Robo has to flash out of there. Or no, excuse me, Wiz had to flash out of there, pardon me, but now it's a 2v2 here with the rest of the gang rolling up to the top lane. FNB gonna go down, or gosh, Aegis goes down, Robo gets the kill. Apologies there, folks. But FNB will survive.
What can Grefthar get? I think they're all fine here.
They just might be. Yeah, Grefthar doesn't have a ton of damage in his kit just yet. No upgraded spell, and look at that.
Okay, so again, a little bit of a misplay there from Aegis this time. These early game fights, beginning to get a little bit critical of. There's two people under the turret, and I hope we get a replay because I'll be able to give a little bit more apt description. Either way, though, coming out with an advantage in the kills, it's Robo finding first blood. It's a move from the Victor who has to sacrifice all of his lane pressure to try and move up to that top side and not find anything.
Yeah.
Definitely feels really rough for Red overall, and Loud find themselves in a similar position to the one they found themselves in game number 1, where they get the first blood and just a small advantage early on. It's nothing that obviously we haven't seen Red come back from, not least in this series, but it's definitely a good indicator once again that Loud could take this early game by storm. And I think importantly as well, this is an early game lead onto Robo, where last game it was the complete opposite. Everywhere else was winning, and he may just get another dive off again.
I mean, to be able to bully FNB, I mean, not out of this game because you are an Olaf, you do have true damage, you do have the Ragnarok, you're never going to be out of a game, but like you said, Robo, if he's the primary beneficiary of this early attention as Robo gets the initial aggro, they execute that beautifully.
And double flash as well from FNB and Frosty, who flashes, heals, and gets neither of them to have any form of impact. Frosty knew the play was coming, wasn't there in time either way, and that's just a very swift pickup. This time around, it's Tinones that finds it, and again, a little bit of experience denied under the turret. So Loud, absolutely running away with the early game, using that top lane prio, or the fact that we can push and dive, to continually find those kills.
Grefthar going to eat 4 stacks of the Permafrost. Gravity Field finds its mark onto Wiz. Tinone goes in. Doesn't have level 6 just yet, but there goes the Chaos Storm. But you know, it does have level 6. That's Grefthar. It's going to be ticking away to dissuade anything further. Winsome goes forward, gets a little bit of damage denial. Aegis makes things happen in the bottom lane. So a spiky early game here, Roodood. We've got, I mean, yeah, like Robo getting these early kills, though, and this early experience. We've seen what Robo can do on a Renekton. Even in the late game, that's always the criticism of Renekton. You are useless in the late game. You become a one-button burst. If you can't land that stun, you just are, why even play the game? And that's still true to an extent for Robo, but he always lands that 3-second stun. He always finds the angle. He's so proficient on this champion.
Is it 3 seconds? That's a mental amount of time.
Or maybe not 3 seconds. I think I said 3 seconds, but what I meant was like the triple charge stun, like the 3 auto stun. That's what was supposed to come out of my mouth.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Aegis, imagine this play, but Aegis Q flashes or flash Qs when they're both under the turret. Instead, he walks all his way in, and both of them have actually made it out of that turret range. It's one of those situations that you have to commit the flash there to make the play happen. Otherwise, this is the consequence. And it really does end up or rather evolving into this second dive where Robo plays it exceptionally, gets the stun off, charges his Fury so he's able to get a heal off of his Q again, and then heals, dashes back out of the turret range. So he only actually takes 1 turret shot in the time it takes for both he and Tinones to pick up that kill. Again, the snowball effects of one small misplay or just a small misexecution, unfortunately, is costing FNB significantly.
Yeah, and again, with his kit, he's going to be able to get back into this one, but Loud, they've got quite the golden opportunity here to be able to snowball this potentially. Every lane is winning except for kind of that mid lane, but even then, you're breaking even with the kill that Tinone's got there early. And crucially, keeping a bunch of zeros on that bottom side of the map, right? Grefthar hasn't been able to impact any other part of this this game, really. He's just been playing defense, kind of. And again,
as well, I think important to remember, this top side of the map was where Red should be looking to have that early game impact, just looking to stop the recall here of Brunsey. He's going to be successful as he...
Oh, man, and got the cleanse as well. Brunsey knows immediately he screwed up.
Well, that's going to be something that could very easily get punished. But the point being that this Jhin is not offering damage, right? Is not killing the Sejuani, is not killing the Braum, and with a Swifty Boots rush, looking to, build a little bit of lethality, it's not going to be killing them anytime soon either. So the fact that the Olaf is behind means that Red's early game woes are very, very large, and that Loud are in a great position.
Yeah. No, in a fantastic spot, like you said, and Loud, they haven't been this team that kind of dominates the early game and then just like face rolls with it, but they also really haven't, gotten these early games. We haven't seen them in kind of early positions of advantage just yet, but they've got a golden opportunity here. Their comp certainly plays to it, and in the late game, this comp is kind of going to play itself. You just give the ball to Root, let him dribble around some guys and bang it into the top corner. He is reliable at that, if nothing else. Wiz on the Sejuani had a deathless game, deathless 40-minute game the other day, last week. He is rock solid on this champion. Robo already onto that Black Cleaver, feeling really good about things right now.
I'm sure you made lots of very salient points there, FourY4, but I stopped listening the second that you made a soccer reference because it's so infrequent. It's so infrequent to hear an American actually use correct terminology, right? So I do apologize.
Hey, I'm just glad you said soccer right there. That makes me feel validated. Your audience as well.
I acclimatized, right? But bang it into the top corner is so Sunday League football that you just, if you get it, you get it, and it gave me a little chuckle, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad. That was the goal. Only 40 seconds left until the next set of grubs come up. Those did go over to Loud. First one. Look, the Brits invented the word soccer. Don't make me do this, Rose. All right? They gave us that word and they shame us for using it. They don't like it when certain words are said with the accent that I possess. We're not going to do this right now. Otherwise, we're not going to focus on the game. 2,000 gold lead for Loud. They've got the first 3 grubs. First dragging one over to Red. Both these objectives are going to spawn at very similar times here. And there hasn't been any sort of towers taken. No out-and-out advantage on the map gained by either side here. So we'll see how these want to be set up. Every teleport is available as well here. Feels like we could be on the brink of something kind of breaking open here. But, I mean, but again, like...
Do you want to know what's really going to happen? They're just going to trade objectives and nothing's going to happen. There will be no breaking open.
I was going to try to talk myself into something else and talk you potentially into something else as Winsome uses the Glacial Fissure there to get Brunsey and Frosty out of their hair. But now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes forward. There goes the Nature's Grasp going forward as well from Aegis. Gets 2 on the ultimate, but the wave gets thinned out and they've got nothing to do.
Yeah, Frosty there very wisely tanks the Enchanted Crystal Arrow so that Brunsey can't get interrupted, but no actual kills end up coming from this, just an exchange of ultimates. FNB did make his way down to that bot side, were there to be a big play, but, not to toot my own trumpet or anything, but we're looking to maybe trade those objectives, as it could very well be that I've tooted too early, as Loud might look to contest this dragon and Red have been forced away.
Yeah, everyone looking towards that mid lane, or towards that bottom river, I should say, with the advantage created in the mid lane. And now down we go. Scuttle Crab, yeah, they see exactly what they're doing, and there's nothing they can do about it. Now 6 grubs over there, as FNB going to farm himself up some turret plating gold. Still a couple minutes left for me to be able to do that. But, man, look at the gold disadvantage that he's got.
Yeah, it's a 1,400 gold disadvantage, but look at the items as well. Robo has a full black cleaver, and FNB's got some fancy shoes and a couple long swords, right? It's not fun for FNB currently in this top matchup, so Robo will happily sacrifice a wave to make his way down to the dragon, secure that for him, and he knows that he is going to still be absolutely fine in the 1v1 versus this Olaf. Still has more than enough of an advantage to keep himself at bay.
And now has a slightly larger advantage, taking a Rose there. But yeah, no, the item discrepancy is absolutely monumental right now. I mean, to have less gold than Aegis right now, but that just shows, I mean, he's just been bullied out of this early game. It's gone spectacularly, frankly, and Loud, they're starting to now get to a point where that lead is starting to be made manifest. 2,000 gold lead like we had in game 1, as Robo just kind of wandered into the wrong side of the train tracks here, as Robo, or FNB, excuse me, going to pop the Ragnarok. A Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits the right target, thank goodness. It helps Robo take him down. That could have been absolutely useless as far as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is concerned, but Frosty able to get the CC down, and who's coming to the rescue but Wiz with the Glacial Prison over the wall. FNB low on mana, low on health, but retreat under the safety of the turret.
Unfortunately, Wiz and Winsome are the 2 champions you don't want to be there for this dive. They just don't have the damage, and maybe they're going to be able to interrupt some recalls, but realistically, teleports come down. Wiz wants to stop these.
Oh, that's exactly what he does! The damage isn't much, but it's enough to get the job done. Onto a Rakan, and now Tino's coming up here. Loud playing this fantastically.
And 5-1 now, 3,000 gold advantage. The whole time, yeah, Grethar's getting a couple of minions down on this bot side, maybe a turret plating, but the advantage for Loud continuing to escalate. Robo can even teleport down to this bot side with those extra kills and fancies the 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely he does, and Robo, he doesn't have the dominance, but he's still got okay damage, but it might just be an ult diff there, as 4 ultimates expended, and they're not going to kill Robo.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get the indicator for how the range on the Jhin ulti there. Robo, happily, just outside of it, as Tinos is going to be able to take down a turret in that top lane, so feats of strength, I mean, they were already secured, but now fully picked up for Loud in this game. And this is a situation for Red, which is going to be rather painful, because, again, the composition that they've drafted for does nothing for the early game, right? Their Olaf's behind. Their Victor has done very little in this early game, so they are waiting until they get to 4, 5, 6 items before they're able to really come to bear in these team fights.
Loud having, again, a couple of... Look, they lost game 1 off some individual misplays, but the early games from Loud have looked cleaner than we've seen them in a long, long time. Even during their dynasty a couple years ago, they weren't kind of, unless it was against the liberties of the world, you weren't just seeing these tremendous leads taken, and then this mid-game played out very methodically here. Red, they've got no answers right now. 4,000 gold lead almost at the 15-minute mark. All they can do is just take little bits and scraps around the map. They got that first kill and then a dragon, and that's kind of it. And you're seeing the gold difference here. I mean, just the everything difference between these two top laners right now. A 2,300 gold lead. Or no, excuse me, that's damage. Apologies. But the difference is kind of reflective of that, everything.
Robo's winning, FNB isn't. That's the long and short of this. And so far, I mean, Robo on the Renekton, I think, again, you talked about this a little earlier on, when he gets this pick, different gravy, right? You just feel like he's going to be able to do something. And this time it's come from the early game. It's come from that lane where he's been so proficient so early on.
He's so tough to deal with. Aegis again, popping the ultimate, able to get a deadly flourish off, but that's about it.
Yeah, and that's Jhin. That's his full damage combo versus a Sejuani. Like, I hate to break it to you all, but this Jhin will not be doing damage for a long, long time. Collector, yes, cool. They've got a Sejuani who's built plated steel caps, so she would win the 1v1 anyway. Yeah,
I fear the Sejuani clears here in this 1v1. And we talked about, you mentioned, I should say, the Liandry's early here for Aegis. That worries me a little bit just because it feels like Red aren't in a position to kind of overwhelm you with damage right now. So arrow goes out, just barely misses onto Grevthar. Frosty getting a little bit of CC down there with the grand entrance. But, I mean, why did you think that the Liandry's was a good choice early? Because for me, like, if you're going to have such an insane kind of mid-game trough, I want a tank kind of in that mid-game. So I would have just gone, like, like Maokai just build this kind of straight tank. What's the thinking behind the Liandry's here?
The best defense is a good offense, right? And unfortunately, I'm just, especially with phase rush as well, kind of it hints at that also. But it just gives them that little bit of early game damage that they were missing. And unfortunately, it's come through far too late in the game, to the point now where that Liandry's is a nuisance rather than a threat.
Yeah, and a nuisance is good for a bit, but a nuisance isn't going to surmount a 4,000 gold lead. As Loud, again, full control over the bottom side. I mean, not even full control. The Scuttle Crab goes to Red, but they don't need full control. You just have to sit there and watch them do it. Just hang out in the closet and never mind. We're not going to do that. The second dragon of the game for Loud, third dragon overall, it will be that Ocean Soul again up and running. That will be up for contention. Loud playing us out again, just extremely methodically, and Roodood. I struggle to see a way kind of back into this one, but again, it's like, I mean, that's not totally true. You're going to need to isolate and kind of run somebody down, right? FNB with the Ragnarok, you do get immense value out of that. You do have true damage, and you do have a long-range bit of CC with Brunsey, right? Jhin is Mr. Useless, but he does have that from a screen away.
Yeah, I mean, the concern for me currently is that all of their eggs are in the FNB basket for so much of this game. And yes, possible that he can get onto Root, right? But he's probably going to have to use Flash to do it. And then what's going to happen afterwards? Well, Root's probably just going to flash away. And yes, as long as he can close that gap, sure. But what's also going to happen is everybody's going to be DPSing FNB because he's the only actual threat on this red composition for the time being. So he is just going to get melted. He's got Stride Breaker and some plated steel caps, so it's not a lot of damage that is going to be taken to take him out of the game. And I think that for the most part, Red, their job this game is to stall as much as possible, and Loud's job, rather, is to go and win this match.
Setting up for something potentially on the bottom side. Just kind of stalking their prey. There goes the, not Scar's Bloom. Oh, the blue one, the trinket. Help me out. Not important. Chain of Crystal Aura goes out. The CC chain is absolutely massive as Aegis throws out his ult in response. But no blood, no foul here. As able to rescue Grevthar is the rest of Red Canids, but they get this tower. And FNB's going to get something on the top side. Look at that.
All right, well, and I was all for criticizing Grevthar this game. He's gone Sork shoes in a situation where Merc Treads look pretty darn good. But the theory, I think, for Grevthar, and I'm kind of on board with this, is I have to be better. I can't afford to go Merc Treads, and I'm just going to have to deal with that.
Now Winsome pops the shield.
They forgot about Robo.
They forgot about Robo. Robo getting into the back line. They delete Grevthar. He's got some range, but not enough. They get a pick, and they move out. There's not enough damage on the back end to be able to do anything for Red Canids once Grevthar goes down. You're kind of up the creek without a paddle here.
Yeah, the object permanence diff there, a well-known skill check to all League of Legends players. We saw Robo walk into that bush, but forgot about him the second he walked in there, and then all of a sudden, Grethar just unfortunately gets popped. And again, the consequence of not having those Merc Treads is he tanks the full duration of that empowered stun, isn't able to do anything before he goes down. And, you know, those Sork shoes are rendered useless because all of the penetration is coming through on damage that he's not putting out.
And Loud, if they just keep taking these advantages, it won't matter. I mean, FNB's starting to get back into this one. And I still want to see him in a straight-up 5v5, but it's just going to take too long, I think. And Loud probably going to be able to, again, barring disaster, close this one out. But Loud have a little bit of disaster in them. And again, just playing these fights very, very well, very patiently. Robo, he sees his moment, goes right back in, and gets what he needs to. And Tinones across the map interrupts the teleport from FNB. That was the crucial detail there. That's why we haven't seen him here. Fantastic fight on two fronts here from Loud as they get two targets. Grethar, again, not allowed to play League of Legends.
And Isolated taken down. The ward's just not quite good enough from Red. And now they want more. Brunsey forced to flash.
Ooh, absconding, abducting Brunsey, trolled by the blast cone, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Now 8-1 for Loud. We didn't get to dwell on the 7-1 for too long in Brazil this time around.
Thank goodness.
Root on the board with a crucial first kill, as well as Robo just running down two members of Red because he can.
Yeah, and I mean, against FNB, a little bit more tricky. The 3v1 not quite as likely. But even still, Chilling Smite goes down. Might look for this fight still as he's just able to slice over one. Gets himself out to safety. So there we go. A lot of time committed by Red. Don't think they're going to be able to take this turret in the face of the Renekton. But even still, Robo very happy with how that fight has just gone down. That whole sequence of events very beneficial for Loud again.
Absolutely. I mean, and they've got, I mean, Baron spawning in a couple minutes here, so she'll be able to set up nicely for that. Let's get another look at how things went down here. They draw their attention all onto Winsome, but Root and Wiz just dump so much CC on them.
Yep, and I mean, Tinones and Wiz are also just kind of flying out of the woodwork, making sure that they are getting onto the victor, which is that important piece. And, you know, as much as FNB was there, what good did he actually provide? Well, he knows if he jumps into all four people, he's going to get chewed through and churned out. So he doesn't do anything. And an Olaf that doesn't do anything is a pretty bad Olaf to have on your side. So a really tricky position currently for Red to find themselves in. Soon they're going to be up against the Atacant as well. I like that Loud have left this for the time being. I'm more and more getting more comfortable with teams that are so far ahead and don't need this Atacant buff. I'm more happy with them just doing nothing with it and then using it to take a more controlled fight later on. So when the Baron spawns, they will go take Atacant, and then they can start Baron with Atacant at their back, with the idea that, okay, if things go wrong, we've got that backup in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and be able to potentially punish something on the back end of it, right? If it's a close fight, if you take down a couple members and it's just FNB kind of in a side lane, maybe we can get there, right? If you've got a teleport in your back pocket, you can punish just so much quicker. We still haven't seen the other Atacant, though. I think still in professional League of Legends, it has just become a name whispered in the wind, right? A tale of time gone
Ruinous.
by. Ruinous.
What was that? What is this? Does it exist? The thing though is with Loud, especially in this position, the game should largely be signed, sealed, and delivered. I'm going to put that out there. They are in a very comfortable position. They still have to close this game out. Now they've taken very appropriate steps to be able to make that happen, right? They've got 3 out of the 4 dragons that are taken, so in 4 minutes time they're going to get a soul. They are now working through this Atacant, albeit at a very slow pace as it's currently just Wiz hitting it, but their attention around that is on that top side. They've got enough shallow vision so that they can see when Red are coming. Winsome, I like his positioning, prim and proper in front of this tri-brush, and if you're Red looking to contest this, you know, I'm looking at the items, and this is as good a chance as you're going to get. 2 items on Brunsey, 2 items on Grethar. How do you take this fight, though?
You gotta go on the back of Frosty, right? He's gotta go in. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find its way onto the Rakan. Crucially, not able to cancel that Jhin ultimate. Ragnarok popped as he just chews down Wiz. He goes down. Atakan still up here. Winsome will go down eventually as well. And Brunsey and Grefthar are just free fire. There's so much damage on the other side here. As hang on a second here, Red have life. Never underestimate the ability to swing in the mid game here. Loud not able to get the fight they wanted here. Now they've got the Atakan buff to be able to get back on the map quickly here as Tino's not able to get so much healing down, but Loud come out ahead at the end of the day. Root, you worship at the feet of this Korean AD carry if you are a Loud fan. What a fight played by these two from Loud.
And it's a great example of why not cookie cuttering your build is so valuable. Root has the 2 single items that would have allowed him to do what he just did. The Bloodthirster in that fight will have had such insane value for him, keeping himself alive and, importantly, taking all 5 Atakans away from Red. Again, such a good fight for the Knids. I don't want to take that away from them because they were 7,500 gold behind, and I just said Loud should have this game wrapped up. Unfortunately, that may not be the case anymore. Red have breathed life back into them. Stealing away that Atakan denies Loud that ability to brazenly take the Baron, to brazenly step towards this soul. And even though the gap is still very much in Loud's favor, it is definitely closed.
And now things like this 1v1, which we're going to see a couple of times, I think, get a lot more interesting. As Aegis not respecting the honorable 1v1, as Robo was very much ahead in that one. Nature's Grasp popped there by Aegis as well, as Tino's going forward with the Proto Belt, not able to land the E. Gets a little bit of damage down, slows him just a little bit. FNB throws an undertow out. Grevthar locked up again, just getting caught out in rough positions, not able to use really the full ability of that Victor Kit aside from that Atakan fight. And now with Grevthar down, Wiz just leading the charge as Winsome and Root able to just stand by and just take all this damage. Winsome and Wiz just protecting Root from the ultimate there, the curtain call from Brunsey. As no blood, no foul, they get Grevthar, and now they've got their sights set on the Baron here. Aegis, no flash, no ultimate, a lot of ultimates down. Actually, every single one down for the side of Red Knids.
So Grevthar can TP. That's an option that they've got in 17 seconds time.
He's even going to be back in time.
Get through Tino's, get through the massive front line that's there, the really solid DPS that Loud have on this Baron, and Red, time is running out.
Tino's just stole a huge ultimate, the Nature's Grasp. So good around these objective fights. Does not allow Red to play the game. Allowed that 7,000 gold lead. It came and it went, and now it's back.
All right. So the game should be signed, sealed, and delivered.
As we were.
With the Baron at their backs, I mean, with tier 2 mid lane already taken, there's a lot of gold standing in that top tier 1, 700 gold roughly, if they can go and break that down. That's probably job number 1, and then it really becomes, okay, let's start knocking down some inhibitor turrets. Let's take those inhibs out. Remember, Drake spawning in 15 seconds, and Loud have to face check to get in here.
Well, that's not exactly what they do. Rather, Loud or Red, Loud just kind of catch him in the brush there. As FNB pops the Ragnarok, just trying to chew through Wiz with that true damage. Tino's going in with the stolen Rakan ultimate. Gets a lot of CC down in the back line. Brunsey goes down. Buys a lot of time with that stopwatch. Gets out of the gravity well as well with the E. Absconds and abducts Aegis. Trying to buy some time with him, but with the Blast Cone just says, nope, I got to find my own way out of this. Does not, in fact, do that as Grevthar, again, shows up, does a little bit, and dies. Loud all over Red here in game 2. Capped off by a double kill for Robo.
They have a mid wave. They have a top wave. This might well just be game here. 4x4 Baron at their backs, 28 minutes in. Loud pave the haters away as they close this series up 1-1. Again, lives on the line, tournament and split lives firmly under fire. They step back and they fire true.
An 8-week vacation awaits the loser of this next game. Definitely do not want to find yourself on the business end of that one. Loud. A little bit of an oops here around the Atakan, but that's one kind of becoming a lot more common across pro play, it seems like. It's been quite the objective to take, but my goodness, what a dominant showing apart from that for Loud. I mean, we don't see, again, it bears repeating, against good teams. Loud don't play front-to-back clean games. They have really good late games and team fights, But with this new roster, even that is not as reliable of a win condition. But Loud just front to back, I kind of dominated this one against Red. They didn't really feel like they had a way back into this one.
No, I mean, like you say, it was literally that Atacon. We'll call it a throw that they, immediately salvaged quite quickly. But the good thing was that they were so far ahead already, they could afford a throw. And I don't think that any game is a better indicator of such a statement than that one, They're, up 7,500 gold. All of a sudden, that gold lead gets all but halved. The enemy team gets a ton of Atacons, gets the kill as well, or gets some kills as well. You're thinking, hold on, maybe Red have got a way back into this. And then, okay, there we go, Loud. They've snapped their fingers and they're right back to where they needed to be.
And that's been the frustrating part for Brazil. Aside from last split, that's just kind of what Loud seemed to do. Pain Gaming, of course. Actually, Pain Gaming dumped Loud into the lower bracket last split, but it was actually Red Canids who dumped them completely out of playoffs last split. So this team has had their priors with Loud, but in this game, they were simply no match. And now Red probably going to go back onto blue side for game 3. Roodood, Loud, I mean, if you want to just... Loud have looked like the better team throughout the series, right? Red kind of squeaked out that win in game 1. Loud made a couple of late-game blunders, but they were not in control of that last one, but they were within full striking distance in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the game 1 could have gone either way, I think is the easy way of saying it. Game 2 was Loud's to lose, and they didn't end up losing it, so they should be happy with that. The issue is they do go back on to Red side, presumably, which typically just gives a little bit of a drafting edge over to Red. So the question becomes, what do they want to first pick? Blah, blah, blah. Where do our bans end up falling? So we'll get to see all of that on the other side. But for the most part, Red should be, a little bit happy with how they played in game number 1. They need to book their ideas up for game number 3 because they got absolutely shellacked in game number 2.
Yeah, it was ugly. You've got the Scion Lilia if you want to go to that, but that was a bit of a disaster in week 1 with lane swaps. I think, that just gets so much tougher to play into. Roodood, as the unbiased caster, saying, please, for the love of God, do not do that.
Let's leave that in the kitchen. It needs a little longer.
Yeah, I was going to say, not in kind of such dire circumstances, but I have a feeling Red, especially with blue side, like you said, a little bit of an advantage, a little more control in how the proceedings go in draft. I imagine they will have something spicy for us. We'll see potentially what that is in a few minutes when we come back.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions.
We are live, we are hot, and we are hot dropping into draft. It is Red Canids actually taking red side here, Roodood, after their loss. So leaving B1 to use on Pantheon for loud.
Yeah, of course. It's exactly what we would have expected. What's your B1 go-to in a game 3? Yeah, it's Pantheon. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, it worked for Pro Delta. I mean, maybe not in B1, but it worked for Pro Delta last weekend. Either way, though, with the Pantheon locked in, a lot of flexibility for Loud. I like the Xayah as an answer specifically to the Vi. However, as an answer to the Caitlyn, it's guns to get rolled. The range disparity is quite high, and I think that this Alistar isn't going to help as much as maybe Loud would have liked. This is a champion that, unfortunately, as Caitlyn, you can actually deal with Alistar quite well if your E works, quote, works. If you time your E right, you shouldn't get knocked up by Alistar's WQ combo. Obviously, if you flash is different story entirely. Yeah. But this is a really solid bot lane already for the Red Canids, just by proxy of the Caitlyn.
We'll see what it gets paired with as far as the support is concerned. You want to go just full range? Do you want to just go, poke, like, kill threat, etc.? But it will be the Nico locked in here. And again, this could go to Grevthar, could go to Frosty. I actually, again, given Grevthar and kind of who he is, this feels like a Grevthar pick, right? Let everybody else do the damage. You are the setup.
It feels like a Grevthar pick, but I think that it will go very well if Frosty wants to take it as well. So like the flexibility is
with the tangle
massive,
barbs,
right?
It's
so you get that setup. It's a form of Caitlyn looks, in the sense that you just get a root in a different champion. And also I think that the poke as well that they get is obviously going to make it so that this Alistar should never really be able to engage. Like from level 1, you just both the red bot laners take Q and then job's done. What does Alistar do, right? It just loses. So going into the second round of bans though, I like that we're getting to see the Xin and the Tilia taken off the board, so those typical sort of counter-engage-esque champion in the Tilia. The Xins are probably the only other jungler left that could manage to deal with the early game output that Avaya is going for. Now, Jarvan is still open, but I don't want to see Loud take Jarvan when they see Caitlyn, because Nighty Calibanet gets shot at the Cataclysm, and you're already in a world of hurt at that rate anyway. So I'm curious as to what jungler we're going to see for Loud, and maybe it just ends up being the Pantheon for Wiz in all actuality.
Now the Galio has come in here, and again, Galio could go the support route as well, but now I think this leans toward what you were saying, Roodood, is you pair the Nico down there on Frosty, pair it with Brunsey, and just be a really oppressive bottom lane, and Grevthar, again, a style of champion that suits his playstyle.
Yeah, again, it for the bot lane specifically counters the Alistar, which is good news. However, I think this now confirms that you have Caitlyn Nico bot lane and the Galio going into the mid lane. That's the better permeation of these lanes, in my opinion. And now Loud have got their choice of really what they answer this Galio with. Because the reason that this would change is if they pick a champion that gets absolutely rinsed, right? That rinses Galio, or that absolutely destroys a Nico, for example. So I like this from Loud. They take the Aurora. I think that this will do very well versus the Galio specifically, and might force the Nico into the mid lane to act as some sort of stabilizing tool.
R5 Aatrox now, and I was going to say maybe you even had, as far as just late game or late draft kind of swaps, we've seen Galio in the top lane as well, here and there. Yeah. So depending on if you had something really spicy into Robo's Gragas there, maybe you bust that out, R5, and allow FNB to take that Galio. But I do think you want, I mean, FNB, just given the player that he is and what he can do, I want to see him on something more high octane, on something like the Aatrox, let his talent shine through, and allow him to be kind of that mid-game bridge, right? You are there kind of, Vi goes in, Galio over the top, and let Aatrox just wreak havoc.
So we get our answer then for where our laners are going to go. The combo of Vi Galio is going to be centered around that mid lane. You've got a hyper winning bot side as well. Red have drafted themselves this ability to hopefully snowball a game with Platelyn more so than anything else, right? You take plates bot lane or top lane, you're going to try and move them into that top side and take plates there as well. Loud will lane swap this game. They do not want to play these lanes standard, and that's going to open up for a whole host of craziness through this early game, to be honest.
Yeah, should be really, really interesting. I feel like it's a very high stakes early game, right? You talk about the Caitlyn, you talk about kind of in a similar vein, the Pantheon for Wiz in the jungle, in that both these champions kind of have to get rolling to be useful later on. There's a bit of snowballing required for both of these sides. But, I mean, Wiz, I've got my eyes on him, man. I mean, you've got to be using that Grand Starfall on cooldown. And Wiz, he's the type of player that will do that. And, you know,
he'll say, okay, bet.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of for better or for worse, but usually it turns out for better. I mean, you know, Sejuani and Pantheon aren't the same champion, but the high impact ultimates that they have, Wiz, I remember, like, I say I remember it clear as day. I don't remember what game it was, but it was a series, I think probably against Cade, I guess, last week, where Wiz just every, you know, minute and a half or however long that cooldown is on the Glacial Prison, he was somewhere, he was using it. He was blowing a cleanse, baiting out a flash, right? Things like that. Just being all over the map. So Wiz has that in him. And Pantheon always makes me nervous. But if there's a guy I trust to be able to have an impact on it and just, you know, force responses as well from the Galio and things like that, it's Wiz.
Yeah, and I think they're just trying to get a glimpse now of where those pieces on the chessboard are actually going early on. You can see Loud with purpose moving into this top side. I actually wouldn't have even minded if Red tried to fight for a 5v5 early on to try and deny some of this vision. But importantly, look at where those wards are going down in the top side jungle from Loud. They place one between the tier 2 and the tier 3 turret, so they're going to know whichever exit they look to, whoever it is that's walking towards that top lane, they're going to get spotted.
Yep, Loud doing a pretty good job here early on, controlling whatever channels Aegis wants to go through. Good ganker. Obviously, level 6 is when this champion really comes alive, but actually, I want to propose to you, how do you feel about Vi? I didn't realize that there were kind of such controversial opinions available. I understand why it can look a little inty if you do it wrong, but how do you feel about this champion?
I'm happy with Vi currently. I think it's a fine pick to try and take, and normally you'd like to set it up with a Xayah, but ultimately the way that they've set up the draft, it's not been possible. And I think that unfortunately, especially when you ban Xayah, it's because you want to pick Vi, and that sort of sets it up. And what the enemy team can do then is just take the Vi from you, right? So I'm okay with the pick, and I think that with a Galio, with an Aatrox as well, the Nico's going to try and dive forward as well. It stands to reason and is going to have an impact this game. But as we can already see, and as we kind of theorized, right, it's a split map, so Wiz is going to take the red side that typically belongs to red, and Aegis, is going to be able to find that set of jungle creeps down on the bot side also, as Grethar forced to flash in the mid lane 2v2 that has spawned in. And now, I mean, with this, do Loud look for more? Do FNB find trouble?
I was going to say, Robo's certainly thinking about it. He knows, I mean, probably the only reason he didn't go kind of full bore on that is that he knows exactly where Aegis is, right? And if he extends that fight too long, Aegis comes up and can punish him. But now actually a 4v2 here. FNB's still level 1 now, but Robo coming down here with Winsome to provide some relief here as this top
lane. This is do
lane
or die.
For Red.
Okay. So the teleport up to that top side, as soon as FNB sees the cow, knows that he's probably able to go and 1v1 route, or at least survive in that 1v1 as he misses all 3 minions. He's going to be able to, at the very least, be there and get the experience. Winsome with a wise play to give Robo some experience and some time under that turret. And now our 2v2s have changed, because Robo is obviously still going to get poked out. This doesn't make the bot lane any more tenable for whoever goes down there, and in fact I'd argue putting 2 melee champions down there makes it even worse. But what this is for Loud is a way to get root into this game, and you know, if you've been watching Loud for the last 3 years, you know that root is the person you put gold in if you have a choice.
Yep, 100%. I mean, he's going to be so monstrous in the late game. Like you said, a good response into the Vi. Early on, right, you were opting for a certain matchup, like you said, just trying to get a little more advantageous, as Root just completely zoning FNB off. Is still just 1 creep score. 1 minion picked up there by FNB, but soaking as much as he can. Now the dive comes through here. The early damage from Pantheon is just absolutely brutal, and first blood goes over to Wiz.
Yeah, Root, really good flash there, just secures the kill, able to pick up a nice first blood underneath that top tier 1 turret, and FNB's already used the teleport, so he's actually going to lose out on a sizable amount of experience underneath that tier 1 turret. And Aegis now entering unfamiliar waters right now of his topside jungle. Not typically the area of the map that he should be able to take camps in, but if he's able to steal away these Raptors, it's definitely a big win.
Grethar actually goes right in there, gets the double taunt there with the seismic. You're not at all the ability that is named.
The
but
Justice
FNB,
Punch.
Justice Punch. Winds of War, Justice Punch. Hero's Entrance, Shield of Durand. There we go. I know my Galio abilities just bundled them right there. Yeah, but look, not going down without a fight there, but FNB, man, I mean, and having to come down and help out with that. Luckily, the wave was frozen. Knew that Root was on his way back. He's not got no TP, obviously, but...
Hold on. It's
FNB,
a big day. He got 2 creep score.
Huge. Doubled his previous total.
3!
FNB is at the bottom of the total gold charts right now. That is the kind of early game it's been for him. Tidon's just going right over the wall here. That is so much early damage there with the... Oh my god, the Eptome will not be enough. Just barely, but got the flash out of Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, he burned his flash, unfortunately, for nothing, and FNB is also in trouble on this top side. This wave is pushing away from him, and we also see Winsome just sort of lurking in the wings, so FNB is playing to try and get as much experience as possible, but it is a very difficult task for him. Just barely able to, or barely missing out, rather, on a lot of CS, and Root as well needs to just play a little bit more carefully, I think. Just using spells is going to push this wave. The way that the feathers work, obviously, you're going to be dealing damage anyway. So he just wants to be not using spells, just last hitting as best as possible to deny as much from FNB as possible. Whereas we look on the bot side, actually, Robo, he's sat under the turret. Yeah, he's losing out on CS, but he's getting as much experience as possible. This is, however, coming at the cost of platings. Brunsey and Frosty finding their way very quickly through that turret. And you can look at the disparity in gold between the 2 AD carries is your important one here. It's actually still benefiting Root as he managed to find that quick assist.
And Robo getting the better end as far as, again, you don't with these lane swaps, you often don't measure it relative to your lane opponent. You measure it relative to, okay, what's my opposite number doing, right? And Robo, he's got the advantage on that side, tripling up effectively FNB here, just responding to this lane swap a little bit better. But like you said, the turret platings have to be taken into account. You call her Platelin for a reason. First time I've heard that, but you get the message there as the Justice Punch goes forward. Tidon's actually popping the between 2 worlds there, so his ultimate goes down just in case as the grubs get taken on the top side. Get another look at Tidon's almost putting Aegis on a poster.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you just shouldn't really flash here as Tidon's. Yeah, there's no other way of putting it, and yeah, he kind of knows that was maybe a bit of a bad flash. You burned, if it had just been Aegis queuing or just Aegis flashing, yes, you can make the argument, but 2 gap closes, not quite enough for Aurora to be able to find the spacing on with just her flash as well. But now, looks like we're getting to see some form of normalcy returning to this game, as bot laners are bot lane, top laners are top. A last-ditch effort almost from Loud in an attempt to defend that tier 1 turret. They don't want to give over the first brick if they can help it. And that top wave is still as doomed as ever, as FNB is honestly homeless right now.
Yeah, poor guy just has not gotten to play the game. I mean, just look at his item build, man. Like when
grab some Sinbi souls, no? Like let's get those Moby boots going pretty quickly.
Dude, like when your support is like able to throw hundreds in your face like this. That's just not a good place to be. FNB is having a really rough time in this one, but again, compared to his opposite number, he is actually, no, it's a bit of a disaster. He's down a full level. Never mind.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good news.
No. As a Grand Starfall does come in here, but Grefthar joining the fight as well. As Aegis comes down, gets the shield vault off. Root did pop the feathers, but Wiz actually taken down here. The numbers advantage just too much. Ace in the hole goes and hits Winsome. That's actually a lot of damage coming through from Frosty as well, but will not be enough to take the cow down. Root cleanses off the Root as she goes forward.
Hello.
Feathers pulls him back. Or no, doesn't pull him back just yet, excuse me. It's actually still
yeah,
I was going to say, he actually still has his ult.
And that's what he needed to do. Defends the tier 1 turret with his flash, not necessarily his life, but keeping that ulti up, sort of the bargaining chip that Loud had in the back pocket this entire time. Red know that they can't overforce onto the Xayah because Root's just going to immune something, and then it may eventually not go down, maybe ends up killing somebody as well. So for the time being, this tier 1 turret stands, and now Loud have to be very careful with when they take their resets down on the bot side, but it's a really crucial route from Frosty to start this off, because as soon as Winsome engages, the root hits from Frosty, and Root, the player, can't follow up because he is rooted the CC ability.
There you go. Appreciate the clarifications there. Yeah, a lot going on in that bottom lane fight, but only 1 kill goes over. Loud, again, still ever so slightly ahead, as now the lane states have normalized just a little bit. FNB able to get a little more done. Still on boots and a shield. He has spent a collective 800 gold in this game, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Actually,
bless him.
700. Yeah, it's a rough one for our boy here. But look, the game not out of control by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, the leads that you have in the mid jungle for Loud are pretty much offset by what's going on in the bottom lane. As the 90 caliber net does hit, Winsome goes forward with a headbutt pulverized Frosty. He's got a Pop Blossom should he want to do that with the clone, but we'll back off it for now. Waiting for Aegis to show up. Wiz going to take a creative route there with the Blast Cone. Grab himself the Krugs on the way there. But that will be all she wrote. Dragon not up for another minute 20 either.
And for all of the concerns that we have about the top side, worth mentioning that, you know, down on the spot side, Brunsey probably going to get this tier 1 turret in the coming waves or so. Currently got Wiz just hovering down on the spot side to make sure that there's nothing too untoward happening. But you have to remember that you're playing against Vi Galio. That is a duo that can join you from, you know, decent ranges. The Galio specifically, the Vi, able to lock somebody down also. So what the job for Red is, you know, thinking about which objective they want. And with Grubs live in 10 seconds time, it looks like that's where they're going to.
Yeah, able to probably trade objectives. Well, maybe. I mean, good push there on the bottom side. Wiz, you know, hovering just a little bit, but that river is completely lit up red. So maybe they aren't actually able to get in there, as the Grubs are obviously the priority here. You've got good side lane presence with the Aurora, yes, but with Robo on this Gragas going just straight damage at this point. Maybe that goes into a Fimbulwinter, to be fair, but maybe not. As Grefstar misses everything with his Justice Punch, not able to get anything with the taunt. No. Everything is going poorly there. He's still got the Hero's Entrance should he want it. Frosty goes forward, able to lock down the 80 carry, not the 80 carry, that's Wiz, excuse me, with the Pop Blossom. 1 kill traded 1 for 1, and they separate Aegis from the fight, even as the flash out of the Dragon Pit. Or out of the Baron Pit, excuse me. Aegis, can he get that Pop Blossom off? He will, but Robo might still have the body slam to go forward. Will not opt to do that.
Okay, I mean, could have flashed over the wall there, maybe would have found the kill with the W, but even still Loud denying the full set of Grubs. Red denying 6 Grubs, I guess you could argue. Yeah. But that's going to make things very messy as we head into the next Drake fight. Frosty, no flash, no ulti. Loud probably going to come away looking to try and take that Dragon. They've still got some fairly decent cooldowns available, and I think that Root, if he gets a reset off, picks up that Essence Reaver, will be quite strong in that fight also. Both of our AD carries have been farming themselves up a merry little storm down on that bot side. Weren't a part of this either, and despite Grethfar's you know, awful combo, right, let's not mince words, he does end up you know, with a decent enough position, and then Red ultimately just barely losing out on a 1-for-1 overall. They just barely able to limp away. They get 2 of the 3 Grubs, but not what they were after at all.
Ooh. Ooh, excuse me, the yawn monster got me.
Feats.
Oh, hang on a second. Whoa, double flash there. Winsome going forward there. He's got the Hex Flash in his back pocket should he want to try that again a little bit later, but Brunsey has to blow his. He's still got the Cleanse to be able to hold on to. Root pretty low. Winsome playing bodyguard here. Wiz hovering again. We've seen this movie before, Roodood, just a couple minutes ago. One more rotation of camps, and we find ourselves back here again. Root with both summoners, and boy, oh boy, is he playing like just playing with his life as this tower finally goes down.
Yeah, and that's what all of this tension in the bot lane had been building up to. Now I expect to see Brunsey, Frosty start to make their way elsewhere on the map. Red, I know I mentioned that Loud probably going to be the team to look towards taking this Dragon. Completely not the case. This bot prio is, fortunately enough for Red, enough to give them the window to start it up. And that said, with the teleport down onto that bot side, it's Robo making the difference here. They're happy to take that or sack that Dragon because they know they're going to get plates in this top lane. They've just taken a 5th plate of the bot lane tier 1 turret. So far so good for Red, it must be said. The Caitlyn off to the start, about as best as she would hope to be. 800 gold up over their counterpart. Yuntal finished already. Extra crit cloak as well, just to add insult to injury. And that versus just an Essence Reaver is going to feel that little bit better.
Yeah. No, it is just that little bit, like you were saying. A little bit ahead. Well, actually, I mean, a lot of bit ahead. 800 gold, right? It seems like the advantages have just been canceled out, like we were saying, between the mid-jungle and then the bottom lane as well. 700 gold ahead for the support as well. Frosty, not bad. Atta boy. So he's feeling pretty good. He's got that Hextech Alternator as well on his way to his first completed item. Obviously, that'll take a little bit because of his support, but now Roodood. Yeah, it just feels like, I mean, these teams, they don't want to really be fighting, but, I mean, will they have a choice? Because there was so, like we talked about early on in draft, there was so much predicated on the early game. Again, when you pick things like a Pantheon or a Caitlyn, they warp your priorities so much. The Caitlyn a little more so, it has to be said, but they warp your priorities in this early game.
No, absolutely. Okay, TP behind, though, now coming in.
This is huge.
Has everything. He has everything.
He has everything, but he has no idea. FNB finally showing up, landing that Q1, pops the ultimate. Frosty not able to go forward with the flash, but he does get the Pop Blossom there onto Winsome. He will go down. Everyone and their mother shows up for Red Canids as Root finds his way to safety.
So teleport from the top laner for Loud secures the Dragon. Teleport from the top laner for Red secures a kill and the tier 1 turret on this top side. So Red continually using those tools in alternate means, but importantly, able to find something from them nonetheless. It's this continued, let's call it investment in Brunsey as he continues to get the lion's share of the resources that the Red team are able to offer, working his way towards what you'd like to think would be an Infinity Edge next on this Caitlyn. He's already got enough attack speed in the Yuntal. In the Berserker's Greaves, Pickaxe does just about confirm it without any too much doubt, and now he's reached that level 9 marker, has that extra second burst of attack damage. Wave play for the Caitlyn becomes trivial. You Q the backline and it dies, and then you just got a couple of finishing off auto attacks to deal to these melee creeps.
Red used a lot of resources in that last fight, though, to kind of loop it back. I mean, 2 TPs and 3 ultimates. Now, they should, the ultimates anyway, be back up for the next fight, but they were ready for a full-on brawl. They were ready for Loud to respond to that, and it didn't end up happening. So Red, take a little bit of a lead here. Again, game 3, this is win or go home. If you win, you've got a date against the winner of Red or Pain versus FourY4 on the other side. It would be kind of crazy. In these circumstances, I think it would be fun that it would be Loud versus Pain to decide who gets to, potentially dodge FlyQuest in the upper bracket, or in the cross-conference play as Frosty goes forward. He gets looped back. Wait a minute, where did he go with that? That seemed unintentional. Tinones pops the Between Worlds here, but gets lit up by the Vi. Aegis gets the cease and desist on him. Grefthar pops the ultimate, the hero's entrance over the top. Robo, he's got that Cosmic Drive, hasn't upgraded that tier item just yet. Wiz goes forward, tries to lock down FNB. Actually able to get the shield, the Aegis Assault down. As Grefthar, FNB, pops the World Ender. And after all that, it's just Winsome that goes down.
Okay, a lot of pretty colours, a lot of buttons pressed, ultimately.
Yeah.
Just the support for Loud that falls once again. And as I'm looking in this game more and more, the more I begin to remember why I do like Loud's composition and what this holds for them. And that's Root on a hyper carry. And as much as he's been anti-focused so far, so a lot of resources from Red went onto their AD carry, Root on a hyper carry always looks good.
Oh, no! Flashed as well. You hate to see it, that last tick of damage, but traded it right back.
Thank you, Wiz.
Wiz just fucking...
Brother Wiz. Sent it in for the boys there.
Oh my goodness, a full set for the fellas! And the explosive caskets both. He said, I don't need to guess which clone it is. You're both going to die.
Anyone else? Brunsey, you've got flash. Do you want to flash forward?
Want to go forward?
All right. Well, hey, let's bring the CBLOL back into the LTA South a little bit here with this fight. Start off with Winsome.
That's so funny.
In fairness to Winsome, a really solid headbutt there. Knocks Frosty out, who had flash, and probably would have, again, changed the way that fight plays out tremendously. So kudos to Winsome, even though he gives his life. And then Aegis here, I don't know quite what kills him. It does feel a little bit rough. But then Wiz, trying to extend the play, forces a flash out of one and gets the cleanse out of another. So, you can make the argument. He thinks he's going to get that kill, and then this is just completely disrespectful from Frosty. And Robo, quite rightly, puts him back in the dirt.
Yeah, just punishes him immediately, like you said, as you should. There was no excuse to be doing that. But here we are. And again, in kind of just a similar game state here in Red. To be fair, they've actually had kind of, not their pick of the neutral objectives, but they've fought pretty well over these. Aegis, he's had a solid game so far, kind of being where he needs to be. Winsome able to eat that ace in the hole, preventing any sort of engage there, any trigger for Red to try to contest this dragon. 2 of them up and at him right now, so that will be the Mountain Soul. My goodness, my words aren't working this morning. Far too early in the morning for me. But as the gold lead bounces back and forth here, Roodood, how much more time do we need for this Caitlyn to kind of get rolling here? Because FNB was shut out of the game, but now he seems to be back and being a menace, right? That early lane swap, it hurt a lot. He's still actually down 1,000 gold, so maybe actually not as off to the races as I thought.
No, so the Aatrox, I think especially versus Azaya, it is really difficult because Azaya has a great time kiting and Aatrox hates being kited for the long and short of things. So we'll have to keep our eyes on FNB, and I think that his job this game is to find those flank angles, look for alternate ways to get into these fights, because if he goes through the front door, he's going to get bounced around and torn apart without really anything else to really be said about it. The fortunate thing for Red is that they've just hit Infinity Edge onto Brunsey, and that is going to be a much bigger 2-item turn on than Root, who is working towards a Flicker Blade to begin with for his second item. So, you know, the relative power of these two AD carries is very heavily skewed toward Red right now. And this is also the part of the game where every single completed item you get for the Caitlyn feels like a massive spike, and especially that mid-game spike that we're so frequently used to talking about with Caitlyn's. We've about made our way out of it now.
Yeah, slowly clawing your way back. Root will surrender a third of his HP as the Tangle Barb combo comes in here and wins some. Pops the Unbreakable. So that's a toughie there. Not going to be without that. I mean, that's such a massive part of the Alistar's kit. You are made of skirt steak until you're made of like hearty fillet, right? With that Unbreakable as Frosty. Been pretty good about these Tangle Barbs here early, but he's still got to be careful here as Robo locks him up. Aegis goes right back in there. Still has a cease and desist if he wants to lock him up. And there it is. That'll knock him up and take him down. Frosty says thank you very much.
And that's a shutdown as well, back onto Brunsey. Now Grevthar, he's got TP for support.
As now Grevthar looks like he will get taken completely out of the fight. FNB TP's up to the top, says no thank you. As Grevthar got ripped off the map, so a 1-for-1 solo laner for solo laner. Root, gotta be careful here, will not eat the Tangle Bars, but still had flash, ult, cleanse, all that good stuff, so never really in doubt there in the mid lane. But no objectives to fight for here, Roodood, as the tower's pretty even as well. So nothing doing off that, really.
I mean, it's now turn your attention toward Atakan, right? 2 minutes 20 on the on the Dragon, excuse me, and 3 on the Baron. So whichever team makes their way up towards that new neutral objective is sort of where our eyes are going to be turning to. As FNB and Tino's get into a little bit of scuffle there on that top side. Good to see that the Aatrox is still able to at least do some semblance of damage through this game. As we get to see once again Brunsey going back to base, picking up now a last Whisper. And again, this goes to everybody at home as well. My trigger warning for Caitlyn's that don't know how to build is they go for an RFC. Until like 6th item, it's just not good. Just build flat damage, and you need to play around your traps and your headshots. And Lethal Tempo is giving you enough attack speed. Berserker Boots, the Yuntal as well gives you attack speed also, so we don't need an RFC. Flat damage.
Yeah,
and so far
that's fair enough. Yeah, no, he's just, and now you're going to see exactly the fruits of that. He's done 4,000 more damage than Root in this one. He like, if you didn't know any better, you would say that Caitlyn doesn't have that mid-game trough. But Brunsey, he's been keeping himself involved, right? 5 out of 6 KP. If nothing else, that has found its way, you know, to be, like you talked about it. Brunsey's where they're dumping all this gold here early on. He's been in the right place at the right time in Red. They've actually played their macros solidly to give Brunsey a chance to continue to have an impact in this one. Frosty gonna pop the pop blossom there, but Winsome will exchange with his own ultimate. Wiz going forward. He's getting locked up by the season desist there by Aegis. Robo and Grevthar doing a side quest on the other side of the map. Wiz gets taken down, and Brunsey gets shielded up there by Grevthar with that hero's entrance. They blow a couple flashes, but Loud are down a man and a pretty critical member if they want to contest any sort of these objectives in Wiz, but you still got your damage dealers, you still got your big bodies.
Yeah, I think that job now for Red, get back to base, get those health bars nice and high, and then look to set up around the Drake. They're going towards the Atacon, a little bit risky. Brunsey, no flash now as well. Traded with Winsome there specifically to find the fight and lose his flash for it. Spot to try and finish off Brunsey, but like you mentioned, from the Canadians where this game, the fact that Brunsey is exact himself.
He's got the ball in his hands. What can he do with it? As the lead slowly creeping in towards Red's favor. I would love to see, I mean, just for the storylines, it would be, I wouldn't even say a disaster for Loud not to get out of this. Again, a lot of roster moves. They've changed their identity. They're coming off their worst split in years. Ever since they won 10 games and came 10th, or came 7th in a 4-way tiebreaker. We'll get into the lore of that another time. Tango Barbs do land there onto Winsome, giving Root a chance to go forward here. As the Blast Cone pops, Grefthar goes over the wall. Aegis tries to get onto Root, but Winsome defends him. Now FNB and Robo, again, doing their little side quest as Grefthar pretty low here. Doesn't have the Hero's Entrance to be able to go back in. Aegis down low, try to get some CC down as the Grand Starfall goes forward there. Onto Wiz, but he doesn't have the follow-up damage. They get Aegis down, but it's two completely different fights here. FNB takes down Wiz. Now the Between Worlds popped as Root able to free fire onto the rest of the carries of Red Canids, just chewing through FNB. Couple more autos should do it. Robo says, absolutely, keep on attacking me. I don't have a taunt unlike Grefthar, but I might as well have. Tinones will take another bite out of this apple, and all of a sudden, Roodood, Loud take complete control of this game.
What did I say for? I thought Root on hyper carries. He does not miss. The Xayah is not strong yet. 2.5 items. Yeah, he's got a little bit of mana sustain and the ability to churn out a load of spells, but that's not what you're asking for from the Xayah, and he's still able to come out with this massive team fight. Tinones as well. Aurora, he's in diapers compared to Tino's competitive career, but he's still mastery of this champion. Just so safe. And the once it looks like, yeah, maybe they're inting, maybe they're throwing their lives away, but they're getting so much damage down whilst they do it. Wiz is taking Grefthar to within an inch of his life. Brunsey, you know, as soon as he's actually forced into that fight, it's a great cask from Robo, which pushes him into the rest of the team. And Loud, well, by two, Loud not really breaking out on top.
And the Loud faithful, next to their arch rivals, Pain Gaming, waiting potentially Pain to take care of Loud, or Pain to take care of Furia, so we can get Loud versus Pain, Clásico das Multidões, the two biggest clubs. I mean, it's like, what was the big kind of, like, Man U Liverpool, right? They're not you know, they're not in the same area, but because they are the two biggest clubs in London, they just hate each other, and the battles they had. In England. Neither of them are in London. I know that. Neither team is in London. I'm going to get spanked by someone in the chat. But no, the two biggest clubs in England, just because of the size of their fan bases, that's the rivalry that Loud and Pain have. And it could be Loud versus Pain again to decide who gets to dodge FlyQuest or play against FlyQuest. But man, oh man, I mean, I would love to see FNB go to international competition again, but it looks like his team is just letting this game slip a little bit. Grefthar coming in with the Hero's Entrance, getting a little bit of extra life on FNB. That is a lot of healing. Whoa, my goodness.
So if I'm that correctly, that FNB hadn't managed to actually auto-attack because he was getting CC'd for so long.
Yeah.
Resets his auto onto a second target, got within the space of, like, you know, a split second there. So it looked like he got this massive injection of healing, but, you know, plus Aatrox passive as well, worth mentioning. Very worthwhile, and actually FNB able to limp his way out to safety. So despite the fact that Loud charging at Red with this Voracious Atacon buff, they weren't able to find any kills, and for the time being as well, Red still hold gold advantages in 4 out of 5 of the roles. The one crucial difference, unfortunately,
I was gonna say,
is that mid lane, and it's 3,000 gold.
Good golly, Miss Molly. 1.5 items compared to 2 3/4 items right now. Non-boots. Boots are items too, but not really. But they have the upgraded boots as well on the side of Red Kid. Look, it's just like everyone's got one. It's not worth kind of, it's whatever. But anyway, they do have that Atacon buff like you were alluding to, Roodood. And Root, crucially, also has built up some anti-healing. So FNB, he can be this raid boss, but if he gets hit with a couple of feathers, all of a sudden, we're asking very different questions. He doesn't have his World Ender here. As Winsome trying to go forward here. Wiz locks him down, and Root just shreds right through. FNB takes 2/3 of his health bar out. Between Worlds pop, there's the 2 solo landers for Loud. Doing battle there, but they get CC chain. The Pop Blossom going to do a lot here. Going forward there onto Root. Goes forward with the Feather Caller, excuse me. Featherstorm able to get the killing spree there, and goes down to the ace in the hole. Wiz somehow survived through that whole thing, but crucially, the rest of Loud are alive, but not enough to take them down.
So 2 members fall for FNB, and Grefthar, they have to pay the price for what is effectively 1,000 gold going back into the Red Canids' pocket. They get all 5 withdraws, and they deny the Baron from Loud. Now, the Voracious Atacon, again, doing an insane amount of work, because they now get to tempo time on Red, where they have these reduced respawn timers. Yes, on this patch, Atacon was nerfed quite significantly to it being a 15-second withdraw, instead of that 5 seconds. But 15 is still much less than 30, 40 that Grethar and FNB were facing. And even though Red Canids won that fight, they effectively aced Loud in the fight, they're going to lose the Baron.
And that's that final prize, right? Like you said, it's part of it is what happened in the fight, but another part of it is what you got off the back of it. And now with the Atacon, they get the Baron. And now just still one dragon away from Soul for Red Canids. Without, you've got one true tank in the Galio, but everybody else going to benefit from that just a little bit more. And now Loud churning down this top lane, getting a lot of value out of this Baron. Feels like a bit of the game decider here. The first time that either team has had this much control over this game 3. This could spell doom here. Root caught out just a little bit. Doesn't have Flash or Cleanse. Does have the Feather Storm. Will not need to pop it.
Importantly, he's got a couple of people there that are willing to give their life for him as well. You can see Wiz and Winsome are stood on top of Root, making sure that wherever he goes, they're going to follow and able to provide that support necessary. Breaking open the base, the name of the game currently for Loud. They're using 2 lanes to attempt to do it. Bot lane has been sort of left by the wayside for the time being, and hopefully they can look to sync up these waves so that they crash at the same time. But top walking in, you can see Root, he's just last hitting. He's not actually looking to push this wave.
Whoa.
But even so, Frosty, that was through the Celestial opportunity as well. Now Loud, they crash in the mid-wave, they crash in the top wave, mid-wave on its way also. So yes, they defend the top lane here, Red, but Robo's able to put some pressure down in this mid lane.
He did go into that Fimbulwinter, so he's got a little bit of damage, a little bit of beefiness, and crucially still has the explosive cast, that game-changing ultimate, as that mid lane tier 3 does go down to the strength of a Baroned up Cannon Min, and you can do a lot with that. Welcome everybody from the Captain Flowers stream, from the co-stream.
Hello.
You guys got here at just the right time. Shout out to Captain Flowers, shout out to you guys as well for being here, and what's all of a sudden turned into quite the lead for Loud. Again, it is win or go home. You win this game, you get to face the winner of Pain versus Furia in a few hours. Roodood going to be locked in for that one. I'm going to be out. Trajan will leave you in his hands, his very capable hands, and all UK cast for the next best of 3. Winsome going forward here. Hang on a second here. Ult traded back and forth as the globals come through here for both sides. Between Worlds popped as well. Everybody's stuck in there with Tiddos, but he gets absolutely ripped through. Brunsy's still free fire, able to get decent damage there onto Robo. Root doesn't have bodies in front of him to be able to cut down. FNB pops that World Ender, gets a lot of value out of the flash, but Root still enough damage to be able to prevent absolute disaster. But Red come away winners in this fight.
And they defend their inhibitors as well, 4x4. That is the crucial part of this, that pushing pressure for 5 minutes, not going to be the case. And Root, he's even able to scrounge some little Krugs on his way back out also. And the Baron for Loud, they broke open the base, they got 2 inhibitor turrets, but the inhibs, importantly, stand strong. Root as well, just barely able to limp his way out to safety. And that was a 3.5 item Xayah. Next fight, he will have the Infinity Edge, and Winsome, before he even goes in here, he's sort of half HP. Brunsey able to kite this out very successfully, takes a little bit of damage here from the in-between worlds, but Tinodes gets eviscerated as Aegis just locks him up nice and quickly. And FNB as well, doing so much work in this front line. You talked about the amount of anti-heal that was going to be coming through. Well, yes, it was there, but he still healed for a boatload and still was able to keep himself alive.
Yeah, that mattered honestly a lot less than I thought it was going to. I was like, did he just not like hit him all that much? I think that was maybe part of it, right? He wasn't just like stuck onto FNB, right? And kind of kiting him backwards like you were saying. That's an Aatrox's worst enemy. And with a Xayah, you have so many tools to be able to kite backwards, but didn't even end up mattering. And now both of these AD carries have to play a vital role for their team. Brunsey, like you said, able to kite backwards. Wiz just went full bore onto him, just went after him, ooga booga from across the screen, from across the map. But Brunsey able to stay backwards, stayed calm, popped the cleanse, held onto his flash, crucially as well, for a subsequent team fight that's going to erupt here in about a minute and change. It will be Mountain Soul on the line for Red, but the Baron will be up 45 seconds after that. Comet Spear lands there onto A just as the battle lines are drawn around the mid lane. It is win or go home. The loser of this game gets a 2-month vacation, Roodood.
And the winner, of course, gets to represent the LTA South at that cross-conference event. So massive stakes for both of these teams. Loud, with a 5,000 gold advantage for this time, still really should be happy with the position that they're in, but there's always that element of, is the Caitlyn going to do it? That range in the late game can be so important. And then the question as well on the other side, is Root going to do it? He's got 4 items now on this Xayah. Massive chunk onto Tinones. Again, 15 seconds before the Drake spawns. He's going to have to base and get that HP back. Might even have to burn the teleport. Depends on how well Loud can sort of sustain and poke around the objective to prevent them from doing this. Teleport coming back in, so a little bit of an angle now for Tinones to make his way in. They're going to see him go through, and they may look to collapse on this.
Yeah, it's so Loud. The rest of them have to kind of jump on it before he manages to do that. Goes into the Spirit Realm. Frosty taken very low and taken down. FNB now left all on his load, so that's a lot of healing. But in a 3v1, it will not be enough. Root, he didn't even have to play Hero Ball there. That wasn't even a Root moment. That was just a, oh, you're in front of me, so now you die moment.
Yeah, Red, they got distracted, right? Their eyes were on Tinones, and Tinones just sort of like a little bit of bait there, just able to stand firm. Didn't really ever get pressured either, and the collapse came through from Loud just in time onto those weak parts of the fight. Frosty uses his Pop Blossom but gets taken down anyway. FNB thinks he's got a free access point onto Root, but there goes Winsome again. The Alistair doing such a good job at peeling back and keeping his Xayah alive. Now Loud, they can look toward this inhibitor, yes, but the Baron having spawned is going to be the much more prized possession that they should be looking at.
We're going to settle down. Just kidding. We are not going to settle down in this one at all. Between Worlds pop there by Tinones, able to go in one end and out the other. Winsome, able to flash away, but okay, he'll be fine. All right, it all worked out.
No ulti, so he has to use the flash to get out there, and he bails out his mid laner, right, who gets to keep their flash. So you'll call worth in that situation as Winsome because your mid laner keeps his flash, keeps his life as well, importantly. But once again, Tino's now chunked out before a major objective spawns, and this is going to give Red a little bit of time to sort out their priority. They're going to be able to push in this mid wave, move into the top side where that Baron is, and try and lay down a little bit of cursory vision to give themselves a little bit of information on how they want to best approach this fight. The fortunate thing that Loud have right now is maybe a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of damage there onto A. Just Winsome body blocking the rest of the entrance there. The taunt actually only going to land onto one. Wiz again going into the back line, but the hero's entrance and the Pop Blossom popped on him. Wiz somehow able to escape there. Gets a lot of healing from the Sterix. Explosive cast doesn't quite scatter into the 4 winds like they might have wanted. Frosty low, but taken out of this fight for now are actually both sides here kind of licking their wounds, Roodood. And before I turn it to you, before we get anything, those of you guys that are joining from Captain Flowers' raid, we're so happy you're here. If you want to learn more about the region, tune in here. Like, follow, subscribe, all that. I threw the Discord in our in the chat there. So that is a community of people from all over the world that are enjoyers of this league. You'll see some of our content, our podcast, etc., all in that Discord server. That's everything you need to know. So I wanted to shamelessly plug that before we get back to the action.
Hey man, let's continue. We do this for free, by the way, so this is off of our own backs to keep this region going and hopefully providing it for you in English as well. And to give you such a great gain, now Frosty, the one under fire, Robo forces the flash with the explosive cask. A little bit of a trade of ultimates there as Brunsey gets a little bit of chip damage back onto Winsome. But once again, Nico Flash is one of those big cooldowns that you can maybe look to catch Root out with. Now, he's been such a good AD carry at staying safe, staying himself sufficient in this game. Without that Nico Flash, that extra surprise element now down by the wayside. All eyes are on our AD carries. 4.5 items, 5.5 items if we're counting the boots FourY4 for both of these AD carries. And now Robo caught.
Oh, Robo caught, playing around that 90 caliber net. Absolutely is Brunsey. A couple more autos would have done it. Robo still got the explosive cask, still got the flash, still got the TP. Root's got every button for himself as well. So not done just yet. And again, but again, there's nothing to kind of jump on. Realize I say that the Baron is up. FNB not starting it, but maybe we'll just put down a little bit of vision there, set things up for potentially Red to pivot. But they are down an item across everybody.
And again, to remind people, first of all, what's at stake? You win, you go to the cross-conference play. You lose, you go home, take an 8-week vacation. And for Red as well, in this series specifically, the game they won was a 50-minute barn burner, back and forth, knockout blows going left and right. And the game that they lost was Loud comfortably sailing to a victory in 28 minutes. Red winning games of League in this series has been very tricky for them, but when they've done it, it's when they've gone the distance, and it's when they've been able to pick off Root in the early fights. Now, on the Xayah specifically, I fear for Red, for how they're going to have any opportunity to get on top of this Xayah, because I think Winsome as well this game has been a bit of a maverick, to be honest, has been keeping his AD carry alive, but also looking for those engages, has somehow been able to juggle between the two of those jobs so successfully, keeping the balance of peel versus engage exactly how it needs to be. And even with this Randuin's in his back pocket as well now, anybody who gets close to Root is going to get a big slow.
Grevthar getting absolutely chewed through as Root just rips him a new one, takes him completely out of the fight. 1-0 as the Grand Starfall comes in. Pop Blossom pops. Zonya's going to buy a little bit more time, but it's now on FNB's shoulders as Brunsey gets absolutely annihilated. Tinones just deletes the poor AD carry. FNB can do absolutely nothing but watch as his team is slaughtered. Loud might have just won this one. The respawn timers look like they might be too long. That is GG, I think.
They will win the game, they will win this series, and they will represent the LTA South at the cross-conference play.
Loud are inevitable, it seems. Maybe not to be champions, but when you give everybody 4 slots, and shoot, even when you let the Hermanos take 2 of them, Loud still find a way. A brutal end to the series. Tomou a virada, as we say in Portuguese, got reverse swept in this 2v, in this best of 3. And Loud will get to represent the LTA South as the first Brazilian team qualified after Leviathan and Isurus go through on the LATAM side of things. And, I mean, you see the mid laner there for Red, Grevthar, how much this team means to him. He's a very emotional guy. He wears all his emotions on his sleeve. One of the nicest people in Brazil. And it's a country full of very nice people, if I do say so myself. I'm biased here, but when you let the LATAM teams take 2 of your spots, this is what happens. And now it's Pain versus FourY4 for 1 more spot for Brazil.
And then, of course, the best of 1 tie to see who represents, who dodges FlyQuest more so than anything else, right? Who gets 3, who gets 4. Bracket on your screens now to see who, or how rather, we've managed this final set of games. Loud and Red have come to a conclusion. Loud do take the series 2-1. They're going to join the former LLA representatives at that cross-conference division, cross-conference play, and now Pain Gaming versus FourY4. The next game on the other side of whatever break we take is Game J, the final one of the bracket to end it all.
And that should be a good one. I mean, I think in terms of just like knockdown, drag-out entertainment, maybe not the cleanest League of Legends, but certainly the most entertaining.
Yeah.
I think you found that in the Loud Red series that we just had. It went 3 games. It was kind of what we expected, right? You had a blowout and then 2 knockdown, drag-out games. But now with Pain Gaming against FourY4, look, they're not going to go quietly. They have a high floor, but the ceiling for Pain Gaming is a lot higher, and I think something to track, and I'm sure you two will break this down. Roodood, I don't know if you saw Titan's trash talk tweet, but Trajan can pull that up for you. We can get the lore down on that, because Titan was talking so much smack on the LATAM AD carries, and then he got put in his
and then
place.
lost.
So, yeah, and then got kind of, I mean, he was the best of a bad bunch for Pain, but still got waxed. The Hermanos took your spot, and now I am expecting these guys to come out with their hair on fire for Pain Gaming.
No, absolutely. I mean, before we get Trajan in, a quote from this last series, allegedly from Trajan here. Root does have a habit of becoming simply too angry to lose. And I think that's exactly appropriate. That at a certain point, Root becomes inevitable on this Loud team. And, you know, that entire game, it felt like we were building up to Root being able to do what he needed to. In the end, it was Tinones that just one-shots Brunsey, and, you know, Root as well flashed on top of him to add insult to injury. But the carries core for Loud that they've kept have always been this strong, and it's good to see them be able to do that, to present themselves in this series and represent themselves again at that LTA crossed event.
Yeah, it's going to be a joy to see them. Tinones in Robo, they have immense international experience as well. Root absolutely deserves a spot on the international stage, and a lot of these players on Red do as well. But such is life right now that they will not get a chance to, and it sucks. It'll be in their own backyard, but having the loud fans there, and I think just for atmosphere, I'm rooting for Pain on the other side of things, because when the Pain fans have something to cheer for, when they are there in full force, they are like the Yankees fans, right? They are like Man U fans. They are just in your face. They are unreasonable, but they will die for their team. And that you can never take away from them. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, FourY versus Pain for that last spot. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South. We have just seen Loud take down Red in the 2-1, another series going all the way here in this first split playoffs. Hardly surprising at this point anymore. And when you put Red and Loud in the same arena, that's just the kind of action you get.
Yeah, it is. What I hope actually is if I can somewhat offset what we asked for. Rose, can we pull up the bracket again so that I can show you quite what we were talking about and what Trajan I think is referring to. Try and spot any 2-0s so far, because there have been 2 in total for, is that 8 series that have been played, 9 series that have been played, and both of them were a Fluxu roster that we may be expected to not have the best of opening splits. The rest of them have been 2-1s. This conference is crazy competitive, and the fact that we're getting 3 games shouldn't really be a surprise.
Yeah, 7 out of 8 teams being able to offer strong competition to each other at every stage, even through the brackets, upper bracket, lower bracket, wherever it is. There is so much parity now across the region, which is very, very good to see. You know, pour one out for Fluxu W7M. Everyone else is having a great time, and we're enjoying it. So this is what we've come to expect. We'll take a look at the FourY4 roster here to get acquainted, as we haven't seen them for a couple of weeks. Gigo up in the top lane, Tatu in the jungle, Tuts mid, IU bot, Jojo on support. The Tuts, IU, Jojo core retained from 2024, bringing in the star Pain Gaming Academy jungler Tatu, and adding on veteran top laner Gigo. And it does seem like this team is carrying forward the same philosophy and formula as before, maybe with just a bit of an upgraded topside. Yeah,
and it's important to remember as well that the piece of the puzzle that FourY4 lost to were one of our teams that made it to the top 2. So just because they got knocked out earlier on, now all of a sudden with Isurus Estral looking so good, kind of bolsters how we feel about FourY4 a little bit as well, and that actually they're a lot stronger than they were able to take a game off of Isurus Estral also. So I'm quietly a little bit more confident about this FourY4 roster than I probably was coming into the season.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, before it just seemed like maybe there's a risk that FourY4 are going to settle still below that top echelon that they were so close to breaking into at the end of last year. We had high hopes for these players, and then they just ended up not quite making over Isurus Estral, who then ended up becoming our first seed out of the region, as you said, Roodood. So that 2-1 now comes in a little bit of a different light, and when FourY4 do get those wins, they get beautiful, immaculate, spotless wins. That's just how they tend to succeed on the map. Now, they're going into Pain. They're going into previous champions. How are you feeling about Pain right now, Rood? Because they 2-1'd Loud, who have still made it out into at least 3rd, 4th position, but they did not look so hot versus Leviathan, and they're down here in the lower bracket with FourY4.
Yeah, so I'm on tender hooks about Pain, because the history in me knows Pain Gaming are a top 2 typically team in the region, formerly a top 1, right, from split 2 of 2024 CB LOL. But if we pull up the roster of the players, right, this 5-man that they've sort of honed in on from last year into this year, their mentality is going to be so set on that they must win. I don't want that to get in their way. And as well, the Pain fandom are so prolific. And again, I don't want to speak on the mental aspect, on people's characters, but Karaoke and Dinkedo, as mentioned by FourY4, have been catching flack for how they performed last week. And they need to be able to shake that off going into this week also.
Yeah, for sure. It is an interesting matchup to have Karaoke versus Tatu in the jungle. I was pulling for Karaoke to actually join FourY4 over the offseason. Thought that'd be great for them. And there was rumblings of that maybe happening, and Pain may be exploring a new option in the jungle. They ended up sticking with this 5-man roster. And in that last series, as you kind of alluded to, Dinkedo had a great Yone game, but a couple of really suspicious other mid games into Leviathan, and Cody was doing crazy work against him. So that mid-jungle duo is going to be under a close microscope here against a promoted rookie jungler in Tatu, and a mid laner in Tuts that has also not had the hottest start to the season. So this is maybe a good chance for Pain to right that ship, to keep relying on Titan and Curry as the endless win conditions. Weiser as well, who has been super, super reliable up there, even as the top lane pool has kind of improved around him over the last few years. So this is the time for Pain Gaming to show us that they are absolutely still worthy of going forward and representing the region. Pain Gaming fans were waiting for literal years to not be in second place. For 4 splits in a row against Loud, they were second place. They finally made it over that hump. And now they're at risk of kind of tumbling back down into a gentleman's fifth, which is not what they want to see right now.
Yeah, you know, a gentleman's 5th/6th/7th/8th.
Yeah.
You know, like where did they end up actually falling in that pecking order? Right,
Gentlemen's didn't make it is kind of just all that matters. Yeah.
Yeah. You're not actually representing the region. I see.
Yeah.
Right. Understandable / actually completely unacceptable if you're a
Yes.
pain side, right? And like you alluded to, I think that the mid jungle duo this series is going to be really crucial. It's their opportunity to bounce back, and the mid jungle for FourY4 as well is that little bit that you also have to have the question mark over also. And I think that it is a question of which of those questions can have the best answer more so than anything else. Is it going to be a return to form for Karaoke and Dinkado, who have been on and off some of the best players in role for some parts of their career? I remember there have been several times at the end of our regular season where we've gone, yeah, Karaoke has just looked like he's been able to mind control every single jungler in the split, and Dinkado has actually been a part of that by just pushing waves, moving, helping, and being constantly one of those clutch factor players. But again, up against Leviathan last week, didn't quite have that impact, didn't quite have the power that we were hoping for him to. And Karaoke as well, getting a little bit walked around the jungle, not quite as feeling comfortable maybe as we had anticipated. For me, though, I think that the biggest advantage outright might actually come in that bot lane. And it does go to Pain, because I just think that Titan Curry have been on another level for just that bit too long. And Titan has, even though he was, you know, the live and die by in that final game up against Leviathan, there's a reason he was the live or die, because he's so darn good.
Yeah, Pain have gotten used to being able to invest in this guy's win condition, and especially last year, we started to see the volatility kind of split out of his gameplay, where he could win you the game, he could lose you the game. It just depended how he was feeling on that day, it seemed. But last year on Pain, he was just winning. He was just W's all the way down. He was no longer showing those judgment errors that were kind of dragging his perception down a little bit. And that is, if you have Titan without the downside of potentially making the wrong decision sometimes, that unleashes such a terror on the Rift.
Yes.
With them and Curry on the same page, very aggressive players, very much wanting to make the play to win the game, but they were always making the right play at some point. So that is certainly something that IU and JoJo are going to have to be very scared of.
He's almost the antithesis of Root, right, in the sense, because Root feels like the calm, methodical AD carry who will only make the 100% calculated play, and as a result, never dies, never loses you a game. But equally, sometimes just doesn't have that lethal instinct that you're sometimes looking for, where that is, again, Titan 2AT. If he sees that he can get a kill, he's getting the kill. And what you mentioned and what has evolved in his style is he's getting those kills without costing his team the game as well this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. So with Titan and Curry going up against IU and JoJo, JoJo is a player that used to be teamed with Titan back on Redkin. It's a couple years back now, but they won titles together out of the bot lane. So JoJo is used to Titan's gameplay, at least at that era of his career. He now has IU, who is one of these touted AD carries to take over the mantle of top AD carry in the region as they cycle through. We've not quite seen that develop and that peak just yet out of the FourY4 bot lane. There's a lot of clear potential there. JoJo is a great, I think, veteran to have holding the hand of IU through that development, plus the addition of ThinkCard in the coaching role for any NA LTA North fans in the audience right now. ThinkCard from the NRG split victory, upsetting kind of the natural balance of LTA North just a couple of splits ago, has now moved down to FourY4 and can hopefully get them over that final hump. So we'll see how this bot lane does, specifically into the most devastating 2v2 in the region in Titan and Curry, and then how that mid-jungle matchup goes, and see if Pain can right the ship there a little bit as we get into the draft. Standard fare across the board, everybody. Zyra, Varus, Yone, and Skarner so far.
And a reminder again, if you weren't here for series number 1, Mel is enabled. You don't have that global ban.
Ooh, yes.
So we could just see Mel come through in this draft. So whatever FourY4 are looking to ban, they'll have to bear that in mind. So far, we've got things like Kalista, which typically we do see get banned. Nocturne as well is a champion that I'm looking at that's typically on that ban table. There's plenty of things that FourY4 might want to try and take away, but so far they haven't had the opportunity to.
Yeah, Nocturne has been kind of a permaban against Pain so far in the LTA South, because they have demonstrated a willingness to just pick Nocturne Ori every single time it's open. They have the opportunity to do so, but they've not gone for it. They've taken the Cassante for Weiser instead, as the Callista was the last ban out of Furia. Titan, of course, very prolific Callista. The champion that the Callista Nico botlane, I think it was, that they 2v2 killed Gubayushi and Keria on, so I'm sure everyone is well aware of the threat he has on that pick.
And yeah, a worthy ban to be picking that up. First pick, Cassante, comes through for Pain. So Weiser immediately laying down a bit of a gauntlet here, because Gigo on his best days has picked Gwen. On his worst days has picked Gwen and looked insane as well. And for me, that's just a bit of a pick that they should be looking at. I mean, if I caught this right, I think there was something wrong with the draft. If I spied one of the screens correctly, they were not in draft. Right. So, okay, never mind.
Well. They've actually confirmed the Gwen hypothesis, so I really hope that it is correct, because that makes you look like a genius. So
I mean, hey, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, you take Cassante versus Gigo, he's gonna pick Gwen, and the thing is as well, I think this is actually a flex pick into the jungle, but I see Gigo, I think Gwen. So that's my 2 cents. You can go.
Yes, yeah. I mean, to remember that Isra Zestral Furia series that we referenced already, by far the brightest part of that for Furia was Gigo. He was handing it to Birdal in every single of those 3 games, even the 2 that they lost. He was looking very, very strong and has a reputation for taking down those imported Korean top laners. So now he's got a great matchup, comfort pick. I think Weiser should honestly be a little scared in this first game. Their other pick was the Ezreal going down to IU, so can do a little bit of Uziing on the other side though, going into the Caitlyn. We're unlikely to see the Ezreal taking massive control of that lane, but we'll see if Jojo wants to pick to double range and try contest, or just go into a Leona or a Rel or something that's more his normal wheelhouse, and then maybe roam on the map instead.
Yes, I'm largely anticipating the latter there.
Just
say they've picked AD range than mine. My AD will leave. Also, we have Gwen, so they're just going to look to try and swap people around, and I think that's going to be the crucial part here, is that the Cassante doesn't want to lane versus the Gwen. The Caitlyn doesn't want to lane or the Ezreal doesn't want to lane versus the Caitlyn. We can make a handshake here. You know, there's something to be done where we'll punish our top laners for the greater good. You know.
I'm sensing a trade deal on the table here. We can maybe look into this one. As the Maokai locked in for jungle, assuming jungle, for Karaoke on the Pain side, and the Xin Zhao picked for Tatu. Pain fans in the audience breathing a sigh of relief. The Xin Zhao is not in Karaoke's hands after the last time we saw him pick it, and Tatu actually looked godlike on that one into the Isra Zestral series. So he's a very aggressive jungler. Xin Zhao, of course, allows him a lot of leeway in that regard. Second round of bans, the Elise taken away. We've seen Caitlyn, Elise kind of rising in priority a lot across the board. RMC certainly was not the biggest fan of Curry's Elise, but I imagine there's a bit of practice going on there, and the duo is just really good.
No, absolutely. And I think that it's another one of those, you hit stun, I hit trap, and we can just one shot with the amount of damage that we have. Exactly. So there's no way that a Gwen is looking to survive that, let alone a Ezreal, whoever else they get locked in at support role. Mel ban taken off the board, I'm a big fan of, so very nice to see that we've done a little bit of our homework, remembering that Mel is enabled, and honestly, I think it's going to be one of those really blindable mid lane picks as well, that you can just take into pretty much anything and probably have enough safety to keep yourself alive. The question though becomes, what are they going to look to do for FourY4? Because they've got this really solid dive composition already with the Gwen, with the Xin Zhao, and they've not really showed any signs of slowing their roll. Opted into now the Ahri, presumably an engaged support in that Rel, in that Nautilus. But Pain, they've got support, they can lock in some heavy dissing with this Braum, potentially, well in on for Dinkedo, and just make it sufferable for FourY4 to go for.
I was wondering what the mid lane was going to be. It looks like the Corki is the choice at the end of it, because we haven't seen, I think, a lot of mid lane pinching in the region. There's a lot of just, you can have Aurora, we'll take Azir, no one worry about it, we'll see you next game. But they have actually tried to pinch Dinkedo, and he's gone, or rather, Pain tried to pinch Tuts and have now ended up on the Corki here. So we'll see if those 2 backline marksmen can be kind of the win condition for Pain as the game goes on. They have got a lovely front line of 3 separate members, plenty of engage options with the Maokai, they've got disengage with the Braum, they've got target isolation with the Weiser. That 5v5 is looking very, very scary for Pain. The last answer for FourY4 is the Rakan. So something still with plenty of roaming potential, a little bit softer around the edges than the Leona, than the Rel, but it still, I think, can do what they need it to do, and we'll see. It's a little bit less kind of traditional front-to-back 5v5 from FourY, a lot more mobility, a lot more kind of maybe a little bit of volatility there, and a lot more individual carry elements. So FourY, I think, with a harder execution burden, but they are very, very strong in the laning department, and they've got some decent lanes.
Yeah, and I think as well, this might tend toward FourY to and hope that they can match in Braum wherever they end up going, because the Rakan does pretty well into the Braum, right? Typically, when you think of Rakan, think of immediate CC into blowing him up, whereas with the Braum, you can actually W in, you can take 2 to 3 auto attacks, you get a battle dance out, and then if you do happen to get stunned, you're normally so far away from danger that it doesn't actually matter that you've been stunned there. Where, on the flip side, they've got Caitlyn and this not easy to proc passive, not necessarily difficult to proc passive even, in the Braum. Whereas if they do get it down, maybe you can get a trap, but it's not guaranteed. It's not that be all and end all of CC. And then on the flip side as well, I want to look at how these double marksmen are going to look to interact. So on a baseline, the Pain Gaming composition is 2 tanks, 2 marksmen, and a Braum that can help. That is, they're easy to get Braum stacks onto people because they've got 2 marksmen. But when we look at it versus what FourY have drafted, they've got Gwen, who goes immune, means AD carries can't auto-attack. Xin Zhao, who's got massive zone of invulnerability. And then also long-range damage coming through from the rest of the squad as well. So the way that this FourY composition functions versus double marksman could be good if they can land that pivotal CC and, importantly, buy the right amount of space.
This FourY comp is actually very toxic, I'll be honest. Like, individually and together, a toxic composition. So we'll see if FourY can irritate Pain to death in this first game, or if that front-to-back 5v5 will pay dividends. We're on to the Rift, everybody. Second series of the day, and fighting for the final international play spot for that cross-conference event versus LTA North later on in the split. Pain looking for a little bit of an aggressive move into this topside jungle. A very common direction for them in the early game. They tend to push into this jungle most of the time. They have cleared out some vision, got some of their own.
Yeah, and again, it's all just an attempt to spot out who is going to which lane. So you will see that they will ward every single avenue up to the top lane, where Gigo's fortunately already under this turret, but this is a very big indicator that Pain are the ones looking to initiate this lane swap, where they're probably quite happy to sacrifice how much Titan can get ahead by making it so that Weiser doesn't have to lane versus Gwen.
Yeah, this seems to be this latest interesting development in the lane swap meta in LTA South, where a lot of people were swapping and counter-swapping and kind of owning themselves by trying to get too clever with it, while the enemy team wasn't even going for something like that. And now they're like, okay, let's just find out. We're not going to guess. We're not good at guessing. Let's just going to drop some vision in every lane and see where they go.
And this is sort of permeated now into this unique 2 versus 2 situation where you actually have both solo laners, and normally in top lane you don't have ranged champions, so you just end up letting the mid laners farm because they are typically the ranged ones and can get access to those to the creeps. But it does mean that they ding their level 2s just a little bit later, right? I believe in the mid lane you get the same amount of shared XP as in that bot side, so it should be first 3 melee creeps, you hit that level 2 marker, and then all of a sudden an element of volatility starts to explode. But what you're getting is the top laners will hit level 2, and if you're on red side, you'll walk down to your bot lane, start trying to hit plates with them. But then, in this instance, Weiser isn't going up to that top side, isn't matching, and he might try to go bot and try and catch some of that experience. We saw this actually, and by this point, should be in this bot lane, attempting to help Weiser catch some farm. It's Pain. In lane and to home generation.
Yeah, they've ended up a little behind Io and Jojo with the Ezreal Rakan getting the wave in, which surprises me, and Caitlyn, and now Jojo and Gigo are going to bully out Weiser, waiting in the brush, preventing him get anywhere near that tower. And FourY traditionally are very, very strong in the lane. They tend to passively accrue a lot of gold in that early stage, build up a nice lead, 1 to 2k, rock up to the Dragonfight ahead in items, and just outplay it and push that through for the win. So the onus, I think, is really on Pain to try and break that cycle, because FourY are so good at it. The 3 versus 2 now developing. Here comes Curry, as you said, Ignite going down onto Weiser. He's dropping pretty low. Oh, Ayu with the first blood perfectly calculates the damage. Tatu around the corner as well. Curry maybe on the wrong side of a 1 versus 4 dive. Let's see how Furia can manage it. These towers are trying to dissuade it more at this point. TP coming in. Remember, it takes a hot minute to arrive, and Furia are trying to get out of dodge. Karaoke around the corner. Jojo not looking too healthy. Pain might be able to catch him on the way out. Might have to burn a flash, but will be allowed to stroll away.
So, again, it's that late Fury. He makes his way down to that bot, much necessary. Why of a lot of experience, and then dies under the turret as well. So Ayu, he gets a lot of gold from the kill. He's slightly sacrificing the amount of experience he gets because Gigo is sharing it between 3 people as opposed to just between 2. So there's an element here of, okay, maybe our Ezreal isn't as far ahead as we'd have liked, but again, you're comparing this to a standard 2 versus 2, where the Ezreal would have probably been a kill, wouldn't have been back into a lane, feeling a little bit more comfortable versus this case.
Yeah, and you can see the small gold lead for Ayu, despite being 14 CS down here and not having that demolish in the lane. Has left only 1 plate taken for Titan in that top side, whereas 3, almost 4 were knocked down for Furia in bot side. Now a 400 gold lead has extended in the first 5 minutes. So Furia coming away from this lane swap feeling very happy with how things have gone down, and they still get to just put Gigo into Weiser, the matchup that is already a 1v1 he's very happy with.
And importantly as well, what this does for Furia is allows Ayu and Jojo to continue to take plates if they get that timing. If they see a little bit of priority, a bit of a gank. Those plates in the top side are now with fortification off. The plates on turrets get incrementally harder to take. So the first plate is very easy to take. The second, a little bit more difficult. The third, a little bit more difficult than that, and so on and so forth. So trying to take plates in the bot lane would have been a lot more difficult than if they just move Ayu and Jojo up to this top side and try and take plates off this top lane turret as well. So if they were looking to and try up there as well, they would be in a really good position. If it looks like Curry have maintained this status quo of keeping themselves top, so they're not allowing Ayu to go.
Yeah, it is now. We're maybe going to see a little bit of that Caitlyn impact start to build up. Of course, the gold's still comfortably kind of in Furia's favor across the map early on. And I'm keeping an eye now on Tatu and Karaoke, who might be about to throw hands over these grubs. Tatu, a very, very aggressive jungler with the Xin Zhao. Hard to contest in that early stage. You can see Karaoke treading very carefully around this camp right now.
And doesn't have smite yet, Tatu, so just need to be careful about leashing one of them for fear of Karaoke coming in and just yoinking one away. But again, with this top prio, Caitlyn is going to get priority. That's just the way she works versus an Ezreal, the wave clear on Pilt over Peacemaker. Very much worthwhile. Unfortunately enough, it looks like Pain Gaming are going to be able to take down the first 3 set of grubs. Tatu sniffed around a little bit early on, didn't quite manage to find anything, and instead turns his attention to the dragon, and will be able to pick that up. Cassante had been forced to recall, so Weiser clearly not feeling too great down on that bot side, but fortunately enough, it means Gigo can move his way into this dragon with that extra helping hand. Furia continuing again to just find an advantage where they should.
Absolutely. Dragon started up by Tatu on the bot side. Karaoke away on that top side shouldn't be contested at this stage, so Pain with 1 camp to their name and now 1 apiece as Furia picks up that Cloud trait. So far, relatively comfortable in this early stage, relatively low action, as tends to be the way these games have gone so far. Unlikely to see the Ruinous Atachan once again on our Rifts, but we shall simply have to deal. And so for Pain, given that we have this quiet game kind of unfolding in front of us, they're a little behind, but they're holding it fairly steady. They have this double marksman comp. Are we comfortable for Pain just sitting like this? Yes, we're not leading out of the early game, but are we still comfortable that they're going to get there and be able to use this comp later on?
So I've played marksman versus Gwen Xin Zhao, and I hate it no matter what the stage of the game is.
Doesn't matter, is it?
My theory is that I like this the later the game goes, because those cooldown or the duration of those spells doesn't increase with their rank, right? And all I need is 1 or 2 auto attacks later on into the game to really make them feel pain. Whereas in this early stages of the match, I'm 7 auto attacks later and Gwen's just one-shot me with a Q, like the
Yeah.
the disparity with time to kill is a lot less for AD carries in the later stages of the game. So you're always going to feel better as a double marksman comp if you do get that opportunity to scale. Obviously, Gigo, he's never going to feel bad in this game and will just be able to execute most people.
Yeah, doing the Lord's work there, cutting the Cassante down to size. We'd all love to be able to do it. Gigo showing us it is possible, everybody. You don't have to give up when you see the Cassante. It's possible. As Furia, Jojo, and Ayu now trying to back away from Karaoke, threatening onto that top side. The Ezreal holding this lane very comfortably, as you had said. With that Braum, there's not quite as much pressure in the 2v2, the Rakan and the Ezreal comfortably able to hold them at bay, pick up the waves, and not really drop down at any stage. Still holding on to 3 of those plates in the top lane as the gold ticks forward. The one lane that hasn't really had anything happen at all is in the mid lane, but I mean, it's Corki Ari, so shocker, I guess.
one of them attempts to press a spell, the other one either ults or W's away, and then it's like, well, your jungler was clearly there, man. I don't know, why were you breaking the peace treaty?
Yeah, for sure.
The biggest part of note, or the biggest thing to note, was when Dinkedo moved up to the top side and had to sacrifice priority on a wave to help his team secure the grubs, but he still walked in, secured the majority of the experience and gold, so it wasn't really too big a deal as Gigo now needlework out.
Ooh, ultimate commit. He gets the flash out of Weiser there as well. Some tools stripped away from the Pain Gaming top laner. Gigo committing his ult for the privilege, still has that ghost. He used the TP to get back into lane just a moment ago, so comfortably in control of this lane. Again, Furia kind of holding the line in top lane with no issue. Bot lane is working in their favor. Mid lane is an absolute snooze fest. So is there really pressure, do you think, on Tatu to be making more of this? Pain, I asked if they were happy sitting back, but Tatu was a very aggressive jungler on the Xin Zhao. Do we want to be seeing more out of him right now?
Yeah, I mean, my answer was Pain are probably happy playing double marksman the later the game goes. So FourY are the team that have got that little bit of onus on them to push the envelope, right? To make sure that the game starts to get accelerated that little bit faster than they currently are, to be completely honest with you. They're 500 gold to the good, which, it's not bad, but it's by no means game defining. And with grubs spawning, in 20 seconds, I'd like to see them commit a little bit of pressure up to this top side. And that you can see has happened. Gigo recalled, walked his way back out to the top side, and that Gwen that we've been talking about, that we should be fearing more so on this Pain side, is actually going to this next fight. Tuts with teleport is going to be able to contribute if he wants to.
Weiser committing the ultimate there and getting the reverse out. Tuts, but drops very low. Remember, he sacrificed a lot of his resistances for this play. Tuts doesn't quite connect with the charm. Weiser able to sidestep it with the footwork and survives on low HP. Still holding onto that TP himself right though, and should be able to comfortably back and TP in if he needs to. This grub fight is beginning to unfold. Jojo commits him with the ultimate. Only gets onto Curry. Suffers a lot actually in that exchange. Titan just going for damage on the champions. The grubs slowly eking away. Tatu completely abandoned now, drops the Crescent Guard, but no one can help him out. Dinkedo picks up the credit, and Pain complete a 4th grub for themselves.
So Tatu a little greedy there, could have flashed out the back of the pit, but decides instead to try and work his way out through the front door. Unfortunately, Pain Gaming slam it shut in his face, finding another kill, or their first kill, in this game. Now, FourY did pick up a couple of grubs, so they deny the notch on the feet, making sure that they can at least subvert that for a little bit longer. But what's happening as a consequence, obviously, is with their jungler off the map, this is now a little bit of a window for Karaoke to get a little bit more accelerated, maybe more so, just to even up the situation that he's got going on versus Tatu. But I'm looking at the experience. Maokai, a little bit ahead than the Xin Zhao. There's probably only a 1 camp difference in fairness, but those turret platings, again, start to get pressured. You can start to hit onto that turret, without fear of the enemy jungler ganking you when said jungler is dead.
Yeah, man's got Leandries already. First to the first item ahead of the counterpart in Tatu. So, showing up, taking a bit of control over his previous academy jungler, making sure everyone knows what's what in that relationship as the Maokai continues. And Karaoke being such an experienced jungler, someone who can control the pace of the fight, can get inside the opponent's head. I think Maokai is just such a great champion for him to enable his own team. The consistent carries of Titan, Kato and Weiser, Furia now starting up this second dragon. They've already taken it down, no hesitation. 2 camps for them, just the 1 for Pain. So almost the feat completed for Furia as both turrets on bot side are looking a little unhealthy. No one's managed to fully commit to get that one down yet.
No, and I mean, with the feat of warfare at the very least, maybe not, or hasn't really been acquired just yet and has barely been started. 1 out of 3 on either side in terms of those kills. it could very well be turrets plus objectives becoming that crucial part, which then starts to feed into this, are we going to overload one area of the map mentality to make sure that we can take that turret and get ourselves that bonus strength in this game. And that looks to be the case for Pain Gaming right now, as ulti's committed, TP's committed.
We are sending it down onto Gigo. Gwen has immunity at that first one, tries to clear out the wave. The tower now at full power, but there's just so much commitment down here. The damage from Pain is enough when they drop that much onto Gigo's head. They find the kill. They get a plate in mid as well. Furia caught on the recall timers, a little bit flat-footed on that one.
Yep, and that's the exact overload that we're talking about. Instead of it netting them a turret, though, it's going to be a kill. Yes, a couple of plates going over, but overall, Pain Gaming starting to make those proactive plays that we so frequently associate with them. Pain through 2024 and through the first series that we got to see from them, we're just an early game team. They dominated Loud through the early games of all three of the matches all three of the games that they played in their series. And throughout 2024, again, we're just the staple early game roster. So now starting to turn themselves a little bit more back to that, and stylistically versus FourY4 as well, a little bit scary. FourY4, if they're thinking, okay, well, that's kind of sort of how we turn up to Drake fights with this gold advantage using our early games. How are you doing that as well?
Yeah, they're used to just kind of showing up, having acquired a gold lead without killing anybody and without really doing anything. They just kind of play the game and get ahead, and like, well, this is just how it works. But unfortunately now a little bit more being asked of them. Curry, in fact, being asked some very tough questions by FourY4, trying to get away as the Unbreakable falls, and I don't know if anyone's going to be able to save him. They will find the kill. Jojo picks it up, tries to flash to safety. Kato wants to finish off, doesn't quite do it. Titan evaporates on the backline. Corki didn't find the Rakan, and now FourY4 flashing in on Tattoo's side to try and push for more. The knockups there, double for the Xin Zhao, and just like that, finally they go, oh fine, we'll make a play, and what a play it is.
So that's Feat of Warfare, plus with the damage that Gigo can do down on this bot side, you'd like to think the first structure's going to go down as well. He just walks in.
Diving? Bro, he's committing for the tower. Actually, he really wants that feat, goes for it, and the kill as well, gets the flash, the needlework, and it's the neutralization. Gigo getting 2 feats locked up at one time.
Yeah, and he didn't have to do that, right? Tuts is on the top side.
Hit him with it.
He's getting first turret on the top lane. That feat was already secured. Instead, he decides, no, you know what? This Corki doesn't have anything that he needs to take me down. Stands in his face, tanks him, then decides to take the turret in his face and kill the Corki after the fact. This is why you can't B1 Cassante versus Gigo. I said it in the draft, and we get to say it again. Gigo's good on this pick.
That's the Gigo guarantee right there. You leave him in a pressure situation, as long as it's a 1 versus 2, that could be 2 champions, it could be 1 champion and 1 turret. Gigo wins those.
He will always deliver for you, and you know, he's off the back of such a good year. It felt like with VKS as well. Being on the FourY4 roster, which again coming into this split had lower expectations than the rest of the teams that we'd associate Gigo being on par with. But the fact that he may well end up being one of the 4 that ends up representing the LTA South, and may end up knocking out the reigning CB LoL champions and not even giving them the opportunity to play in that cross-conference event, would be just a statement as to how good he is as a top laner.
Absolutely, and FourY4 now trying to get this Herald going as the Ezreal ult from IU flies across Pain. Everyone's rocked up here, but Gigo is there waiting in the back pocket. TP from Wiser comes in to commit on that front line. Tuts fishing for charms, and FourY4 not really able to comfortably finish that Herald off. They pull back and force the reset, allowing Pain to take it over right now. Titan still farming away in mid lane to make sure that gold gets locked up, and FourY4, we're all just dancing around right here. Who's pulling the ultimate? Karaoke drops it, in goes Tattoo, secures that objective, and now the fight is on. Curry looking for an angle. The rest of FourY4 have split Pain apart though, and Wiser drops the ult defensively to try to survive. Another kill over to FourY4, plus the Herald. They are walking away with this.
They get one, and they get out. And look at the death timer for Karaoke. He's dead for 15 seconds, where Drake spawns in 5. Now Gigo looks to be the focus for Pain here, but I think trying to catch this Gwen with just the Wiser, just the Braum is not going to be enough. And FourY4, through this early game, have now continuously found those fights. Not only that, they've now picked up a 3rd dragon, which puts them at soul point 18 minutes into this game, and they've got a Herald as well. Its placement of this Herald seems so crystal clear that if we put it down in the mid lane, we take the tier 1, we complete the outer turret sweep, and then we have dominion over the jungle that Pain Gaming previously had thought theirs. Another look at this replay, though. Tatu goes in, and again, you're looking at Titan and Curry on this bot side. The angle just doesn't favor them. They can't walk through the river to try and hit the backline of FourY4 for fear of them getting CC taken down themselves. So it ends up just being a 5 versus 3 where Pain's bot lane weren't able to contribute.
I just noticed that we're already 3 dragons deep, Roodood, for FourY4 at the 18-minute mark with an Infernal Rift. No less. This could be a massive mid-game spike when your Ezreal and Ahri are hitting their peak, when the accelerated Gwen is going to get there before anyone expected her to get there. So Pain are looking down the barrel of a very tough mid-game if they can't find an angle. They found one small success in the early game, a little wobble from FourY4 there, but besides that, they took control of the bot fight, and now they've got right back to business as usual. They are pressuring everywhere, really trying to quickly snowball that lead.
And it's such good play from FourY4. What we didn't see on screen was Tuts and Gigo pushing their side lane so that they had this timer to move mid lane, force a 5-man with the Rift Herald, and take down that tier 1. And just like that, that Bastion in the mid lane has been taken out, and all of a sudden the map feels so much looser for FourY4. Their ability to walk in and out of the jungle is so much greater given that tier 1 has gone down, because there isn't this power point for Pain Gaming to fall back to that's near the center of the map as a place for them to go and sort of stand behind. And I'm looking at the Caitlyn in the mid game right now, where Titan walked up, fired probably 5-6 autos onto Ayu there in that fight, got him to half HP. Well, if that's Ayu, who's the squishiest member we can argue on FourY4, and it's taking 5-6 autos to get through, what is my Caitlyn offering when I've got to try and hit Gwen, when I've got to hit Xin Zhao? Some of these champions that I can't hit physically, and that won't deal damage if I hit as well. Like, I'm really worried for where Titan is in this game. Yes, he's got a decent CS lead, but that's been what we've been saying this entire match. Yeah, oh, you got a CS lead, but what does it mean? What is it getting you? So far, it's nothing.
Yeah. We're about to head into the dreaded Caitlyn mid-game trough as well. IE still, an item away right now. Still needs a little bit of gold to get there. The Atakan has just hit the Rift, as we've seen. Now, this is an objective that has tripped up many a pro team across all the regions so far. Particularly the LTA South. We have seen a fair bit of stealing, a fair bit of throwing at this one. So FourY4, I'm going to be watching very closely. One, are they going to prioritize it? Because some teams haven't even bothered with it. And two, how are you going to manage the damage it deals and the awkward kind of map positioning that I think teams just aren't quite used to managing the front to back through this particular spot in the map yet?
Yeah, I think that the tri-brush for blue side in this instance, and I think that when it's placed bot lane, it's a lot more difficult to navigate. And honestly, I would dare say a little bit more neutral overall. The idea of there being 2 tri-brushes, I think, is a lot more makes it even. If it's top side and you're playing on blue side, like your safe haven is nowhere, right? It's really tricky. So you get to see, and conveniently the observers are talking about it as well, like so what the differences are. So on the bot side, it's a little bit more neutral to try and take it, and I'd argue makes it a little bit more scary for teams to head towards that Atakan. But even still, in this game specifically, how we're looking at these two teams look to play out. Okay, never mind.
Tuts appears out of nowhere onto the model of Titan, and FourY4 wasted no time in taking him out there, so the Caitlyn drops. Now, Dragon's still a ways away, but the Atakan is live, just losing Titan's Caitlyn, who wasn't in a super strong spot. That does seem to be enough for FourY4 to call the bluff of Pain. Now, the 4v5 is on, and let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, that was a time in combat equals time CC'd, and there was just nothing for Titan to do. He just got taken out. Nothing to really have been done there. That was even through barrier as well. This will be the Atakan, and this is that big ticket that FourY4 needed. Look at the timer on the Drake as well. I again, hate to be that guy, but the timers for FourY4 are just syncing up so nicely, and the way they're controlling this game is almost exquisite. They do nothing for 2-3 minutes at a time. But it's all a bit. It's to buy time for that one snap play that they need to make. Okay, we're picking Titan mid lane because he's overextended and we've actually snuck into the top side jungle because all of the vision from Pain is on that bot side in an attempt to stop us on this Atakan. Well, if we just kill the AD carry, there's nothing that we can really do, or they can really do. And now they can segue this into a Drake that spawns in 35 seconds. Even if they take a fight that doesn't look 100% in their favor, they're going to get withdrawn and come back out onto the map in 15 seconds. And then probably stop another attempt that Pain would make.
It's just beautiful. Everything lines up. It's one of those things going, wow, how lucky for Furia that everything is lined up this way. And it's just, it happens too often for us to believe it's luck on Furia's part at this point. No one puts a game plan together like them, except maybe Leviathan at this stage. But now, the dragon spawning up in 5 seconds. Furia, again, taking aggressive positions in the bot side jungle for Pain, making those brushes dangerous. You don't want to walk into a Rakan ult, into an Ahri charm. You're just going to get knocked down. And as you said, the Atakan gives Furia that little bit of insurance. Karaoke drops the ultimate, trying to punish their aggressive positioning. Gigo's holding the dragon right now. There's that front line from Tatu, gets the Crescent Guards out, but has it pulled Pain into a fight they don't want to take. Down goes Karaoke. The killing spree begun for Gigo, and the rest of Furia absolutely send it through that team fight. One withdrawal is secured. Weiser ults Tuts away, but he's still got an ult charge. The rest of the fight has evaporated for Pain Gaming, and Weiser left on his lonesome. Yes, he's doing a little bit of the Cassante Gaming, but Gigo comes around the door to shut him down.
It's a 5-for-1, and the withdrawal for Jojo effectively makes it 5-for-0. The Infernal Soul comes to bear as well for Furia. They've still got these withdrawals on 4 crucial members on their side, and they're going to take everything they can. Infernal Soul, mid-tier 2. And look what spawns in 40 seconds, Trajan, as though the game couldn't get any easier for Furia and couldn't have segued any nicer.
Oh my word, they've scheduled this one out by the minute, Roodood. It's crazy.
It's like it is just a well-run machine, it feels like, for Furia. And Pain Gaming, they have to use Maokai ulti to get through into the river, into this choke. And Titan, again, you can see, just doesn't have the damage. And then the collapse comes through from Furia, quick as you like. They all get in there. Titan forced to flash over the wall, but guess what? Gigo's got Ghost, and a can-do attitude just immunes the trap and takes down the Caitlyn. It's just picture perfect. The synergy on this Furia roster, despite the changes to that top side, seems as though they've been working together for far too long.
I'd love to see that. You can see the excitement on the players for Furia. Plenty of young talent on this one. Hyping up the crowd. Tatu popping off on this Karaoke. Unlock, bro. Finish the dragon, my guy. He keeps getting up and down and up and down. He's loving it right now. And who can blame him? These are the defending champions that he is schooling up and down Summoner's Rift right now.
And we had that question, didn't we? Are Furia doing too little in this early game? You know, that 10-minute marker, I was like, oh, Furia, they're not really gotten off to the races just yet, but they were just, like I say, biding their time, getting those drakes, and all of a sudden it just started toppling over. Gigo is, with now an extra 700 gold, going to go back to base and be 3 items. I'm looking at Cassante trying to deal with Tatu and Ayu when he's got a lot of magic resist, don't get me wrong, but you know, the armor that this Cassante has is not particularly abundant. There's a little bit coming from the Jack show, but that's all that you can really speak of. And Gigo, immediately it feels like, goes back, and now he's going to be back out on the map with that extra talisman in the Void Staff. And the Baron really should just be, whenever Furia want to start it, they can start it and hopefully finish it. If Pain come, they will fight and they will win. And what do you do as Pain when you're 8,500 gold down?
Yeah, you have to wait for a pretty mondo throw from the Furia side to give you a window back in here. Caitlyn at least has the Infinity Edge done, is working towards that 3rd item, but she's very much not out of the doldrums just yet. Corki's got those 2 items done, but isn't being able to find a lot of damage there, and we've already moved past the point, really, where the rest of the Pain frontline is going to do meaningful damage. It's all about enabling those carries, but Furia are not giving them the chance. They are immuning the frontline, and they're working methodically through these fights again, taking control of that Pain jungle.
This is an angle for Tuts here. I was terrified, to be honest with you.
They were going to go down through that middle path and go, yeah.
Yes, and that it could have been quite scary. However, I mean, great toggling again from the observers. It's just darkness. Like, how do they ever get a foothold into this jungle through Ahri charms, through Ayu's poke, through Jojo's potential engage? Furia
committing on Karaoke, commits, gets the cleanse out of Ayu, but leaves himself on the front line and just gets minced. And the rest of Pain or Fury are still going with that dragon. Ayu ease and flashes forward, goes a bit bonkers on the Ezreal, knocks the Kato down to a sliver. Now Tuts is in that same position, and here's the angle that you were talking about before. Does get a lovely interrupt on that charm. Weiser using the Pathmaker to escape, but the Baron was being completed the whole time, and now they don't even have to wait for the push. They can just get right down to business.
And that was a 5 versus 3 stall through the topside jungle that FourY4 won, where they had no input from Gigo, no input from Tatu, and just the poke and range of Ari Ezreal and a little bit of an engage from Jojo takes down Karaoke, and nobody falls either. Again, we are past the point of saying, wow, FourY4, you know, they're just so lucky with how these timers are playing. They are doing everything that they're supposed to on just the right time, as flash engage from Karaoke immediately cleanse out of there from IU. And then, in case that wasn't enough, he's like, I fancy a bit more. I'll leave flash onto Dinkedo, who, in fairness to him as well, great reaction timer on the Valkyrie to get himself out to safety. The flash force there also from the Corki. So if you're looking for a dive in a later fight, Jojo still got flash. Titan, he's going to need to be ready to respond with his own. But that Corki, sitting pretty, no flash, probably going to be the focus.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just no avenue forward for Pain. It seems you're kind of corralled into your base, and again, you're just hoping for a mistake from FourY4, who seem absolutely content not to provide one. They're just working down the checklist of objective to objective without putting a foot wrong, and now they've got the triple lane push right now, and there still doesn't seem to be an avenue for Pain to make a play.
Yeah, again, whatever play they make, it comes at a cost at this stage. They're so far behind that maybe they could go and try and kill Gigo on a side, but he probably 2v1s and then you lose your mid-inhib anyway. So this is the worst of both worlds, unfortunately, for Pain, where they haven't made a play and they're losing everything anyway.
Karaoke again caught on the front line and is not going to be allowed to live. There is some damage back onto Tatu. Flash away with the Crescent Guard. Barely slips away as Tut's pressuring. Lovely charm onto Dinkedo. Do they have the damage to finish up? Titan flashes in. Nets forward as well. And IU trying to do what he can. The minion wave in a pretty tough spot. Titan with a bit of an angle here. Jojo blocks off the ultimate Gigo. As you said, Roodood, we could commit, but the rest of the fight will just fall apart. And Gigo snips him down. The Gwen going absolutely nutty. Cassandra ulted into next week, but the Nexus still falls. FourY4 put together the most FourY4 of FourY4 wins in game one.
A complete deconstruction of your CV LoL champions is the only way that we can describe that. FourY4 they gave Pain 10 minutes, and that 10-minute marker elapsed, and then they said, okay, we're now going to start doing things and start winning this game. And I mean, yeah, you got to go back to the drawing board, it looks like, for Pain this time out, because FourY4 looked dead set on representing sorry. Are we in here? Oh, okay, yeah, good.
They're lost on the rift and off it, man. They don't know where they're going.
Oh, no. FourY4 look dead set on being that fourth team to lock their slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is really a statement that we didn't even get to see them try to make this statement in the 2024 playoffs, where they played against Loud and then they played against Loud, and they lost in 5-game bangers both times, getting reverse sweeped once. It was such a painful ending for FourY4 in 2024 Split 2, where we felt like we didn't get a chance to see that potential, and Loud used that last bit of Gatekeeper energy to just hold them down below the waterline for one more split. Now they've got Pain up against the ropes with a massive Game 1 statement, and all they have to do is beat the Game 2 curse, and then they're golden.
Again, a 2-0.
Yes.
But the majority of LTA South games have been 3-game series.
Yeah. Yes, we have not seen any of our teams. We've only really seen one of our teams struggle to get a single one on the board. There is plenty of comeback and fight back potential in these players. They've all been down in series before. It's far from over for Pain, but it feels like to me that there is definitely got to be a big sting in losing that upper bracket series to Leviathan after feeling so confident, after Titan chatting so much mess on social media, to have that thrown in your face and knocked down here. Now you're a game down again to FourY4, who again is, even as much as we big up the potential of this roster, they have not put results on the board yet. They have not achieved real success yet as a roster and as an organization in playoff bracket stages. They won one group season or one regular season a few years ago with a super team, but again they struggled in playoffs. They're not used to succeeding in this theater, and now they're against Pain. You've got to wonder what's going through the Pain players' minds, because FourY4 came out looking absolutely unfazed by their opponents.
No, they really did. I'm so sorry, you're gonna have to keep going.
The internet's dying, his immune system is collapsing. Roodood, to be fair to the guy, put on a 7-hour shift last weekend and is on track to do another one here today unless FourY4 can make this one a 2-0. So we'll go to a break for now. We'll get Root some emergency medical assistance, and then we'll be back to see if FourY4 can secure the 2-0 or if Pain is going to push another series to all 3 games. We'll see you back here. And we are back here at the LTA South. A pretty swift game one in that series. 10 minutes of chill out time, and then FourY4 just swept Pain Gaming away, opening with a win against the defending champions. Close to knocking them out, 1 game away from that cross-conference play.
Yeah, I mean, this now puts a really big set of games in Pain Gaming's hands, because they've got to win 2 back-to-back. They can't slip up again. And if they don't, their opportunity to defend any form of a title is completely shot. They would have liked to have been the first seed to have come out of the LTA South. That got eviscerated when they lost last weekend. Now they may not even get an opportunity to defend any form of any title in the LTA as a whole. And, you know, they can't claim that they're the best team in the LTA South. Their redemption would be, well, maybe we're the best team in LTA when we get to those big ticket matches, but it's not going to be the case if they lose here.
Absolutely. We are into the pick and bans once again, and we've lost the Gi Gwen. It absolutely did its job in game number 1, but we won't see it again.
It bought 1 win.
And the other thing for me that's very important is we lost the Tuts Ari. That has been far and away his best pick in this initial split of the LTA South, and has looked a little suspicious on kind of everything else, to be honest. So I'm very closely going to be watching Tuts to see how we see him on the other mages. Traditionally a very competent mage player, the Azirs, the Victors, the Hueys. So I want to see if he can keep that momentum going. He did have a strong game 1 as well, as the bans, at least for some side, are relatively the same. The Yone, the Ashe, the Callista, again denied by FourY4, but this time it's the Poppy taken away by Pain, and the Varus. Now FourY4 won, but they're on the blue side. It feels like blue side has been very high prio for the losing teams as of late.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. With that in mind, you know, where you're putting your bans does certainly give you a lot more freedom on the red side. Red side have got, at the very least, Skarner jail that they have to be in, and I'm gonna start arguing for Mel jail as well, because I think that champ is kind of bonkers. Even still, the teams don't have as much prio on it as maybe I do personally. Moving in though, Jace V1, a little bit of flexibility. However, we are on the patch where they changed the way that Jace's scalings all worked, and they sort of took away base damages to offset the prevalence of tank Jace.
Now, it looks like we're not going to do the Ambessa Male 1-2 that I think we saw in game 1 of Red Loud from what the Twitter told me. So it is going to be the Karaoke Sejuani. Again, it's kind of a pick you can't go wrong with, especially for some of our most consistent junglers. Now, the Zyra was left open and very swiftly knocked up by Tatu. So again, something that can be very active early. The Renekton. So there is still technically a bit of flexibility here, but I'm assuming we're seeing Tuts, Jace, and Renekton at this stage.
It's Renekton into Ambessa again. Shout out my Division 2 UKEL top laner.
Yes, you did says
that this matchup is unplayable for Ambessa, so it must be Renekton into the Ambessa. So no expectations for this to really go anywhere else, and I think that knowing that Pain Gaming are going to be able to just take their mid laner here as well, with the knowledge that they're going to be playing against the Jace, Mel gets locked in. I'm happy with this once again. I'm looking at the spells that I can be rebuttaling. Is that the word? That smells W, I think. So far, we've got no big ticket ones, right? You've got a Shock Blast, which is a little bit of poke. You've got a Zyra Root, maybe, to rebuttal. But there's no Enchanted Crystal Arrow, no Vhagar ulti that I'm sending back to sender, right?
Can you rebuttal Renekton stun if you nail the timing?
It doesn't stun him, but you can
just be like,
no, I'm okay, thank you, actually.
Sure.
I'm gonna not get stunned right now.
So, and the problem I had with Tuts' Jace before was that he was not able to judge a winning situation before he committed to it. Now, into this Mel, it's very much more of a space holder, and it's not necessarily a committing into a 1v1 fight. It's going to hold this, it's going to reflect the Shock Blast, it's going to poke you down with those very consistent range spells to just get good, simple trades out in the lane. So, Inkado does have, I think, a very stable platform in this game. He did have it in last game too, though. It's kind of the only lane that was going fine for Pain, and it did not matter. So we shall see if he's able to get this one sorted. Again, the mid game for FourY4 is looking absolutely godlike. They used it to great effect in game 1. Second round of bans, the Elise falling once again, even though the Caitlyn is gone. And then it's Nautilus MF duo removed by Pain.
Yeah, so I mean, it now becomes, what do you want to blind pick? Are you going for your AD carry or your support? Typically, you would take the AD carry blind here. And I think that for what Pain Gaming have got so far, I wouldn't mind just seeing a Jinx. Oh, okay, banned. I wouldn't have minded that Jinx getting locked in, because they've got just a solid front line for it to be able to DPS. However, what they have also got is a little bit of dive with the Ambessa. You can start to get really aggressive with that, and maybe pick an AD carry that complements that as well. Looking at what else you've got on the table, I mean, the Corki could have been taken if never mind, game one. But either way, the Kai'Sa getting locked in. It's a dive buddy for the Ambessa, a dive buddy for the Sejuani as well. And now I'm beginning to get a little bit scared of what Dinkedo's going to be able to do if he gets left alone.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of sync with the theme of the other three champions for Pain. So how that slots in is a question we'll need to see answered. Furia now potentially hovering the Zarya, and they'll lock that one in. This is a pick we have only seen 3 times, as you can see. 1 win, 2 losses. Not seeming super powerful at this point in the meta, but still coming through as a particular pocket pick for certain AD carry players as the series you continue. Jojo going back to a classic engager, so this is a bread and butter pick for him. We'll see how that bot lane wants to opt to it. They were happy with the 2v2 much of last game, not roaming so much, but now the Leona is really a champ that we see so often roaming away into the rest of the map.
Yeah, and remember that the early game for last match was largely offset by lane swap as well, so we didn't get to see the Caitlyn bully the Ezreal in those really early levels where we expect that to be a problem. The Zeri and the Kai'Sa largely match each other for range, so I expect there to be a little bit more civility between these two in terms of the 2 versus 2. However, once again, this top matchup could be pretty difficult for Wiser if Ego is up to scratch, knows what he's up to. So there's that opportunity again for FourY4 to have been swapped on, for Pain to say, we actually don't want to leave our Ambessa out to dry. We're going to leave your top laner out to dry as well.
So we have ended up with Dinkedo being the only backliner in a full team of frontliners. So this is a question Dinkedo will have to answer and see what he can do with this one. Of course, he does have the non-committal ultimate, the sort of Karthus style point and click everyone with the passive gets hit ultimate, so doesn't necessarily have to be stuck in to still get value. But for Furia's side, they've got the Zarya against full dive, which I really like. That was the one win that we saw, was a Bronze Zarya game where the enemy team just could not for the life of them lock this Zeri down. They were full diving and Zeri's just too dang mobile, man. That's what the champion does. So if IU can pull a similar story, he might be able to waste a lot of the Pain Gaming dive on a champ that can survive themselves.
And again, as far as the dive goes, let's say, and the CC onto a Zeri, Ambessa ult could be difficult on a Lightning Crash Zeri. Sejuani ulti again is probably going to get cleansed. So we're looking at the tools that are actually available to lock down this Zeri, and they're not overly abundant. It's not Nautilus Vi, for example, right? That I click and this champion will get CC'd. It might be once he's dashed over a wall, but that's taking a lot of a fight, and it's done the same job. But even still, I do get a little bit worried for how they will lock down this Zeri, and if IU is on top of his game, which I think for the Ezreal game he certainly was, continues that way, he could just be able to run around this Pain Gaming composition and send them to an early grave.
You can see there's still plenty of smiles on the Pain Gaming fans' faces. They know it is not over yet, and they still believe in their team Furia. Honestly, the Furia fans looked a little bit more nervous, going, how are we going to throw this one away? How are we going to not achieve our dreams at this point? Not used to success as of yet. Pain Gaming fans will identify very well with that feeling themselves. Onto the Rift we go. Pain Gaming looking to keep this one even, and Furia would want to keep the momentum that they found in game number 1. Now, it's not the usual Pain 5-stack invade this time. The red side changing the tactics a little bit, and currently we're on normal lane assignments, but we'll see if that's still the same case in 40 seconds.
Yeah, we'll give it a little bit of time here. We could very much see this change, as we are seeing an ingress from Titan here. With that 5-stack, knows that he's going to win the 1v1 at level 1 specifically. Isolated Akathian Rain, actually quite potent. But an early ward goes down from Titan, and just looking to see where any other early wards have been placed. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything too untoward here, Trajan, and we may yet get to see the power that comes from the Kai'Sa and the Rel in this early laning phase. Both of our AD carries have opted into that cleanse. Now, for Kai'Sa, you'd be thinking, well, that makes a lot of sense, right? I'm playing versus Leona and I need that cleanse. The Zeri largely taking it for the Sejuani in the later stages of the game. So I do think early on in this lane, Pain have a bit of a higher advantage, because IU is going to be cleansing less valuable things. It's going to be Rel Q, basically, and that's it.
Yeah, Jojo muscles his way into that bot lane brush, but takes a fair few autos for the trouble, and this might give us a chance to actually see this 2v2 that we were very interested in seeing with this normal setup in the bot lane. Can Titan and Curry actually leverage a 2v2 advantage over Ayu and Jojo, or is even that aspect of their game starting not to yield the results that it maybe did in past seasons?
Already, Tut's taking what looked to be a good trade, but as soon as the hammer comes down, Dinkedo knows exactly where to place his Q on the floor and finds a decent trade on back as well. Ego looking for these, again, short order skirmishes, and I'm enjoying the fact that we get standard lanes because we get to see these two players sort of go head to head in all aspects, right? Mid lanes get to go up against mid laners, and you get to see the power that each of them provide. Looking at our jungle specifically, though, so we've got the tri-lane cross of every single other lane. What I want to keep our eyes on is the fact that the Zyra should be clearing at a ton faster than Karaoke, so Tatu should be out on the map with a much faster rate than the Sejuani.
See Tut's already suffering from these spells from Dinkedo. Goes to the minions. It's fairly simple stuff to execute. Not so good when you get on top of them. They've only got the one shield that has to be timed right. But in these early laning scenarios, the Mel is very, very comfortable right there. So Tut's an opportunity for Tuts to maybe show us a little bit more. Dives in, out comes the rebuttal, but no significant damage blocked. But then on the counter attack, on the retreat from Tuts, you see all those passive stacks flying in from the Mel, and it really turns the trade in her favor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue, in fact, that the rebuttal was actually a pretty big one because all of Tuts' exit damage was blocked, right? He may not have blocked any spells and reverted it back to him, but there was a hammer form auto plus the E that has been immediately sort of immune in terms of the damage. So not too bad. Dinkedo now again getting battered around a little bit, and this mana now becoming to be a bit of a problem. Doran's ring, Doran's shield. We're waiting to see who's going to be able to find their way through their mana pool and get that recall in, importantly, first of all.
Rebuttal does at least have a long cooldown. That is the one saving grace that we can commit to here. Flash into the stun, the cleanse, and the flash from Ayu. All buttons slammed by the bot laners right here, and Karaoke around the corner does tag Jojo and gets the second defensive summoner out. So a little advantage built there by Titan and Curry, catching Ayu and Jojo. Not afraid of the jungler.
Okay, now Tatu as well moves his way up to this top side, and Ego takes a turret shot there. Would have been a great trade had he not done that, but looking to force Wiser off of this wave, does have teleport, so whether he can survive or not remains to be seen. Again, a load of dashes, so hitting skill shots not the easiest.
Tatu tries to set up the route, and there comes Wiser slipping away from danger. Easily done, and Karaoke back on the map. He's going to be able to contest this jungle camp and not give Tatu a free ride. Recall is completed by the Renekton, so they're still going to crash that wave in, and there is a notable gold lead once again building up for Gigo. Even in the lane swaps, he tends to outperform in the 1v1s as well. This matchup certainly doing a lot of work. And now, does Wiser know? Does he know, everybody, that Ayu is there? There isn't quite the range, but the stun lands, and the Zenith Blade as well gets the flash with the Ignite. Does the damage been done? One more tick, is it there? Wiser just about slips away alive.
So a swap up to this top side here. Grubs are going to spawn in a minute and 5 seconds time, in fact. But this is, oh my word, an attempt at trying to get some gold into Ayu's back pocket. Again, looking at these compositions, how do they kill Ayu is my question. And I don't think it's one that Pain Gaming have got a particularly good answer to. So if we funnel gold into the Zeri, set her up for success, that is setting FourY4 up for success. And whilst they may well be able to find that early game lead, the late game insurance policy is going to be there.
Now, Wiser did a good job under pressure there. Gigo does escape, has to use the flash. Tatu now has arrived on the bot side. There's vision for Pain to spot him on the way over as that wave crashes. Titan and Curry holding strong in that proxy position, still getting damage down. Karaoke taking the camps in the face of the FourY4 jungler. A lot of tense kind of bravado being shown in that bot lane, just standing up and daring each other to fight for what is supposed to be their side of the map. TP coming in, Gigo back on the wave, and everyone will go away alive. Maybe some summoners lost on either side, but not quite the action just yet.
Yeah, I love that from Gigo. He's like, I can't walk into this lane. If only there was a way that I could get there without having to take any damage. Ah, yes. Teleports his way underneath the turret for a melee and 3 range creeps. Worth in the overall scheme of things, he'll tell himself. And almost level 6, you'd like to think halfway through level 5. So with Dominus diving the Renekton, not going to be particularly easy, but before that, I like to think that Pain Gaming have got an opportunity to look for it, but again, that's the question. Then how well have they been tracking experience? Did Gigo come into the lane level 5? Was he level 4? And we know he's not close to level 6. You know, all of these things that you've got to think about before opting into that. FourY4 looking for the cross map more than anything else, move their way up to this top side, and IU going to be able to claim a little bit of help, and now Titan in trouble on bot side.
Yep, Ego gets on top of him, Carrioca's around the corner, Jojo looking for a way in, gets the cleanse in fact, does the Dominus up Renekton, so again, some tools stripped away, both teams throwing jabs and forcing some response from their opponents, keeping them sweating, keeping them always wary of a kill coming around the corner. Tuts tries to punish Curry on the way through, there's that Rubs camp completed, one monster camp apiece, FourY4 and Pain thus far, as Jojo is just being annoying right now, standing deep behind there, knows Titan is not in range to rotate forward.
Yeah, so the crucial thing, I suppose, about that chunk and that Gigo burns the Dominus is that when you do it in a top lane situation, your top laner goes back to base TPs and you don't really miss anything. Bot lane, Titan has to go back to base and then start to think about how he fights.
Ooh, well, for Flash there, Tatu deep behind enemy lines and has to get away from Karaoke. Decado had the first track over it from mid lane, so again, there are little kind of small missteps being made and being punished by either side, but we're waiting for that one first big break to get those kills, to secure a feat perhaps, maybe take control of lane, get the plate lead. It's dead even across the board right now, very, very marginally in FourY's favor, as Jojo finds his way in, gets a stun, and Ayu's in range now, but would really love to get the wave instead.
Yeah, remember, no cleanse on the Kai'Sa, so looking for those engages now has an element of threat. And it might be something that FourY will look for.
Jojo just walks blind in and Pain commits hard in, but the damage back onto Titan is massive. Down goes the Killer Instinct. First blood for Ayu on the Zeria's. Jojo will not make it back, but Curry now where to go for this manaless Rel. The minion wave even doing some assistance with the block. Crash down maybe gets out of range. Ayu not able to secure that second one, but first blood on the Zeria. We're happy with that.
Yeah, and they get the kill onto Titan as well. They're able to move this wave under the turret, so that's experience missed, that's gold denied, and importantly the kill went on to Curry also, so that's just a massive win for the FourY bot side. And you start to think, what is Curry doing here? This is just not a fight that you can look to take. Ayu immediately sees that Titan has been left on his own, and yes, you engage great onto the Leona, but you've left your Kai'Sa out to die, and that's exactly what happens here. No cleanse up for the Kai'Sa means that there's no real way for her to get out to safety, and it's unfortunate for Ayu that the ulti wears off the split second he throws his Q to that would have kept it going, because that movement speed would have been enough, and the extra damage there would have helped out and probably taken down the Rel also. But even still, one kill for nothing is a fight that they're going to take and find themselves in a very good spot.
Ego and Jojo on that top side. Karaoke coming around the corner, but not feeling great at forcing the issue. Giga with the Dominus ready, no real threat for that Renekton right there. So great start from FourY once again. Remember, last game, 10 minutes, pretty even, pretty quiet, and suddenly, once FourY took control, they were off to the races and never looked back. Pain now needs to try and find a way to hold this one under wraps. They've already lost a little bit of gold down to Ayu, got that Zeri scaling away, and Gigo managing his own matchup very, very well. But they do have avenues back in. They've got that first dragon at least. We're not going to see another 22-minute Infernal Soul, hopefully.
No, well, we'd like to hope not. And maybe Pain gets it, and maybe that's how they end up taking this game. Yeah. But even still, I mean, one of the... I'm gonna call it the elephant in the room here, Trajan, is that I personally think that Kai'Sa is an awful champion currently. Just in terms of how good the champion is. Just not got the chops to deal damage like a Zeri does, or really many marksmen. And when I'm picking my marksman, damage is one of the prerequisites that I'm kind of after.
Yeah, I mean, is it just simply a case of the rest of the game has moved on and the numbers have not been touched for a while? Because it seemed like Kai'Sa was in an okay spot before, but is it the lack of build viability? Like, what is holding this champion back right now?
Yeah, I'm almost certain that the breakpoints for your item or for your evolves are not as favorable as they once were. And then I also think that just the damage that comes off, there was a nerf that came to Kai'Sa at some stage where they just gutted her percentage health on her passive. And that honestly sealed the deal. It meant that you didn't really have the on-hit effects that, you know, an AD attack speed Kai'Sa would do. And then also the AP Kai'Sa build was a little bit removed because of all of the scaling nerfs that got hit to it. So you sort of see this build now for Titan where we've started off with Kraken Slayer, and this could very well still go into Rage Blade plus AP, or it could be something completely different. And in that case, I'm a little bit more on board. I mean, AP Kai'Sa just took such a big hit that it being able to succeed in games hasn't been as easy.
Yeah, I do see Wiser briefly with the item advantage completed. Eclipse does get one good trade, but no real purchase found. The second Grub's waiting to start as Karaoke wants to make a move there. Tut's picking up plates in the bot side. Does have TP as well to commit up if they need to. Dinkado likewise, if this becomes a massive fight. This kind of fight is what Furia used to leapfrog into the lead last game around, but this time they're not going to go for it. Tatu instead rotating down the river, maybe just looking for a dragon trade instead.
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at the items, importantly, again, on those AD carries, it's IU who didn't have Yuntal for that fight. It was Titan who had finished his Kraken Slayer, so just by the numbers, it wasn't as easy for FourY4 to look to take that fight really at all as it would have been for Pain, and fortunately enough, they just play the macro game a little bit better, right? Like, they've synced up their recalls for when they want to go for an objective, and that may well bleed into them being able to take a second shot at an objective, but they get 3-3 on the Grubs, so again, we're just very evenly going through this game. Those feats of strength seem very much up for contestation. The feat of warfare still up for grabs. We've got 2-1 currently in Pain in terms of the objective feat, and then obviously first brick still firmly up for grabs. I don't really feel like either side lane turret has taken a massive battering just yet.
Yeah, not like last time. The lane swap really helping FourY4 shred down that bot lane tower early on. For now, though, they're trying to control this river, but seem to give Parrot, Karaoke, and Curry a little bit of respect. Jojo, in fact, has no respect and commits in there. The defensive Glacial Prison will come to nothing. IU, though, I believe, committed the ultimate too. Yeah. So some tools used on either side in Pain have still found a way into the river.
Yeah, and again, Zeri without an ultimate is maybe 60% of the champion that she is when she's actually got the ulti ready. So definitely a weak spot now for IU if there were to be a fight to be taken. And looking at how that has transitioned onto the map, it looks like Karaoke has started off that Drake. Tatu and Jojo have moved into this top side to try and steal some camps away and get something in response. But that's going to be that third objective, and Pain Gaming starting out with the objective feat for themselves.
Absolutely, they're going to be happy enough with that one. FourY4 understanding the weaknesses when those ults do not come through and not wanting to toss the game away with a risky play around the Dragon Bit. So second secured for Pain is the Cloud Rift here, so not quite as impactful as the Infernal, though it does tend to have massive win rate stats every season, so go figure. But FourY4 not going to feel like they've lost too much, I think, at least at this stage in the game, giving that up.
No, and I think as well, for the Zeri in particular, if you can get it, definitely very good.
Ooh, Ambessa clips him with the ultimate, and Gigo still in the tower, not quite done. Titan flying in with a killer instinct. Tatu has to go down as well. 2 quick kills for Pain, secures the feat of warfare, and just like that, they have the triumphant boots.
Snap engage on that top side, and Kaiser does one thing very well, and it's follows up on engages. Finds 2 people who are left just a little bit out in the lurch there. Couple kills picked up for Pain Gaming. Like you say, establishes that feat of warfare, stops that top tier 1 from falling as well, and gets Pain Gaming that little bit of a foothold back into the game. Slowly felt like FourY4 were edging their way a little bit further forward in this match, but just barely have Pain now established themselves once.
You can see right here, just the ultimate, the max range Ambessa ultimate there with the tower not quite done. Lovely catch on that timer there for Pain Gaming. FourY4 a little out of position, just a little bit too long to get that one completed. Didn't even get the tower at the end of it as well. Lives on a sliver.
Yeah, and Tatu there, pops the ulti down, but fortunately enough, right, Ambessa's got 4 dashes. Zeri, or rather, Rel is never the focus, and Kaiser very maneuverable also. So getting the ulti down in that instance definitely quite tricky. Tuts will now go and claim the first turret of the game, so go figure. Good looks for this guy. But even still, he lost out on the feet, and Ego may well be able to defend this as he dominates forward, clears the wave, leaves. That's about it. But job done, right? He's defended the wave for now. Yeah. Let's see if he can do it against another one, where this time we've got Curry handing out favors also.
Domina's still ticking away, and he's trying to get a little bit of damage down, still stunned up, and a little bit of tower health to work with. Jojo coming in for the assist, and IU not too far away, so maybe they're actually just calling to give it up. A little different plan on the mind of FourY4, so I'm wondering what is the goal right now? Where are we going to rotate this pressure to? Are we just going to send Gigo to mid lane, or are they being more respectful than I maybe even thought they needed to be? Gigo given plenty of room, and there doesn't seem to be much picked up just yet. FourY4, if they can get mid lane, though, that would be a trade they'd love, I guess.
Yeah, they're just looking to swap out those turrets. They also, again, got Tatu to steal away the Raptor camp, so Karaoke slowly losing out in that camp game. You can see he's quite a little bit down in gold. Actually, the biggest disparity of anybody so far in this game are between those junglers, but then you also have to remember, well, a Sejuani's a Sejuani, and she's going to ulti somebody, and she's going to be a meatball, right? At the end of the day, that is going to happen. And I think that Tatu as well, whilst this composition that Pain have drafted does do a lot of diving, that is honestly to Zyra's credit, right? You'll know more than anyone, Trajan. Zyra loves it when people dive in.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal, is to bait them into diving you, just get as many seeds up as possible, sped up with the ultimate, and then walk away and let the seeds do the work. You're not really worried about that one as a potential death. It's kind of almost Karthus-esque, really. It's like, just please come and kill me. As long as I get my R off, I'm probably doing enough damage as IU flashed on by Karaoke, but a little bit of a miscalculation. Maybe a prediction gone wrong for the Pain jungler. Does not manage to get any purchase there, and Furia using this time should be able to pick up the Herald, the wave thinned out in mid. And that's just a bit of a whoopsie doodle for Karaoke.
Yeah, they're going to happen. But even still, that means that they lose Herald ultimately for nothing. And if we recontextualize it and change everything that happened, Karaoke queued over the wall, failed his smite, and then had to flash out to not die. That'd be a better way of looking at it. We'd be more happy with that version of events, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we're reframing here. We're positive mental attitude, you know. We don't have to live in our trauma, everybody. Don't worry about it. As Karaoke still on this bot side here. The Dragon not for another minute, and now with the Herald down, was a little brief time where we're going to see, it looks like Pain and Furia maybe try and contest this River Vision, try and prepare well. A soul point for Pain would give them a decent amount of map control there to play with later on. But Furia with the Herald, if Pain overload one area, you don't want to leave a juicy tower vulnerable to a quick Herald drop.
No, absolutely not. And I do think as well, okay, we're going in, never mind, hold on.
There will be no thinking for now, I'm afraid. We're committing into the fight, but they do break apart, so possible time for thinking for a little bit longer.
The composition Furia have drafted, not dependent on the Zeri currently. This sort of breakpoint for the Zeri, we are quite weak. Tuts, Gigo, Tatu, though, they need to be your focuses, and that's going to be, you know, quite the mental to try and shake, I suppose, for Pain Gaming. Is actually, we can probably stand to leave IU for a little bit of time when I compare that to the Renekton, the Zyra, who are also going to absolutely shred.
In comes the Herald into mid lane. Pain trying to rotate back through their own jungle here, and the TP's coming in for a possible flank angle. Curry with a lovely magnet. Storm holds Fury in place. Tatu gets the ultimate down, but still taken down by Titan. Wiser traded back by IU. The 1-for-1 as the tower still stands. I was going to say stands strong, but that's not what I'd call it, actually. It's almost going to go down.
No, Stiff Breeze will take that down, and it might end up just being a couple of bursts of lightning from IU, maybe a little bit later on into the game, but job so far for Pain Gaming, honestly done. They recontested on that mid wave, they defended their tier 2, and they're not likely to lose the Dragon here. Tartoon being dead means that there's no smite to secure, and Pain Gaming just got to sniff around, make sure that it's not going down, and as long as they don't lose Karaoke here, they'll be absolutely fine.
Gigo trying to get away. Titan starts up. The Dragon, in fact, knows that there's some delayed recalls now coming out of Furia. They're a little bit out of sync. Tatu coming off the fountain. IU as well. 2 kills deep. Has got the second item completed, but Pain should be able to clear this one up before Furia can get back in position. So now 3 Dragons deep as we see a replay of this mid lane play.
Yeah, so Curry, again, it's just a great engage. Like, literally 5-man Magnet Storm. They don't get much better than that, but fortunately, Tatu gets his ulti down just before all that. Knocks up the Pain follow, and fortunately enough for Korea, there's not enough there to take down more members, because that engage looks like Pain should be wiping. Fortunately enough, like I say, Tatu, he got his ulti down and was able to cause just enough disruption so that the team didn't end up falling completely on their face. And I have to imagine that he's sat on a bunch of gold at the minute, because I'm looking at the items that Karaoke's got, and you know, it looks like Karaoke's outpacing him in terms of items, but I can see that there's a 1200 gold lead for Tatu, so what we're waiting for in the money items, I'm not sure.
Where's that 1k going? Is it just accruing interest in the bank? And probably want to spend that one, my guy. Probably want to invest in the right now, because winning a fight here at an Atakan, per se, could take control of this game. It's another voracious for Furia. They're not as far ahead as they were in game number 1. Pain have been able to fight back a lot more. You mentioned they contested that mid lane. They weren't giving up things as easily as they did last time, but Furia still a little bit ahead. 1.5k is the lead. They do have now to worry about the Cloud Soul in a few minutes' time, but they're still confident going into this mid lane. They're still more or less in control, I think.
I would align myself with that philosophy as well, right? The disparity in gold coming largely in the mid jungle area as well, so this Mel not quite having the debut performance for Dinkedo that he might necessarily have liked, but Tuts, you know, you said you were keeping a close eye on how well he performed this game, having been somewhat of an RE1 trick for the best part of this split, but so far, I'll call it so good.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better. And the mid jungle, we've specifically flagged up as this is where we need to see Pain maybe turn it around a little bit. They're suffering through that role, and FourY4 with a little bit of a new mid jungle duo. Tatu not as experienced in tier 1. Tuts suffering a little bit in the 1v1s. They have now come away, and you can see the goal differences. That is where it's where the entire goal difference is across that duo. So it's a good sign for FourY4, and again, a little bit of a further warning sign for Pain in this area of the map that it is still struggling to compete even with teams that we wouldn't place among the highest rated in those lanes.
Support tier 1 falls. That's the complete outer sweep there for FourY4. So again, I'm going to feel a little bit more confident to navigate that bot side jungle, and I think that setting up to deny the soul is a little bit easier as well when you take down both turrets surrounding that Drake pit. But Gracious Icon, obviously the focus of Karaoke's attention for the time being, and also see Curry on the minimap hovering around this top side. I don't want to be a dive angle onto the Renekton, but again, I'm looking at the damage that they've got. A lot of it CC focused, and with so much commitment to that top side, wouldn't have taken much for them to walk into this mid lane, take down that tier 2, but FourY4 think better of it. Again, just a lot of tension it feels like building in this game, where could have very easily been a couple of fights taken, could have very easily been a couple of objectives forced, but neither side willing to initiate that.
Yeah, FourY4 as perhaps a product of the way they are normally just comfortable accruing leads without action. It takes a lot to force them into action, I feel. They need a very sure thing. They do not take risky plays, and they will easily back away from a situation as it starts to become unseemly for them. So when you're behind, it's hard for them to mount a comeback, right? The classic sort of Red or Loud style 40-minute comeback in a fight by just sending it and opening that kind of weakness that the team presents. FourY4 are not as good at that part of the game just because they are very cautious. They're pretty conflict averse because they just don't seem to need to rely on it to win games most of the time.
Well, they do need to win this game. Is probably that Infinity Edge on IU. You know, I talked about it at the Drake, right? Like, it's just that ticking time bomb. You know, Root in the game 2 game 3 where they won on the Xayah, right? You're looking at the items, you're waiting for that Xayah to be the threat that wins them the game, and it's a similar situation for IU again, where if he gets to that Infinity Edge, now Pain Gaming's composition lives and dies by how well they can kill a Zeri, and we saw it so much in Season 14. How well can you kill a Zeri was literally half of the season, so that they're not unpracticed. This is something that they will know how to do, but whether they've got the tools and whether they've drafted them more appropriately, we'll have to wait and see.
Pain ceding some ground in this river right here. Their scuttle is about to run out, and FourY4 with a well tight-knit 5-stack pushing into this river, but not able to make too much of an inroad there. Wiser with a dangerous flank angle that FourY4 have sniffed out, and they're trying to keep track of it. Tuts or Tatu now controlling the mid lane wave. Again, it's cautious approach for FourY4. We're not just sending it into vision that we do not have.
And again, do or die for these two teams. This could be the straw that breaks Pain Gaming's season, let alone their back, as the tier 2 falls in the mid lane. The soul spawns for Pain.
Ooh, Jojo suffering there. The Karaoke also committed.
Entirely.
They don't get the kill onto Leona. The ult now sent back as a defense, and FourY4 just like that, completely unseated out of this river, and the Cloud Soul is picked up by Pain.
And I love this for Pain Gaming, right? That's a massive advantage going into these fights. Not only are they able to deny any sort of a Cloud Soul coming through later on for FourY4, they also pick it up for themselves. And again, looking at the champions that are going to love using that, Wiser, I think, is going to have a whale of a time. Curry as well. Like, if you try and get away from Magnet Storm as Zeri normally with your ulti, it's tricky but possible. Now there's a Cloud Soul rel running at you, you've got absolutely no chance. And differences for different strokes for different folks, and Titan is going to have a great time trying to find out how well that Cloud Soul benefits him also. But just the amount of base movement speed it gives you, I feel like goes under the radar because it is just so much movement on the map that you get.
Yeah, that rotation speed around the map is so good. People are very much enjoying the Symbiote Souls as well for the same reason, right? It just gives you so much control across. You're always the first to the play whenever you need to be. But FourY4, despite going down and ceding that cloud fight kind of without a second thought, they are still 2k ahead, and they still seem to be the ones taking the aggressive positions, pushing through to get those deeper wards on the Pain top side right now. We'll see if there is an Atakan fight potentially, which has gone more or less ignored thus far. Maybe FourY4 just do not want to commit to a 5v5 or to a bait and turn around this objective. It does do a lot of damage, but the picks that they found last game have not been forthcoming this time.
They've still got they've still got 2 tier 1 turrets. I think that's the large thing that's keeping them so much control in this game so far, right? It's so infrequent that you will see a soul on an enemy team be taken before they take your tier 1 turret. Especially like a side lane tier 1 turret, no less, as well. Now, Pain Gaming, they've moved their way up to this Atacon. Again, we talked about this in game 1. Trying to contest this as FourY4 just because of the terrain. Generally quite difficult. And Wiser has got good coverage on these wards and on the flank as well.
Oh, again, Curry in with a lovely rel engage onto Tattoo and Tuts. There goes the Atacon. Titan goes in and the rest of the team did not get the memo. He gets retired, withdraws back to the fountain, and everyone else just kind of shrugs and goes, okay, buddy, see ya.
All right, 200 gold for the enemies in a 15-second time. Just, a little bit of a pit stop in time out there. All right, fair enough. We've thrown our Voracious away. That'll happen occasionally, and we mentioned this at the top of the show as well. Titan, one of these players who's seemingly had evolved into not really being the reason that you're throwing games away, but you make plays like that and you start to worry.
Messer ult onto Guido does force the retreat
Yeah.
there. Ayu suffering as well, actually. A little bit of damage passed through there. But yeah, Titan again comes right off the fountain, loses the flash, goes right back to it. This time with no health and yeah, no withdrawal option there. Dinkato at least is thinking long term and picks up that top lane tower.
And again, I'm gonna say it again, Trajan. You're gonna love it for me. The second Ayu gets that Infinity Edge, people have to start respecting him, and Titan flashes away immediately because he sees the fact that this Zeri starting to absolutely mince people. That's going to be something that the rest of the squads have to consider also. What are the rest of the team going to be looking to do? We've got Tuts, who's hitting that 3-item breakpoint quite soon as well. He's been sat on this last Whisper for, again, a good few minutes. Pain Gaming, their eyes, they're turning toward the Baron. They've lost their Atacon on Titan, yes, but 4 out of 5 fake deaths, they'll happily give up Titan in favor of taking this Baron.
Yeah, if they die with the withdrawal on the Baron buff, they still keep the buffs. Remember, so it's down below half. They're happy to call the bluff of FourY4, and they have to come in a little bit out of position. Ayu getting stunned up. Down goes the Baron. In goes Titan again. This time it's Ayu suffering and has to flash away, but now Titan is abandoned. Uses the invisibility. Gigo chases him down and gets the kill as the fight is still looking pretty comfy for Pain. They don't have the AD carry right now as Gigo now caught up on the front line. Double kill for Wiser, or for Decado, I should say, on the Mel, and now Tuts as well, down for the triple. Pain, they are just calling FourY4 out, saying you cannot sit on the map and do nothing all day. We're going to start the fights. Come and take it.
And then again, like I say, they will happily sacrifice Titan. And it seems Titan will happily sacrifice himself if it gives them the Baron buff and gives them the ability to finally crack open this tier 1 turret. We've seen nothing from Dinkato this entire game. A team fight breaks out at 29 minutes. He finds a triple kill and shows you why this Mel can be so strong. Great engage from Curry. He keeps Ayu busy for so long and allows Titan that route back into the backline. Jojo, in all fairness, a great locket actually keeps his area alive, but the rest of the fight is already so chalked at this point that there's nothing really to be done. Yes, Tuts finds the shutdown, but again, you're looking at the rest of this fight, there is just nothing to be said. Dinkato is such a threat. 2.5 items on the Mel, level 16, fully stocked up as a mage. He is ready to party.
And now it is Pain finally in control of a decent gold lead for the first time today. They've got the Baron, the Soul, they've got low-key got everything right now, and they're able to put good fights together. FourY4, you still have the Zeri win condition, you've still got decent team fighting elements, but they seem to have lost the plot a little bit as Tattoo goes golden, doesn't get stunned up, but drops an ultimate to try and disengage. It's a little antsy from the FourY4 side here.
Yes, so Dinkato rebutted a Zyra route, which actually routed 2 people in response, and then that it made FourY4 panic a little bit, is the polite way of saying it. They forced Sonya's out of Tattoo, who jungle privileges way back up to a little bit of HP, but with Elder spawning in 20 or 30 seconds, Pain have got Baron at their backs and should really be the ones looking to control this mid lane push. Not really the case so far, but hopefully on the next wave they'll be able to do it. And with Cloud Soul at their backs, you'd like to think that fights are a little bit easier. You'd like to think as well that they'd be the ones looking to take this Drake and put this game to bed.
And Tattoo missing that critical Zyra ultimate that gives you the real DPS and that disruption element through the fights as FourY4 try to rotate, but they're on full vision right now. They're in the choke. Pain know exactly where they are. Curry, excellent on the Magnet Storms thus far as FourY4 step into the river. Wiser has a flank angle. Watch out for IU, flashless as he is. Gigo locked up on the front line. FourY4 wants to get stuck in. Curry finds a couple, but look for that Zeri. Wiser has the B drawn on him, and Titan flies in to seal the deal, and with that, the fight is just done. Pain Gaming execute excellently on another objective fight, and this time it's the Elder for them.
Yeah, Titan taketh, but Titan giveth as well. He finds the critical snipes onto IU, darts into the backline and takes him down, and finds the fight that is probably going to end this game for Pain Gaming. Elder at their backs now. The Baron also. It's just about worn off, but their ability to close out this game just got infinitely easier.
And straight back onto the pushes, into that bot lane tower. They get the inner, they move forward on to the inhibitor, and FourY are still dead. These death timers feel like they're about 1,000 years long. We are 32 minutes in, and Pain are going to walk away with 2 more towers and the bot inhib, and there's no more objectives for a good couple of minutes. They are sitting pretty here.
Yeah, and the beauty, of course, of having taken nothing all game is that when you finally get a lead, you can take so much gold back. Curry again darting onto the backline. Wiser there, spotting out IU, and then the snipe as well from Titan. He gets a couple of really solid Void Seekers through this fight that allows him to the reposition, allows him to pick up a couple of kills on the backside as well. And, you know, I talked about the fact that the Kai'Sa, the Titan Kai'Sa, maybe not living up to the potential that I was expecting, or maybe appropriately living up to a low expectation, but he's reached these 4 items. He's now got Zhonya's Hourglass as well. And so far, making the game look very easy.
Yeah, everything now in Pain's pocket, and with the momentum, we're seeing more of the team fighting that we're used to. We're seeing more of Titan and Curry in particular. Once they got a handle on this game, Curry with the engages and Titan with the follow-ups. Yes, it was pretty funny after the Atacam buff, but everything else has been pretty well calculated, and they're looking very, very good. Pain going from lane to lane, keeping the pushes going, and now the question for FourY is, now that we're behind, now that we don't have control, they're committing onto Wiser as a possible avenue to try and slow Pain down. They should be able to get the Ambessa Dunzo with this one. In comes the kill to Gigo, but look at the top lane. The Elder is still on those 4 players. A Titan looks for a little snipe onto Gigo, grabs the execute, and continues in the 1 versus 3. He's flashed in and gone golden, and IU is ticked down by the Elder. Yes, the Kai'Sa falls, but kills are secured. The carries have fallen, and FourY are running for the hills.
The melody to execute on top of Elder, it's just a disgusting combo. And Dinkedo will find his 2nd triple kill of the game. Pain Gaming will march the super minions down bot lane and even up this series.
That was maybe the most Titan game I have seen in a long, long time, Roodood. Look at him asleep in his chair.
Yeah.
He's barely even awake right now. Titan sending a strong message to FourY. The Game 2 curse strikes again, everybody. And the defending CBLOL champions have woken up in this series. They are not going down easy.
And he needed that game, right? Titan's such a vocal, expressive player. After, you know, a rough week on social media, of getting, you know, slammed because he got slammed, and having talked all that shit that just immediately got thrown back in his face. That win was necessary, and that felt like a vindication game, like a cathartic game for Titan more than anything, where he just got to let it out. He plays the Kai'Sa, he hits a couple of times, but he keeps doing the same thing, and then it starts working, right? And all of a sudden, the game is pretty much just over, and I think that FourY, they sort of got a taste of their own medicine from game 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were beating Titan's ass in the quote retreats last week. Let's be honest, they were suffering online there, but steps onto the Rift, and we get a glimpse as to this is why Titan's the man around these parts, and a game like that secures it. Titan and Curry with an excellent game right there. A lot more stability from the rest of the map. Dinkedo biding his time, as you'd alluded to there, and not then just falling into, you know, kind of invisibility. Waited for the moment, stepped up, triple kill on the board, and then starts laying down the Pain in the later fight. So love to see that from Pain. And yeah, FourY, so easy to give up everything that isn't perfect on the map, and at some point they just kind of backpedaled so much that they slipped in the mud, and then there was just they were getting stomped on after that.
So they lost Cloud Soul because Karaoke ulted the support, and then and they couldn't find a fight afterwards. So they thought, okay, we'll retreat. We'll give the Cloud Soul. They lost Atacon because they didn't have Cloud Soul. They lost Baron because they didn't have Atacon. And all of a sudden, you remember that this game of, well, we actually gave the Cloud Soul because of a Sedge ulti. And if we go all the way back, we probably just try and take that fight with a low HP Rel and see what happens, rather than this slow, brutal bleeding out that we ended up with anyway.
Yeah, so Furia, with that slapdown in game number 2, we are 1-1. We're going to go to another quick break for now, and we'll be back with game number 3 to decide our final cross-conference representative, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul right of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South. Game 3 is upon us. Our second Game 3 of the day, because, of course, we simply can't do it any other way at this point. FourY and Pain Gaming, one apiece, one more game to decide who goes to cross-conference. And we're already into the pick and bans, Roodood.
Yeah, we waste no time here. And FourY, the losers will have chose red side, which is strange. I'm used to teams taking blue side. However, I mean, Pain took red last time round. Clearly, the value in the counter pick is quite high. So we'll see whether or not these two teams make the most of that counter pick. FourY, rather, in particular, make the most of it. Taking away Gigo's Jax. I think that Gigo on these carry champs has proven to be quite the threat. So stands to reason we would do that.
Yeah, I mean, for Wiser as well, the Jax has been fearsome, but I don't think we're first pick territory yet for this champion. You know, I'm wondering what the first pick is going to be at this stage, because the Ashe is gone, the Skarner is gone. We've lost some of the usual first picks like Sante. So the
band.
Yeah, the FourY got there first, and we'll see what Pain is going to value as a blind here in this critical third game. I liked what we saw out of Tuts so far in game 1 and 2, so the mid lane seems to be going well for them. Jungle's been a bit of a toss-up, and where are we winning the game right now from the B1 pick in Pain?
I mean, they probably just take jungle, and if you're taking jungle, you're probably taking Vi or Wukong is still open, actually, right? Wukong maybe okay. Oh, okay. No, I'm happy with this. Rumble. Is Galio open? Galio is open, so we're probably looking for a Galio response, which is your typical answer to the Rumble anyway. And then with Galio, you can actually look to take it by yourself, so I wouldn't be surprised if you look for a Xayah here early, and then look for the Galio a little bit later on. But you can go Xayah by here, deny that pick, and also take yourself up to Galio later on. Never mind.
Or we could just...
I'm LPL drafting in my head right now. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we've barely been touching the Rumble, honestly, as a region, and even when we do, I think we're not really seeing the Galio response. Just doesn't seem to have landed in LTA South for some reason. Now, the Wukong being open that you did flag has remained there, and Tatu seems maybe happy to pick that one up. Gigo is Aatrox is a standard pick for Gigo. We saw FNB pull the Aatrox out in that last series. Now, did not get the win on it, but still seemed to be pretty strong. And then Karaoke picking just the last high priority jungler left out of the pool. Now, as we were a little bit kind of traumatized by the Karaoke Zins of the past, so too have we been of the Vi's, and maybe we're going to remember that at this point and pivot away.
Well, I mean, Yone had been banned, I believe, in previous games. This is a pick we didn't want to let through. Most likely going to go to Mikado as well, heading down toward the mid lane. And from playing Mel, obviously going to the Yone going to be a completely different style, but I think a lot more age in his own pace through the game, let's say. And that side lane split push potential, certainly something that we should be expecting to see from the Yone. And then the question becomes, do they just want to take that Vi off the rip, or are they actually going to save that for a little bit longer, or probably risk it getting banned out with whatever pick they take here?
Yeah, it seems like they're going for the entire carry kind of landscape of Pain. No supporting cast laid down here. The Jinx denied late in the last game's draft. The Yone seems to be a pick that, from what we've seen from Nikaido, has put a lot of work in the offseason and improved a lot on. It's very impactful and took that game over. Leviathan was a Yone from Nikaido, was very, very impactful in that way. So love the carry potential from Pain, Yone, Rumble, and Jinx. Plenty of game-winning picks on that side of the rift. The FourY now, their usual MO is to get some winning lanes and play through them. And now I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do the same thing here today, given what we've seen from them and their usual champion picks. The Nautilus is the last pick, so we're still waiting on a mid and a bot laner.
Okay. I'm looking at what I would take if I'm FourY here, so obviously they're going to have to pick next as well. So they probably just match the Jinx, right? So they're going to look for whatever AD carry they look for, which means that's probably going to be the ban focus for Pain, as I see them ban not an AD carry, and it seems as though they're setting themselves up for good matchups that they've already planned for, right? Yone probably has a bad time versus Akali, or Dinkedo hates playing versus Akali as Yone, right? Either or. We'll have to keep our eyes on where they end up going, and you already see the support matchup, so the picks for Pain sort of should be filtering out themselves unless they get banned.
Yeah, FourY with the Alistar and the Lulu trying to soften that lane up for Jojo right there. So we'll wait to see what the choice is going to be right here. For Pain, I'm just expecting beef of various flavors, right? We just need some setup, We need maybe a bit of peel. Like, we've got all the damage we need. The Talia is the denial, so a bit of roaming potential away from Tuts to keep him locked down in that mid lane. We still haven't seen the Nazir actually hit the Rift just yet as a mid laner that's fairly high prio, but you know, it gives them maybe a bit of defense against the Yone, against the potential dive from the Rumble. I don't know. So it's just kind of a tough draft to pick apart, honestly, for Furia. And now we will see what the choice is going to be. As I say that, I just binked it. So maybe it's not hard to pick apart. Who knows?
No, I mean, the Azir getting locked in, it feels safe enough, right? It's that consistent DPS, and I think that this also opens up for what is going to be a lower tier AD carry pick. If we look at the AD carry picks that have already been banned, we have Ezreal, Corki, Caitlyn, Kai'Sa, Zeri, plus Varus, Kalista, Ashe. That's probably half the AD carry champion pool, if we're being completely honest, right? Like, we are scraping the very bottom of the barrel of, you know, maybe even A tier AD carry picks for Furia in this, you know, game 3 now of this Fearless draft. So it is going to be quite tricky for IU to decide what he actually wants here. I mean, we've seen him in the past go back to, you know, really, you know, off the wall AD carries. So it wouldn't be a surprise if we get something like a Sivir thrown in here. For good measure, and we get to see Pain opt into a very unique bot lane in their own right, in the Pantheon and then the Ivern for jungle as well.
Now, I was about to say is there a Ziggs angle here, but the MF was banned last time and now locked down here. So MF into Rumble, Yone Pantheon seems a little stressful for IU to pick a spot and stand his ground with the ultimate. So the positioning has got to be very, very well judged on his part. I do love to see, as a side note, the Karaoke Ivern. I think it's a good pick that very few junglers in the region are playing. We've seen once from Scary, and we've seen it twice from him in this year. So I like that we've seen that one come out. The Pantheon has been very hit and miss depending on who's playing it. It seems like some people have picked it up and have an affinity, and some people have picked it up and are not really sure what they're doing. So we'll see which one Curry is. Yeah,
it's does the coin land heads up or heads down, right? We just don't know. And fortunately enough, it looks like the Curry Titan bot lane duo, they will have some semblance of kill threat. They are unfortunately playing against probably one of the most early game bot lanes that exists in Misfortune Nautilus. And I will fight people that say Misfortune doesn't fall off. So I'm looking very heavily towards Pain Gaming's bot lane to be able to withstand that pressure in the early game. And if they do, boy howdy, their late game is very good, right? They've got Cancer, a lot of CC, a decent amount of team fight as well. It's looking good.
Oh, Jinx Ivern, man, that's all I needed to hear. Like that's it. Lone game solved, I think. Late game solved. So Furia, again, with a bit of pressure now to make something of this early and mid game, as they did in game number 1. They did not hesitate in pushing mid game advantage when they had it. Game number 2, though, they stalled out a little bit. Pain were able to rebuff them from keeping that lead growing, which Furia did have, and eventually it just kind of got away from them and they weren't able to find anything proactive to do. Pain were the ones calling the shots as that game stretched on. So 2 very different games before coming into this all-important decider. Furia and Pain contesting for the last cross-conference play spot. The defending champions versus, what, the 5th place team from last year. So very much a matchup that it's kind of, we're getting tired of saying how unexpected so many things have been in this first split of the LTA South, but that seems to just be the way of things down here right now.
I think the way that happened, a very good Evan and then an unfortunate Fluxo. Honestly, what I'm teams, you know, do more, where you would fight it out with one of the organizations down. So, we've got ourselves a very good, solid set that see and in fact one that can take games off of each other.
Yes.
And it's like best of inter-conference tournament.
Yeah.
Let's call it international now, even though technically it is. We are all a part of the so not sure of the main.
Yeah, I will be picking and choosing when to call it international when it suits me personally. So when I have a point to make, I shall be choosing to call it international. Exactly. So that's what I'm going to go for. In fact, I'm not going to call it international because FMB is not there, and therefore I don't mind anymore. Now,
He can't
if
have missed an
he was
international
going,
event.
I'd call it... Exactly. I'd call it international if he was there, but because it isn't, it's just cross-conference. That's the line that I am going to lay down in the sand, but everyone can pick their own, and that's the beauty of it. Now, opening, we will have once again standard lanes, tops, mids, and bots, all in their predestined locations. So we do get to see this IU and Jojo very strong 2v2 down in the bot lane. Titan, of course, has scaling power, but the Jinx no slouch in the laning phase. And then I think it's really going to be a lot about how Curry is timing that invulnerability on the E-Shield as to how these trades really pan out.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see how much danger and how much threat this bot lane duo has, because Jinx typically can just control a lane with rockets, and she's not been given that luxury at all, as barely been allowed to step up to the wave. So really solid start for FourY4 down on that bot side already with the push, and with both junglers pathing towards this bot side and a hook coming through, you can see already the power that is there.
Yeah, just before the level 2 hits Pantheon and he can stun you under the tower, 1 minion away, so it was for Jojo there to have that advantage, but knows when the button is safe to press, and he's damn sure to press it. So again, FourY looking confident and comfortable in top and in bot lane. Tuts, of course, with the ranged into melee, is likely going to be big chilling throughout at least most of this laning phase, and then it comes down to the junglers. Tattoo, very aggressive by style, favors the picks that allows him to get stuck in early against this Ivern, which is, you know, got excellent clear potential and efficiency, but not necessarily touted as a scrapper, shall we say, in the early stages.
A scrapper, yes. No, I mean, quite right.
A pacifist scrapper.
Yeah. I mean, does he kill the camps, or we don't really need to
Politely ask them to leave, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if it works, it works, right? As Curry? Ooh, oh, okay. Curves the question mark?
The anti-lollipop, yeah. Normally this is not what we see Nautilus Hooks doing, but I guess something's gone a little weird right there. The early recall into Ghost off the Fountain for Titan there after what could have been a bad series of trades. That's a bit painful.
I have been there, don't you worry. Yes. You know, I can miss 2 melee creeps, or I can miss 3 melee creeps. Now, the Ghost is going to be the difference between that, and I'm willing to accept that. I like that you highlight the Ghost, though, because honestly, in the laning phase, it's so hard to find value in long chase downs in a lane that has both tier 1 turrets standing. So honestly, like, if it gets him an extra minion worth of experience, it's probably fine. And as much as it's a great meme that Titan is, you know, full 2015 YouTube Ghost to lane, like, it is what it is, and it's not the worst thing in the world.
He is culled up on a Sunday and ghosting off the fountain to get 1 minion. This is the vibes that we're coming into this third game with, as Gigo is taking a little bit of punishment up there. Tattoo looking to capitalize, but Karaoke ready and waiting. Tuts as well on the receiving end of a little bit of a sketchy trade right here. Pain starting to fire back in these early laning phases. Neither jungler able to really catch something sticking on the map at this stage, but we're still waiting for that one moment. In comes the hook from Jojo. There's the stun, the shield already down, and Curry not having a lot of fun with the make it rain as well. FourY still control of bot lane at the very least.
What I like from Jojo there, just Gigo, hold on.
Gigo is actually dropping the Darkened Blades, and not quite an overheated Flame Spitter from Wiser. Gigo commits hard still. Only 200 health to work with, and there's a wave coming in.
Uneasy about these top. I'm quite okay with making that. But yeah, the about these Pantheon Nautilus trades is Jojo's actually hold when the shield has expired. Either can actually deal, and B, he's getting, you know, the passive auto. So really good to see that we're, you know, understanding our laning matchups. Obviously, top of what we can get from just played.
Yeah, I think that the one thing that I will never get tired of watching, honestly, is our bot lanes in LTA South. In the CBLOL, it was the same, and the imports we've had from the LLA in Snaker and Ackerman and Sayo paired up with Pro Delta. The bot lanes are just a joy, honestly, in the LTA South, and it has always been so. Very happy with how they perform. Even internationally, they tend to be our strongest point as FourY. Starting up the Dragon here, Tattoo on the Lonesome. Looks like it's going to be a simple grubs for Dragon trade across the map. 1 epic jungle camp apiece. And we will all be shaking hands and nodding quietly as we pass each other in the corridor.
And waiting for 12 minutes before either team decides that they actually want to win the game. It's magically just has won. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's 10k to 10k exactly. We are getting that across both sides. The only real discrepancy is in that bot lane, it looks like, for the most part, is over the Jinx. And your Jinx is not going to be the star power gaming through the early game, where Misfortune definitely.
Ooh, Tuts actually tries to scoop Dinkato under the tower. Only gets one turret shot for the trouble, as the ult for Yone still on deck here, but a little bit of a message sent, get off me please, sir, and instead they'll rotate down into the river. So again, Dinkato's Yone is showing up pretty well right now. He's got good laning. The team fights were massive for them the last time we saw it, though. We'll need to see if he can put up a similar performance.
Yeah, and I actually see that Dinkato forced that ult. It's actually a pretty big win as IU.
A lot of damage. The Chompers funneling him upwards. They're both junglers ready in the wings if this gets ugly. Tatu with the ult, though. Karaoke doesn't have it. The commit back onto Turi. Curry with the double cyclone. First blood for IU. 2 games on the trot, and Furia just had that little bit of XP that really did the damage. Now Gigo committing hard onto Wiser. The red carpet laid down with the World Ender as well. Gigo starts to burn. Can you get one more Q down? The auto is there. The flash and the shield from Rumble keeps my guy alive, but boy was it close.
It's such a tight fight in the top lane. Gigo forces the flash from Wiser. It's matched, though, by both top laners, and an immediate teleport back up to this top side. You can have all the way, though, it's worth saying. Doesn't quite pick up all those minions. Saves his time. But you think he's the one in trouble after getting caught out a little bit here. But Jojo does a good job at Bear. As soon as he's spotted, he knows he goes in. Uses his flash of his clone so that he can making sure that you use your flash to secure a kill.
Absolutely. So Furia open it up with the first blood as well. So again, a strong start in those individual lane matchups and accelerating IU towards, I'm wondering what the first, I guess it's the collector start for MF usually these days. I'm not really sure what these items actually build into that he has right now, but certainly going to be dropping a lot of AD, and it's going to make those Qs and those passive empowered autos really sting.
So, this is BT currently.
Oh, of course.
It could also be to Essence Reaver.
Trades into this top lane as well. Gigo and Wiser still going at it. And Wiser, to his credit, is heavily up in the CS department. We saw Gigo almost threatening the solo kill up there, but more than 20 CS is the deficit, and this is a little bit of a different story than we saw in games 1 and 2. Wiser was suffering in the 1v1. Gigo has been such a force up in the top lane for Furia, but if this Rumble can come out ahead, get that first item on deck, and have those ults start really hurting in those critical fights, then Pain can have a little bit more to rely on. Tatu rotating up the top lane as well. Doesn't have the flash, but does have the ult up again, I think, and they're popping the ults quickly. Wiser knocked up, doesn't have a flash of his own. Does Furia have the damage to get it over the line? Yes, they absolutely do, and Gigo finally gets his man up there.
And look at the build path for Wiser at the minute. He's got a lot of movement speed, but not the most amount of damage. This is one. Plated steel caps on the plated steel caps on a Rumble. Not even a cloth armor, though, to go. It's just Gigo, a kill on that top side. A plate as well going to go down. So the advantage for Furia, slowly but surely, eking their way into this game. And it's all off the back of Tatu as well. These are two success. Flash down in the bot lane, knows there's no flash. And all of a sudden, you're remembering the in to be this late game threat and to buff up the Jinx. But if we don't get to that late game, because Tatu's won the game on this early game Wukong, what's the point?
Exactly. As Pain head towards the second grub pamp, they'll get the first as well. Joe just going to check this one out, but Tatu is not in the same zip code, so this will likely be the second camp and a 6 grub game for Pain. I think the Furia jungle transition is one of the most interesting moves coming from last season to this one, where they had Wiz before, now on Loud, a very controlled and consistent jungler, but doesn't have as much explosiveness. Tatu is a very different beast, and combining that with the naturally strong lanes of Furia, they do have a vicious early game combination where the jungle can get a lot of action started, but the lanes don't have to be the ones randomly fighting to the death and flipping lanes on a dime. So this could be a very good development for Furia. I'm liking how it's working right now. That said, they've still got plenty to work on, and Pain were no slouches themselves out of the laning phase.
No, and I mean, this time round, there's a very clear divide, it looks like, right, between the top side and the bot side, where we've got Dinkedo, who's significantly further ahead of Tuts than he, and then on the flip side, Ayu significantly further ahead than Titan. And that's something that will come to bear, right, when we look through these Drake fights, minute marker, how well that all plays out. But another glimpse at that top side fight, Wiser, he's able to, even through a knock-up, break the ethereal chain, or not the ethereal chain, umbral chain, excuse me. But, with all that movement speed, still didn't quite have enough stopping power at keeping himself alive. And fortunately enough, now reached Pong at the minute. With that Trinity Force finished, and looking across first items, Tuts has Nash.
Yeah, they've got first items across jungle, mid, and bot lane, and Pain clear out sharpish as soon as they see Furia rotating over. That would have been the third jungle camp as well for that feat of monster killing, as once again the top lane is continuing to just throw hands up right there. TP available for both of them. Furia take over the Hextech Drake right now on Vision, and again they clear out very quickly. They drag the pit away. Tuts and Dinkedo trading, but Tuts in fact gets the better of it right now. It's a good start for them. With that, Furia likely to be ceded full control of this one. Pain instead focusing on the mid wave.
Yeah, I don't actually.
Oh, the ult combination! It's the ultimate down. Curry comes in with the ult. Is there a flash and a spear in the tank? Gigo drops the sidestep and will not give up his life, but in come the grubs and down go the plates. Pain with some gold injections up there. Furia and I rotating through the chompers, delaying the MF significantly, and ultimately it's gold for Dragon from that exchange.
Yeah, so they only actually get one plate on this top side, and one plate onto Wiser as well. If they'd have been a little bit faster, maybe you could argue that Titan could have taken a couple of plates himself up there. Actually, again, uses the Ghost as Tuts goes.
Ooh, the ult's traded. You don't see that every day. The Azir aggressively going forward onto the Yone after dodging out that knockup. So Tuts actually is doing pretty darn well in this 1v1 and is likely to pick up another plate for himself down there. So Furia still happy to contest in the 1v1. Pain, it must be said, is control of a small gold lead, but it's Furia back on board with the Dragons. It is another Cloud Rift we're working with as well.
So one plate for each of your laners as Furia, and then a plate split between Curry and Titan as well. Worth mentioning what our build path for the Pantheon is this game. Heartsteel looks to be the opener for him.
Yeah.
It's a boatload of HP.
He's going to...
Right? 2 giant spells. Now you the pain. Take it to that first item.
You go in the 1v2. Karaoke's around the corner with Daisy, and there's no flash. You can see Gigo not bothering to try and run to the tower, just trying to stand his ground and get as much of the wave as possible, but Wiser picks up the gold. Bot side, Furia have managed to rotate people through and grab the first turret feat. So now we're looking for one more kill for Furia to get the Warfare, or potentially another camp for Pain. And Furia both 1 away right now, so a bit of a tight margin to see who's going to secure that feat of strength bonus, but it's plays and counterplays across the map. No one's really getting anything for free right now.
Yeah, and overall it is largely neutralizing itself, right? Okay, Pain Gaming, they make this kill play happen on the top side, so Furia, they look to make a play down in the bot side, taking that turret. Well, you've committed long enough to take that turret, and we've got a little bit of free time still on this top side. We're going to take that turret as well, and it all starts to sequence around one another. In this game where the lead currently is top side, it is top lane and exclusively Wiser who is ahead, and that's off the back of being taken down 2 versus 1, being forced away several times in fights. But the CS speaks for itself, and his ability so far to keep himself neutral in this game and now ahead definitely coming to bear and being very important.
Yeah, with that, Leandri's completed the Oblivion Orb as well, going to stump some of the healing coming through from Gigo. So he's not going to have quite as much that survivability. So the Rumble very much online. Pain are going to be happy coming out of that top side. But the rotations onto Dinkado with no tower and nobody in the pocket to help him. You can see the pings from Pain going straight towards that Herald. They know that FourY are committing for this one. It's just the 2 versus 1 right now, though. Dinkado managing it decently. But now the Darkin Blades start to hammer down. Ult does not connect onto the important target. And Gigo should be able to finish this up. A flash from the Yone. Threatening onto Jojo. There's the knock up, and the one completed. Jinx Rocket down, cannot change the outcome. But Dinkado snatching the 1-for-1 trade out of a 2 versus 1. FourY are now focusing on the mid lane, as that Herald is a foregone conclusion picked up by Pain.
So I think a little bit of a fist bump as well there from Dinkado, and quite rightly so. Finds himself a kill in the 2 versus 1 and puts himself back on the map, I feel like, in this series after the Mel game where he was quite whole game. Large and in charge, right? Fights versus Tuts and Gage had been largely meat as it playing. That 2 versus 1 though, down on that ball, any pressure. Then it's good that we get to see come to the back. He can be level back this, and you can know who's okay to go for this.
There's a lovely commitment right there. You can see they're still committing to try and get Gigo back in the game, but Dinkado not going to be held down, waste so much time, still keeps gold influx for himself, and he continues to impress on this pick, despite being admittedly caught a little bit in the wrong spot, but it's kept this game absolutely dead even down the middle as we approach the 18-minute mark right now. 20 seconds on the Dragon. FourY, with both of them to their name right now, would love to threaten the soul as Pain did in game number 2, but it's the mid lane focus for them right now. Not much health on that tower left.
And the turret will fall here. Importantly, with respect to the timers, FourY, they took first Drake and first turret. The feats of warfare, feat of combat on the bot side. For Gigo onto Rift. So it was a very close run thing, and the turret feat, or the structures feat, I should say. So it's actually though born FourY for clearing that wave out, but with Herald being summoned, I doubt they'll be able to do much more about it. And the fight breaks out in the river. Tattoo!
The best Rumble ultimate as FourY simply diving forward, going in for the scoop back into the ultimate from IU, and Titan goes down. Dinkado drops a lovely Fate Unsealed, but it cannot change the outcome. FourY, beautiful team fight around the Dragon. Yes, they lose mid, but they're very happy with how that went.
It's a beautiful combo to sync up and question it'd be for IU to channel bullet time. Well, when everyone's getting bounced around, absolutely to start working 20 minutes to they take the looking to win. So here spotted here, he's like seen all okay for the here as well. Knock up 3 flashes in to get the knock up on the rest of just stood.
That is brutal for Titan to try and deal with. Doesn't have the same repositioning power on the Jinx and goes down. IU manages to pick the perfect spot right there. Once the Rumble ult is kind of out of the picture, you can see FourY are just pulling, smashing down that go button, foot flat to the floor in the accelerator. They dive forward to make it work, and now they have Soul Point to work with. They've got a decent gold lead building up. Still only half a K right now, but they are starting to maintain control, and coming into those fights, that was looking very, very good for them. So, they are coming okay out of this 20 minutes. The Atakan still an element, though, up in that top side right here, and that has been pretty heavily contested by both these teams today.
It has, and I very easily see FourY potentially try to take a trade, because they've got Cloud Soul spawning in 3 minutes. Teams haven't been too forthcoming with taking that Atakan on these very early spawn timers, so there could be a world where FourY focus a lot of attention down on the Dragon, and then that leads to Pain taking the Atakan themselves. I have to wait and see, though, as Nido pops his head over the wall, not going to find anything too much, and Tuts, I say that, loses a third of his HP.
Yeah, against the Phage and the Blade Ruin King, unfortunate. Bit of a Yone moment. Is going to suffer in that arena. Has been doing well into the 1v1, but Titan on his own, forced to flash away. Gigo is there with the Nautilus ultimate. The Umbral chains are there, and can Titan escape? The Iron Shield is good. Jojo around the corner to lock him down. Out comes the red carpet, and he's gonna get the reset.
Yep.
Titan, the team comes to his aid, and it's the double for Curry off what looked like a dead Jinx to begin with.
Just a couple of bonks on the Heartsteel to pick up a couple of kills, and they'll absolutely take it. Titan surviving there. Karaoke's Ivern was insane. Moonstone plus Redemption plus several shields coming to bear meant that this Jinx just barely able to limp out to safety, and honestly, start turning that damage back around as well. Now he'll go back to base. He finishes off the Infinity Edge here. That is going to be the go button for Pain Gaming, and that they can start to feel confident taking these fights. And take a look at this again. So replay comes through. Jojo, he knows all his job this game should be is to just pop a little ulti down onto Titan, and from there he should just die. My carry should do the rest. He even gets yanked back by the Umbral chain, knock up on Q3, but you can just see there's just not enough damage there. Titan, worthwhile as well mentioning that he's DPSing this entire time. Despite getting bounced around, he was able to pump out the DPS as well. Gets rid of the Aatrox, knows that the reset can come through as well. And in a do-or-die game, Trajan, where a win means that you get to continue competing, you get to compete in Brazil, where you would go against the LTA North and the reps from the LTA South as well. A loss means you spend 2 months playing solo queue. It is a complete duality. Like, the idea of what these players are going through at the minute must be so huge, and the fact that Titan can rest assured and know that he's doing the right thing in these situations is something that Pain have been needing to rely on.
Yeah, and can rely on the team to step in and back him up and bet on him and go, we are going to drop everything. We need to keep this guy alive. Titan will pay it back to us if we keep him safe in this early game. And they're absolutely coming together, our Pain. A team with so much Grand Finals experience, with a championship to their name last year, and several more back in the annals of Brazilian League of Legends history. Whereas FourY4, we just don't have as much of that championship winning pedigree. Tuts has one back in 2020. Gigo's got a couple from the Red Canids days, but Ayu and Tattoo are still very new players. Jojo as well with Gigo. There's a little bit more veterancy mixed in there with that fresh talent that doesn't have quite as much testing under those super high pressure situations. They have a great chance to unseat Pain right here, and what a story that would be to round out this kind of regular season from the LTA South, but they still have to get that over the line. They still have to convert the small lead they have, and right now we're setting up for the Drake.
There's so many stories that have been told for this LTA South split already. The rise of the LATAM teams, right? The Los Hermanos, I think is what they're calling themselves, right? The brothers from the Spanish-speaking countries that are all top 2 in our region, right? Without doubt, managed to find their way to top 2. Really unseating the former CBLOL representatives as the rightful champions so far of our region. And now if Pain Gaming find themselves just not even getting a chance to represent themselves, what kind of a case would that make?
Oh, they got the click onto Tuts right here. Flashes away more or less to safety, but will he be there? Titan's going to get that reset so close as the Azir to going down, and that's going to unlock the Jinx movement speed in the fight. Tattoo can't do it. The fight's fallen apart for FourY4. They absolutely crumble at the first of Pain, and one by one, they continue to fall. Titan sprinting on his lonesome into the jungle, looking for his opposite number. The Make It Rain should keep Ayu alive, but Pain decidedly the winners in the river.
Yeah, and we mentioned this in the draft. How does Ayu ever stand an ulti if they're not all in a bounce house? Well, it just gets really tricky, and if your MF isn't ulting, she's not doing the same amount of damage as a Jinx is. Titan gets one reset, cleans house. Wise in this fight as well has a massive part to play, finishing off Tuts, starting off that chain of events. And Karaoke, the person who began the fight in totality, one root caller onto Tuts, begins the fight, and Curry, split-second reactions to flash stun the Azir, make sure that he's caught out as well. Tuts with a misstep, and one that may well have just cost his team the game.
Yeah, just the very last inch of that Ivern root catches him out, and once you're on the back foot right there, you can see even just Curry on his own with the Wiser ultimate to help him out, forces that one into such an unwinnable position. The rest of FourY4 just cannot get it done. And like that, Pain now taking control as they did in game number 2. And they've got Titan on Jinx, the most game-winningest AD carry you could ever hope for, wearing the Baron, denied the soul from Furia as well. And there is still an Atakan waiting to be snapped up.
And you have to imagine that this is just by itself, not representative true go. I think that Furia need to... There is the... Normally, we're going to see Tuts actually pumping out DPS, and they're kind of leveraging that and thinking what to go.
Tatu maybe looking for a chance right here,
that
but the
ulti is
Wiser
perfect.
ultimate is well placed. Splits Furia apart, dissuades any further action, and I'm not going to blame them for being cautious in that situation. That was a brutal Rumble ult to slow their advance. So Pain
Look at
now,
the
with
map.
every conceivable buff that you could look for, straight into top lane.
Yeah, and we're so worried about mid lane prior. Completely forgotten this is Jinx with 6 scrubs and a Baron. Your structures will melt, and if you don't have 5 people sat here defending, the tools to be able to take to stop them doing this, their DPS is in the mid lane. Wasn't there and to do it, but if you look for a fight, we're going to lose that as well.
Very tough right there. The IU ult drops and slows that push for now, keeps at least the inhibitor turret standing, as Tuts wasn't even able to find that mid lane inner. Wiser holding the line right there against the Furia Azir mid lane. So it's still now Pain in full control. They've still got a little bit of Baron to play with, and they've got the scaling now coming on deck. 3 items completed for Titan on the Jinx, and that is a win condition if I ever saw one. I was so much working against him to find that massive impactful ultimate that Pain, it just feels like they can just keep playing how they were, and it's all set up for them to complete the mini best of 3 reverse sweep here.
And, we talked a lot about the stories of had Furia taken this series, and, if maybe they can still do it, absolutely we'd be here for it. But this feels ultimately like Pain Gaming are much like Loud in this case, just more inevitable. And that story, that tenure of 2 organizations that had to represent the LTA South from Brazil, if we had to pick them, it had to be these 2. And Loud, they sealed their spot earlier on. Pain, against adversity, they may be looking to seal theirs as well.
Furia twice in a row in the brackets from last split to this one. They come up against the current champions, knocking them down and holding them at bay, and they are inches from securing that glory and stepping forward to move up into that next level. But twice the champions are looking to slap them down. Loud did it last year, and Pain are now advancing on their base. The Baron buff has worn away. The Voracious Atakan still there for a little bit longer, but again, Furia hold the line. It will not be super minions for them to deal with just now. It's just an ever-growing gold lead in the Pain coffers.
The issue is like, what are you waiting for as Furia now? Because the Jinx only gets scarier. The Ivern only gets scarier as well, because those are the 2 that you really need to worry about. But then you've also got Yone, who scales incredibly well, Wiser's ulti, which has proven to be game-changing in its own right, and then, okay, fine, Curry doesn't scale well, you got me. But I'm looking at what we've got for Furia. Again, Aatrox, very strong in the mid-game, gets kited, loses. Tatu, the same thing, incredible mid-game power, but can't cut through an Ivern shielding up a Jinx to take down the Jinx. MF as well really struggles, and all of your linchpins come down to Tuts, who, at this stage in the game, 2.5 items, you could argue can do DPS, but can he do enough? I just don't think so. Furia have to take this fight now because it doesn't get any better.
It looks like they are willing to stand their ground here, at least going for the soul, trying to drag Pain into a disadvantageous position. Out comes the hook, the Wiser ultimate, pushing back Tuts and IU. Where's the damage from Furia? They're backpedaling into the Drake pit. Can they try and secure it? Can Tuts get it? Stolen by Nikado, and IU abandoned in the pit. Tuts gets one back, but Furia, you can see, are scattered once again. Tuts going golden, Nikado waiting hungrily for him to come out of there, and Gigo in full retreat. Furia, they try to send it all to leave it in the dragon pit, and ultimately they leave the corpses of their own team. Pain walks away the winners again. They deny the soul again, and they look to snuff out what remaining hope Furia had.
And that felt like the final chance for Furia. That fight wasn't, it wasn't a run over, right? Pain, they were close enough to losing that at certain instances, but just a couple of mechanical misplays coming through, and unfortunately, you know, no soul there. You can really feel the difference. It feels like if FourY had got that, they might have been able to just exit out quickly enough and been fine, and then safely tried to take another fight a little bit later on. But again, we're sat here where we're thinking, Pain, they've just done barely enough. Now the scaling aspects have come through, and all of a sudden, FourY don't have a lot to say about this. And Ayu, like you mentioned, Ayu and Tuts equalize it down enough to begin with, where Tatu goes in to buy that separate space, but Redemption resets the fight. And then bullet time comes through. It's some good initial damage, but Tuts, his flash here is so brutal to watch because he's dodging Q3, but flashes into it. And Dinkedo's just sat there ready and waiting as he comes out of stasis. And there's nothing else after that. When your MF gets flashed on and killed, when your Azir, again, flashed on, killed, there's just nothing left for this FourY roster to do. The Wukong doesn't have it in them.
It's unfortunate the observers had to do Titan like that, showing the missed handshake, but it's kind of the only thing he's missed so far in this game. It's been very, very strong from the Titan Jinx, and it really is. When the Wiser ultimate hits, the FourY comp dissolves, and when it doesn't hit, then there's a chance for FourY to win. So Wiser has a lot of control right now, and he has started to really lay down the damage. 3.5 items deep on this Rumble, still in the prime of life right here. The Baron is live, at least. FourY are trying to get a semblance of control around the mid lane, around that topside river. They've got a broken inhib in the bot side. They don't have time to waste on the map.
No, I mean, this is their... I mean, I'm not certain how they've got this down 8,000 gold, but their final stand, where I've said that sort of 3 times now, but it's only because Pain really shouldn't have been giving them this much time in the map to begin with. But Titan's now got that GA as well, so if you manage to get through him once through Ivern, you then have to do it a second time as well. And I think Karaoke's positioning, as you can tell by the fact that he has 10 Dark Seal stacks and no deaths, has been impeccable.
Rumble ult drops into the mid lane, not hitting quite like the last one did. FourY with a short window where they could look for a punish. Remember, the Rumble ultimate is not a long cooldown ability. Rise, it is level 16. It does not take long for that to come back up. And FourY, you see them pushing forward, trying to look for an angle. Gigo on the flank, corralled away by Wiser. But look in the bot lane, the supered wave is building up, and FourY are running out of time here.
They just need to find a fight. Jojo just needs to hook somebody to begin this, and if they don't, all of a sudden, that's the window now closed. Somebody has to recall. Gigo's going back to base. He's going to start to clear out these minions, but that opens up now for Pain to start the Baron.
4 versus 5, unless there's a TP in. The quick knock up onto Jojo doesn't hit much as the Baron goes down below half. They have at least vision. Tattoo with an angle to look for a steal. Decent ultimate, but Ayu abandons on the front line. Tries to stand his ground, and Pain waste no time dropping the hammer on him. Again, Tuts with a scoot back, but Curry happy to be posted into the backline. And FourY rotates out. Gigo arrives late after the fact with 1 kill secured. Looks for another, desperately trying to do it all, trying to be the hero, but it's just not possible. Pain Gaming with the Baron with game 3 on the line, surge into the base.
Your LTA South representatives are finalized. Loud and Pain will join Leviathan and Isurus Astral and represent the LTA South at that cross-conference event.
Unbelievable stuff from our defending champions. Unbelievable from Pain. FourY, they're so close, man. Every single time, every year, every split we say this, they're so close. But they are not there yet. They had a massive hurdle to get over today, and it is not to be. Pain Gaming will succeed. They will stand strong and they will step forward. Only one task ahead of them now, and it is that old chestnut, Loud, standing across from them in the tiebreaker coming up soon.
I mean, again, could it really have ended any other way? This is the natural close to the LTA South for split number 1. From here, we go into that cross-conference play and all of that good stuff. And much like 4 of our last 5 splits, it's going to come down to a Pain versus Loud match.
Yeah, that is the last thing the Brazilian fans have seen at the end of every split for a dang long time. Great stuff from Pain, and it shows the resilience there. It shows that when the even in this last game when their backs are against the wall, when they're, Titan's getting engaged on, and Fury have almost got a critical pick that could turn into a Herald or into a Tower and Atacon in the rest of the game, as they did in game number 1, where as soon as they got control of it, they took everything without hesitation. They just couldn't make it work. They just couldn't get it over the line. And Pain, that's all they needed. That is all the energy they needed to bite their way back into it, and Fury will have to wait for another chance. They will have to be playing solo queue for 2 months. And it is Pain that will advance forward.
And it came down to, the turning point for me felt like that fight around the Wolves, where there was a commit onto Titan that didn't actually end up killing Titan. And Karaoke just stands there, redemption, shield, Daisy, right? There's all of these extra little bits that, unfortunately, FourY didn't have the ability to cut through. Had they found that, again, I think that's the turning point in the game, that they might have been able to continue that snowball going, because FourY were winning this game. For the first 10-15 minutes or so, they'd found that advantage. Unfortunately, the Jinx became inevitable and found its way into this game. The Hyper Carry plus Ivern combo, right? It's a tried and true one, and if you get to 35 minutes, it's just going to run around.
Yeah, it went absolutely crazy in this one. So, Pain Gaming, looking forward to this loud matchup. We're going to go to a little break just now. We'll be back. Once they've reset the stage up, we'll be able to see our old special, our El Clasico of the last few splits, few years on the CBLOL stage, on the Riot Arena stage in Sao Paulo. So don't go anywhere, guys. There is one last game of this domestic split to go, and then we will know where we all lie going into cross-conference play. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes. I mistimed it. We are back, everybody. Welcome back to the LTA South. It is time for the last domestic game of Split 1 down here below the Gulf. And we have, what else could it have been? A matchup that you'll all know and you'll all love. Pain Gaming versus Loud.
Wow, no way. And in a switch up for the books as well. It's only a best of one, which may be a little bit disappointing when we get to see these two teams go head to head with one another. But nevertheless, it feels poetic. The way the LTA South ends is with a rematch of one of the most prestigious matchups that the CBLOL ever saw.
Yeah, it has to be two of our most quintessentially CBLOL teams meeting to decide the order as they head through in the 3rd and 4th position into that cross-conference play. Now, from what we've seen today from both Loud and Pain, we always know that Titan in the bot lane from Pain is a critical element here, but I think we also saw a particularly root-heavy performance from Loud as well. The guy was putting whole games on his back to win that series, so this is a matchup that I think we could be watching very closely. Yeah,
and I think as well he was doing that despite Winsome's best efforts. There was certainly some ropey engages, so some difficulties so far at the bottom of it, that laning phase, let's say. For Loud specifically, and unfortunately that will impact Root in his ability to play the game. If his support is doing a little bit of griefing, he won't be as strong as he needs to be.
Yeah, and coming out of just the best of one scenario, I tend to favor Loud in best of ones, just because I think they have the highest clutch factor of any team in the region, pretty much bar none. Yes, they have their other problems, but when it comes down to a team that can find that one single window to break it back into a game, I don't think anyone does it better than Loud. And Pain, you know, in that first game against Furia, they really looked a little bit shaky. Now, they're certainly warmed up by this point in the day, but I think this specific matchup was one that Pain could not crack for splits upon splits upon splits, because they would suffer against Loud when the chips were down, when the pressure was on. Whether they consider this to be pressure is a question. They've already qualified, right? So maybe we'll get to see a little bit of a freedom there, however you are deciding your final seeding. And from what we've seen in the LTA North, there's a lot of kind of upside downness going on up there as well. We're not seeing just TL Fly and who cares kind of below them. They're having a bit of a crazy split as well.
So it's you're playing to fight either FlyQuest or 100 Thieves, and if I'm remembering correctly, that's a battle of two evils, right? That's do I want to play against a mid lane demon in Quid in the mid lane for 100 Thieves, or if I want to play against overall demons.
Quad.
Yes. So
try to get them the right way around.
That's I mean that for the best of one must have been entertaining. At some point we're gonna get that, I'm sure. So we're kind of waiting on. Well, I guess not waiting on, but the teams are deciding rather who they're going to play up against first of all. And I think that obviously you want 3rd seed because it puts you in better stead. It gives you that little extra confidence boost that you're not the team that's scraped in, quote, quote. But you're obviously, you know, battling to play against who theoretically is the LTA North's best representative. If you lose, that is.
Much. And 100%. Yeah. So it's a single limb bracket, the cross conference as well. It's not like, we got a tough round 1 matchup, so we'll just run it back in the lower bracket, right? I'm pretty sure it's just if you flub it out the gate, then
it's Worlds-esque getting almost in its bracket, you know?
Pretty much. Yeah. Once it comes down to the final section, Riot still does love a single limb bracket, and that's what you're looking down the barrel of. So there's no kind of way around it. There's no you have to be ready to go from day dot, and if you're not, you're gonna lose out. So naturally, well, I'm not sure if that's even true anymore. I think a lot of the times we would assume that Brazil or LTA South, as it now is, would kind of naturally settle below NA, and, you know, Pain versus TL was not super great in the Swiss. Now that we're going down to the top 4 as opposed to the top 1, TL has already been knocked down in the LTA North to the lower side as well. Given the strength of the new teams, of the LLA squads that have completely outclassed Brazil in this first stage, I don't even know where to start in terms of thinking who's actually going to be, as a region, performing best, you know, in that first round.
And I mean, again, the only form of comparison we've got is when the Tier 2 tournament happened for the Americas, and Brazil came out vastly on top in that when we got down
it.
to brass taxes. So it's worth remembering that these cross-conference plays have existed. Yes, it's different levels of play, but previously has gone well for the Southern Conference is what we can say as a fact, right? Without putting anybody on notice and people being like, oh, I disagree, blah, 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 pitchforks and torches. That's just a fact, okay? You can't fight me on that. So that's something that we should be looking at for continued successes when we see this cross-conference again.
Yeah, we do, I think, potentially have a cross-conference bracket from production that we can throw up here just to illustrate what we're looking at, what we're hunting for, what we're trying to all arrive at. And yeah, so just a single limb you can see here. It's basic seeding, 1st to 4th, 2nd to 3rd. And we know most of what we have. We have Isurus, Estran, Leviathan coming up at South 1 and 2. And then, was it FlyQuest 100 Thieves that ended up at the top?
I will find it. It's 100 Thieves.
I think it was the Thieves.
Thieves, and who's the other top 4 team? I'm blanking. No, Fly are playing today in LTA.
Oosh. Yikes. Oh,
C9.
Then I guess
C9.
Yeah.
We made it.
Yeah. So 100 Thieves and then Cloud9 Kia to take those first couple of spots, and then we're going to see if it's TL or Shopify or FlyQuest or Dignitas.
You see, this is also worth mentioning as well from that northern bracket that we got to see. They had way too many 2-0s. Their region's not competitive like ours.
Nah.
The first round was a load of stomps. Look at that. On the left-hand side of the bracket. Those first-round matchups are disgusting.
Yeah, that is grim right there. That is just that is a stratified league if ever I saw
Yeah.
one. Not so down here in the LTA South. We like to drag things out. We like to really make sure we know who won that series at the end, exploring all avenues.
And if they were best of 5s, there'd be 5 games as well. You know, we don't mess.
No, we've all got time. It's a weekend. What else are we going to do? Let's just play League all day for 7 hours. You know?
I am on hour 7 now. I'm having a great time. I did 7 hours 7 hours last Sunday, 7 hours this Sunday. You know what? Yeah. It's been a ride. It's been a while since I've done this. Like, the full commitment to just doing what I can for this form of product. And I remember the last time this happened, I was like, still in university. I mean, technically I am still in university, I guess, but like procrastinating all form of education, and I'm there again. Time is a circle.
Yes. Here we are again. Who needs weekends when we've got League of Legends to commentate? And we have a draft to look at right here. Loud on the blue side, and they've managed to snag a Skarner. What a start for the Loud team.
So Ashe is open, but Ashe isn't your go-to pick versus Skarner that screams tank tread. Now, this would Brunsey would pick Jhin here because Jhin was his tank killer of choice, and he got punished for it. And they've taken the Ashe anyway. Which,
sure.
I mean, in terms of killing the Skarner, not the greatest amount of making sense. However, when we look at the meta and the picks that we are so frequently used to seeing, this does make sense. Now, we are looking at potentially big things to be rebuttaling back. You've gone to blue side, you've got Skarner, you've got Melon, they may just get Ambessa as well.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to bring the Medarda connection in that first round right there. I'm wondering what the choice for Ninkado is going to be. If he needs to pick up the slack on tank killing, if it's Corki or for Azir, or what we're going to go for Ninkado. He's got plenty of DPS check champions to go for if he wants to go down that path. And Root considering the direction for himself as well. A lot of options flying around right here, and he has been performing on basically everything he's picked. He's had a great start, and the Ezreal has been a pick that, while not necessarily being the quintessential late game carry, is one that Root has been pumping out big numbers on.
Yep, and I mean, versus the Ashe as well, it gives you a bit of safety versus the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hopefully you're able to Arcane Shift out of it. If not, you can typically buy a little bit of space because there's this weird buffer on the Ezreal where you can get hit but still cast your ability, so you get a little bit of distance as well. And something that we literally just got to see was this Dinkado, Dinkado Yone, and gets to lock it in once again here. Question then for Loud is, I think that they're looking for the Ambessa. It would make sense that they pick this champion, but they need to ban for it, so they probably want to get rid of that Renekton to answer the Kasante. Oh, never mind, Drew. What are you lying for? They can just pick the Ambessa. They should just get banned by Pain. ban the Ambessa.
Yeah, Pain should remove
Ambessa's
it at
already
this stage.
banned, Trajan. I'm so tired.
It's too long, man. It's too much. It's too much for us and our feeble brains
My
right
little
now.
brain.
We have seen
I'm losing
Leona
it.
banned away. Classic Ezreal pairing, kind of classic roam away and leave the Ezreal to do what he likes down there. We've got some jungle focus coming out of Loud. They already banned away the Nocturne to deny any Nocturne Aura shenanigans. Zyra denied it from Karaoke, but the beauty of Karaoke is the pool is as wide and deep as it gets in the jungle, so you can't really ban him out, but you can remove things that you specifically hate. And we'll see what the choice is going to be, as Pain has gone back to the engaged support well to round it out.
So we'll have to see. Is there an element of let's leave Xin Zhao open so Karaoke plays Xin Zhao? You know, the tried and true, put him on something he will play badly on type of mentality, or are we going to go for something a little different? With first pick, or rather with first pick of the Skarner coming through, Pain, you know, they've got their run of the junglers that do end up going next. What they're looking for here, Pain, I think, is just an extra layer of engage, because currently they've not got that primary engage. They've only got, you know, Crystal Arrow. They've got the Yone as well that can follow up on a bit of CC, but really you're looking for that belt or that sort of engage the go button more so than anything else that so far is just missing.
Waiting to see what the lock-in's going to be here. We're cycling through ranged mages, and in comes the brand. First of the year, potentially in many regions. I don't think we're seeing brand really anywhere. Now is this jungle brand?
Yeah.
Or is this support brand?
No, it'll be jungle brand. And I think we've had one in LPL. Would probably put a little bit of money on that's been the case, but you know, not 100.
Like 8,000 games already, so
Yeah, true.
we played every champ in the
That's
game
true.
at this point.
Yeah, best of 5 fearless means that brand gets some good
Yeah.
stocks.
That's true.
The Rakan coming in though, as again, this just looks to be a let's leave Root on his own. Let's let Winsome go and do crazy things off in side lanes or other lanes that don't really infect Root. And what is that support fit pick going to be for Pain? And I think that the Rakan lends itself to get counterpicked here. Leona's already banned. It probably just ends up being Nautilus for Curry. Or they can opt into an Enchanter and go really, kind of very heavy kite style comp.
Yeah, with the Jax finally the lock-in for Robo. This is an old school Robo champion, and we have a lot of Jax players still in the league that are happy to pick it as the drafts wear on. We're waiting for Curry's final choice. We saw the Nico as an option. We saw that from Frosty. It's a classic Curry pick. Has the CC, but instead we'll wait to see what the final choice is going to be. Now, We've gone back to the Nico, so I do like this, and I think I generally trust in the Curry Nico whenever I see it. I've seen enough of it to know that's often good, and the CC is great right there. Mel can still drop a very nice rebuttal onto the E at least, the route through the minions, but the ult, you can't really stop the ult, catching everybody else, even if you can maybe stop yourself from going down.
And this mid lane matchup as well is actually quite interesting because you can rebuttal Q3 from Yone, so you can throw the knockup back at himself. And I'm not sure if that then transports Mel as though she's Q3ing or not, but I doubt it.
Does she fire herself?
Yeah.
Or maybe just the wind blade thing comes out, I
That's
guess?
what I think. And obviously, Nintendo's got guns to get hit by that. Like, it's relatively undodgeable anyway. So how this opens up is typically on Yone, your combo is to hit Q3 and then ulti, because you see you hit the Q3 and then you can lead into an ult, knowing that you've hit the knockup. However, versus Mel in particular, you can't do it that way round, because otherwise you get knocked up and your combo gets owned. So you have to ulti first, which then is obviously a lot bigger a commitment to go for those all-ins.
Yeah, and Mel can still W it, you can still just press W and get away with it. I don't think Mel then, again, fires herself in the opposite direction. We'll probably see it at least once in the lane, and we'll find out what Mel does when faced with that question. As the draft is completed, we'll be into the game before you know it. Last one of the day, our final seeding match here. Pain Gaming versus Loud. There is a lot of classic Pain Gaming material. On one side, the Nico for Curry, Dinkato Yone is fast becoming a classic, the Wiser Cassante, we love that for him. And then we've got a little bit of a reaching into the new era for Loud. This is a new era for them as a team, with the new jungle support having lost their championship streak in 2024. We've got the Mel coming out. We've got a little bit of a different speed for them, but if it's enough to take over Pain, that would certainly be a strong statement from them.
And again, this is... Again, I think this is more of a pride match for these two teams, right? Because the stakes here, I'm going to say are relatively low. You still go to cross-conference. You still get to play, you still get to play that cross-conference event, only international if FMB is attending. And it's just seeding. Yes, the power of playing versus Quid or Quad is maybe something that you want to keep your eye on, but overall, like, there's good level 1. There's a very minimal amount of actual impact that I'm going to argue this game has.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is more of just a tone setter for this rivalry, which is one that we have come to know so well, the ins and outs of it, how these different players interact, their individual histories with each other, in some cases, like with Robo and Tinones, with the opposite team. Used to be Pain players, these guys, and have now been on Loud for the last couple of years. There's just history coming out of every orifice with these teams when they play against each other. And even if it's just the best of one, just for seeding, we know these players are going to leave it all on the Rift here. They're going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to have a lot of fun watching them.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this is the time where we get to see these two teams battle it out, and as you alluded to, the fun will happen. But Tinones, I think, getting to play a little bit of Mel here, he's going to be having a lot more fun than, let's say, I'm going to call it Dinkedo this game. Because the Mel champion, again, and I'm gonna happily begin to be dying on this hill. This champ is just bonkers. So
yeah,
the more that you can do to play Mel, the better.
Yeah. What is your reaction right now as we do see some zany lanes coming through? Weiser with a 1v2 on his hands, Robo just vibing in mid lane, and I assume we're just going to see the top laners have not much fun through the first few minutes, as we'd expect. I'm hoping Weiser was not actually going to have so much fun that he dies. He is going to survive. But what is your thought on the brand jungle right here that's come through against the Skarner, against what Loud has? Given that this came through as a late stage kind of best of 3 fearless answer, what is your take on it as a pick?
Okay. I'm holding for Robo to walk up to this turret.
Karaoke's got very important drugs to do.
I'm okay with Brand coming through here. It fits an archetype that Zyra also does, but obviously Zyra had been banned, so it's fine. I have no strong or negative opinions. I'm going to be honest. I just think it slots in. I think it does its job.
I'm glad that we're keeping it and it's still a reasonable pick, because I think it's cool when we have that spread, when we can have a Skarner on one side and a Brand on the other, and they're both viable junglers. I think that speaks to the health of the jungle role, potentially, if both of these things are playable and viable. Obviously, calling Skarner healthy is a bit of a meme, but, like, generally speaking, as a champion archetype, I like that we have that spread. Yeah,
exactly. that we get to see the diversity, rather, of champions and what they're all looking to pump out. Is that heal from Curry?
There's a bit of a panic button, I think, right there. Winston was not arranged to capitalize, and even if he was, I think we could have maybe held it for just a beat longer.
Winston, leave. You are level 2. Robo is level 1. Stand close enough so that you can protect Robo, but give him the experience, okay? Get out of there.
Titan is level 3 right now, so is Curry. Weiser just dealing with Roots Ezreal in the 1vs1, obviously not having a blast down there, but yeah, Loud trying to reassign to keep these lanes topped up and comfortable. We see both junglers rotating onto opposite sides to opposite scuttlers, and maybe, I don't know if there's an angle for Karaoke to look for some sort of dive down there with a Nico Ashe. They've got decent range and CC setup and damage, so Robo's not looking the healthiest.
Yeah, and it's worth looking at where the advantages currently are. Okay,
he's
already doing a lot of good work.
It's Dinkedo, in fact, getting the assist from Karaoke with big damage and has the W to snap back, goes back into place. Tinones, though, with the rebuttal, doesn't block too much, but Dinkedo still goes down. Wiz is ready to drop the Bok on his head. And that is first blood for Loud off the 2vs2. Robo engaging onto Titan. The flash followed easily enough, and there's the knock-up, and Robo secures the second.
Okay. Interesting. Was not expecting the severely underfarmed Jax to be taking out the Ashe Nico bot lane, but nevertheless, that's the timeline we find ourselves in, and Pain Gaming are getting owned in the early game, and it's in 2v2s. It's the mid-jungle 2v2. It's the bot lane presently duo that managed to find the 2v2 in both instances. So, Loud, that little bit of rest, a little bit of a break, doing them some good work.
Yeah, deja vu back to the Leviathan series where Titan and Curry had control nominally of the bot lane, but ended up getting a little bit You know, I like the choice of word being owned right there. In that, by Sayo it was on that day, and it's by Robo and Winsome here today. So a great start from Loud, getting some gold into that top side. The Skarner going to be very beefy. The Jack's going to be a menace in the side lane. We'll see how the rest of the map can develop, if Pain can right the ship somewhat, or if they're going to throw on the brakes. We do still have Grubs coming up in 30 seconds. There's a Dragon as well. There's been a lot of different approaches to those objectives today. Some trading, some scrapping. And now that we have a good start for Loud, we'll see how aggressive they're feeling.
Yeah, I dare say scrapping should be the name of their game, to be honest. As we look at the scaling aspects of both of these sides, I think that both mid laners scale incredibly well. Our AD carries maybe a little bit less so. And then honestly, junglers both scale pretty darn decently also. Brand, one of those champions, obviously is an immobile mage. Like, again, fits the archetype, you know, Karthus, Zyra. As long as I get my ulti down, I'm largely happy. But you can do more on the Brand, and that kind of can be felt if you get into those hyper late stages. So I'm quite happy for both of these teams to try and chill out, try and get a little bit later on. Again, Ezreal, one of these champions that scales with how well people can kill him. And I'm looking at the dive tools that are available for Pain Gaming. You know, they've got Curry, they've got Dinkedo, so they are there.
Absolutely. We see these bot lanes return to normality right now, but Root is feeling very comfortable coming out of there with Winsome, and they're pushing this 2v2 to their advantage. Skarner hanging around on this bot side. Titan is probably going to run into him if he's not careful, going in to grab some honey fruit down in the river. Dinkedo and Tin are still fighting it out. Karaoke coming down from top side. Now, I wonder what's going to be the play right here, because Fury and Titan are not low. There's a big wave. Winsome gets the double knock-up, though, into the Skarner stun for Titan. One more auto. Root is there. Flashes out to safety. Will he survive this one? Curry gets the Root. Instant cleanse away. One more auto. Flashes over it.
No, cancelled.
And it's a double kill for Root.
Yep, they weren't low, Trajan. It did not matter. They just dove them straight up 3v2 with the amped up turrets. They juggled it perfectly. Curry goes in for a last-ditch effort to try and take out Root, but he doesn't have the damage, and Root channels True Shot Barrage in his face to take him down.
Root is on some kind of tear today, everybody. What a play from them. Lovely setup, and here's the replay one more time.
So double knock-up starts it off, and, you know, it's a question of who do you focus, and so far, they played it perfectly. They got Titan down, and then Curry steps in, lands this Tangle Barb. You think, yeah, probably can go in here, gets one more auto, and if he'd have just channeled a second one, might have been fine, but he's so caught up, he's so in his head about dodging the True Shot Barrage, that he ends up walking back into it, not looking for that second auto to finish off the kill, and ends up going down as a consequence. Winsome now.
Oh, no.
Another one.
Not again. Titan, though, doesn't have the flash still. Lovely clone from Curry to block one of those mystic shots. Titan maybe can get back there, but there's the Skarner ultimate. No such luck, my friend. Out comes the barrier. Root needs to land one more to get it done. Wiz, in fact, takes the credit off another Q, and Loud are really putting the screws to Pain down here.
Yeah, I mean, Wiz putting on his best Tilia cosplay there, throwing another rock and finding a quick kill onto Titan. Really solid performance so far from Loud through this early game, and a little bit of disrespect from Titan and Curry on this bot side. They just sort of expect that the jungler is going to be up on that top side. And unfortunately, they don't have the information, they don't have the knowledge correct, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, for all the questions we have had for Winsome over this initial split, there's been ups and there's been some certifiable downs right there, but this Rakan has been perfect. Double W engaged knockups multiple times in the lane, setting up the success, and you can see the tail in the gold stats right there. Root topping them up with Wiz, Loud Tinones as well, ahead of the counterpart. So what a start for our 4-time back-to-back champions from just a couple splits ago, and Pain still suffering in those early stages. Certainly not out of it just yet. They've got a lot to make up for now.
No, and I mean, Titan being 0-3 in a game typically should be a concern for people, but I think the idea that it's Titan that's 0-3, you're kind of like, well, I still think he'll carry at some point, and that's correct, to be honest.
Winsome in with another knock-up. The buffered Q from Dinkedo gets him to safety. We'll not see a CC chain to lock him down right there. No harm, no foul. You can see the story told across the individual gold matchups on the scoreboard there as well. It's 3-5 to 600 across most of the map. Only Wiser has a small lead for himself, but Robo having that early kill has basically evened it out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a small CS lead more so than anything else that Wise has been able to close that gap on, and now Robo sort of sacrificed again. Never mind.
Karaoke trying to take an aggressive position, and Wiz from round the corner in with the punish. Now, Robo drops very low. The brand passive is big, and Curry gets it. Wiz dragging both the bot laners under the tower. Curry caught up by Winston, but they pivot onto Titan on a dime, and they pick him off. Now Curry might not even be safe. Abandoned for the moment, but Loud just exercising target selection, and 5 kills deep is Wiz's Skarner now.
I mean, Pain will remember that they are on red side for good reason, right? Like, you have to ban Skarner, and they've not done that this game. They are paying the price. The only part of these kills that we haven't seen be a part of the prio that Wiz has was that 2v2 down on the bot side, where we got to see Robo find a quick pickup. But I mean, Wiz is everywhere right now, and he just pulls Titan across the wall, no holds barred, and quite easily able to find that kill. The concern with Skarner is that he is a hyper tank that also does enough damage to just kill AD carries without really any concern, and we haven't got to that point yet. But he's just finished off his Heartsteel. He's now got Merc Treads as well. Like, what are we going to be doing to kill this Skarner? I look at the tank shred. I think we've got enough, but have we got enough to get through a hyper tank that's fed? Question mark.
Yeah, we always wonder when a Skarner gets through, what is the plan right here? You must have one, because there's no reason to give it unless you have a defined plan of action to deal with it. And with, the potentially an Ashe that you want to get fed and get an early, Blade of the Ruin King on deck or something like this. Instead, it looks like Titan's going for the Triforce first. We're maybe going back to ult spam Ashe at this point. I don't know if that's a pivot or was the plan all along, but as an anti-Skarner tool, I'm not sure. I love it.
I think this is Kraken Slayer.
Is
with
that
Hearthbound.
Never built that item, clearly.
Even still, it's bad. Okay,
still not.
So Kraken Slayer has got. I don't know if it's a bad reputation or a hang-up from past seasons where it used to be this tank shred item. It's not that anymore, okay? Put that out of your minds. This should have been Blade of the Ruin King for Ashe to stand any chance at cutting through Skarner. We can maybe see this is a great build for killing squishies. However, no squishies that will be hit by Titan, right? Like, he's going to have to kill the Skarner before he can get onto other targets.
Yeah, the Kraken Slayer is now a missing health thing. It's an execute, if anything. Like, that's the actual
killing squishies.
There's the reflected and Chancellor Crystal Hour. Anyone want to take that one on the chin for us? Anyone going to stand in the wrong spot?
Hey.
It is just going to sail away as the dragon goes down as well. One apiece in the grub camp as well. Have we sorted feats out yet? I feel like we maybe haven't, because we still need that last epic monster count, despite the fact that Loud have 8 kills. They've gotten the feat of warfare and then some. Tinone's trying to flash away. Will have to dodge out from Karaoke's brand as the turret wave comes in.
To give a scale of how long Mel's W cooldown is, Tinone's had to flash there because he still didn't have W up from when he used the W on Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So it's a decently sized cooldown, and quite rightly so for the power that it holds. But either way, the fact that we burnt Tinone's flash is definitely pretty powerful. Certainly something that can look to be exploited, especially when Dinkato gets his ulti.
Yeah, very happy with that. Level 11 just ticked over it by the Yone. A little bit more power coming through right there. Not quite on the item side, but is going to be scaling up. Wiz using all of that power to take an aggressive position in the jungle, controlling that space and making his presence known. As Loud now focusing on the mid lane, rotating both mid lane, bot lane duos, in fact, into this area of the map. And I'm waiting to see what the plan of attack is going to be. It seems like Wiz is still just flying around, trying to find people he can pull dives on. Robo, in fact, suffering at the hands of Wise. He drops the counter-strike, gets one left. If Wise can get in range, he does. And it's a solo kill for Pain. They really love to see that right now.
Yeah. Oh, Dinkato.
Don't love to
gets
see this.
himself out. Re-engage, though.
For 3 more members of Pain coming around the corner, and maybe not even Wiz can survive that with a tower at his back.
All right, nice work so far from Pain Gaming. Slowly, surely, just finding these little bits of overextension from Loud. And whilst they are 8-1 up in, or were 8-1 up in kills, that's a massive shutdown, first of all, for, unfortunately, Curry. But it's gold going back into the pockets of pain, and overall the gold disadvantage only about 1,000 now. I say 1,000 because support gold, I'm not counting it.
It's a bit fake, yeah. It's not necessarily going to mean the most. He's got straight into the proto belt, so they're trying to leverage it for damage right now with an amp totem as well. And like, when that Curry ult hits, if they get a massive 20-minute fight, it's the kind of thing that could sway an Atakan or get a big fight at the next dragon in just under 3 minutes. So if Curry can get that big R, then absolutely go for it. Wants to invest early in using that gold advantage that he has. But Loud are starting to hit those spikes as well. They've got 2 Triforces on deck. They've got a solid mid-game to play for themselves. Given that Mel is, you know, very, very, very strong, as you would contest, is this a champ? I was about to say is this a champion that does damage in the mid-game, and I feel like I know the answer at this point.
Yeah. So, I mean, in fairness, that's an example of when you stand, like, you get hit by the CC, so you take the full amount of damage, right? Like, if you stand in a Nico queue, you get hit by 1 proc, yeah, it hurts a little bit. But if you stand in all 3, ooh, you know, that's pretty bad. She has, like, really annoying chip damage because it's on such a short cooldown, and it can be relatively obnoxious. But obviously, if you get hit by her CC, that's when it really starts to hurt. So, quite situational, but the situations can come very quickly because the cooldowns are a little bit low.
The Herald being started up right here. Remember, this could be the critical 3rd feat achieving camp for either side if they take it, with the Dragon still 90 seconds away. Robo's trying to get bot wave under control, and Wise is already rotating up. I smell a fight on the wind right now, Roodood. We're not going to let this one sit for too long. Loud really wants to get it started as Wiz goes back.
Yeah, and I hesitate to say that Loud are actually super far ahead at this point anymore, right? Like, they've got this decent advantage in, you know, the 3 carry role, or the jungle, the mid, and then the bot lane. High turn. Oh, that's a big HP lead.
Some go in front, and no one really contesting him. The stun comes through, and the Brand ult goes down, I believe. So doesn't get a lot of spread damage for there, but there is the Herald secured. Loud have got their prize, and maybe they're happy to just back away. No need to bet the house on a fight you don't need to take.
No, and I mean, if they can defend this tier 1 turret as well, they'll be absolutely over the moon. They're able to take the Herald. They may have just enough time as well to walk themselves back out towards that dragon as well, 40 seconds before it spawns. Reset's going to be taken by Pain as well, so Loud, you know, a little bit of daylight robbery there. They, you know, end up losing a few ultimates, win some, commits, uncommits, and you know, secures the Herald. So overall, quite a good job.
Yeah, another great use of Winsome there to really dissuade Pain from pushing far forward, absorbs a lot of damage and gets away scot-free. So it's another kind of a much better game that we're seeing from the Loud support, who has been shaky thus far. Happy to see him taking these plays into his own hands, doing well in the lane and outwards as well across these kind of objective posturing plays that have plagued him in the past. So good development showing there. Dinkato avoiding the W this time in that top side. Still just going to be soaking up those waves. Has completed his own Blade of the Ruin King, so they have some more tank shredding coming through there. We'll see if that's enough to really make a dent in Wiz, as down goes the Herald in mid lane now too.
Yes, the turret will just fall. Teleport will come in, and you know, the way TPs work now, it's going to channel anyway, but just take it. Yeah, figured as such. And tier 1 turret broken down means that they've just got the bot lane tier 1 to go. Karaoke starting up this Drake now, it looks like, as he throws a cursory spell there to start up the proceedings. But Loud posturing very heavily toward this bot side. Xenos has got teleport, but doesn't look like they're particularly interested in taking this fight.
Yeah, Wiz pivoting over to top instead, invading into the jungle. Pain will be allowed to take that first Chemtrek with no contest. And Loud, we're going to go for a dive onto Dinkato. We're trying to shepherd this kind of measly wave in right now. We need to try and make some good value right here. Wiz might be able to force this dive. He's got the tankiness. Dinkato is in danger right here. Ults to get that knock up, and the safety is there. Curry, in fact, firing the damage back. Ult comes through from Skarner, grabs up the Nico. The ult just catches Winsome on the way out, and now Karaoke's round the corner, and Loud turn tail and flee.
Yeah, not sure what happened, but Root ended up tanking, and that is not what you want in that situation. He has to back away, drops aggro, but he's already so chunked, not able to pump out the DPS, and that sort of stops all of the attention that Loud were going for on that top side, and ultimately it becomes the Drake going down, but the consequence of this may well be that they lose a lot of control over mid lane as well. Nobody there to catch that wave initially, and it's fortunate. Titan looks like he's going back up to the top side to pick up a red buff, but even still, a little bit of shaky play there from Loud, not quite as decisive as we might have liked, but you can see that they're looking to make these plays, and they just ended up losing out on what they thought was the correct play in the end.
Yeah, we are stalled out somewhat from Loud after a very strong early game, really heavily punishing bot lane, getting those early towers locked down and looking like they're in full control as Voracious Atakan spawns down in the bot side. Unsurprising, given how much action was going on down there early on. But Pain have been able to pump the brakes to hold them at arm's length, pick up a couple of objectives themselves, and avoid losing more kills for the last few minutes. You can see on that gold graph telling you the story. The acceleration from Loud stopped. Pain brings it back a little bit and is now holding fast.
Yeah, and I mean, that you know, as the game gets a little bit later and later into this sort of mid-game, I suppose, at this point, as the dynamics of mid-late game are starting to shift a little bit, questions about how much this gold lead actually matters start to rear their head, right? Because, yeah, there's a small advantage, you know, 1k, but 1k in the grand scheme of a 20-minute game where there's, you know, a total of 36,000 gold on either side is, you know, not overall particularly abundant. And when you look specifically at the items as well, at the minute, they're showing that the gold lead exists in a palpable way. We've got 2 items on Root specifically, and we've got very close to 2 items, it's worth saying, on Wiz, where that's just not matched on their counterparts. Atakan started, though, for Pain. I think that they're going to have to quite easily back away from this, and, you know, they do decide that that's the case. Even still, the state of this game, I think, firmly up in the air. Either side should be looking at this and thinking, yeah, we can take this game now.
Yeah, one big pick from Wiz to catch out someone could easily turn into an objective and pushing down the towers. On the other side, a wombo from Curry and Dinkado and Karaoke could wipe Loud at the snap of their fingers. Titan, in fact, drops the point-blank ultimate to get away from Wiz. And now there comes the rebuttaled ultimate from Dinkado. So I guess it just... Did it stun him in place? It was weird. Interaction.
No, I'm pretty
happened.
sure Dinkado just stood there and just S-keyed. So
Interesting.
the rule of thumb with Mel is... Oh, I'll hold it. Robo.
Oh, keeps Robo under tower, actually, and luckily Winsome's in the back pocket to save this one as well. Flashing, Wing into it goes Winsome, still not back. TP in from Tinones, but the Jax is not healthy. Probably needs to back and TP, and you know how long that takes, but Wiser might have stuck around a little bit too long. Has gone back to normal form, gets the resistances back, but the flash doesn't get him out of the Skarner ultimate, and it's a kill for Tinones on the board. That front line took a lot of damage, and the Atakan is started up. Dinkado instead committing to that top lane push.
Yeah, I think that knowing that your top lane is dead, the contest is really tricky. Jungle has even shown mid lane also, so turrets should look to be the play, but actually, Robo's gone up to this top side, so all of a sudden, maybe Pain fancy themselves. There's a TP coming down onto that turret, and there's a force away from Pain Gaming. This fight not over yet. When Wiser spawns in 20 seconds, he's going to have TP as well.
Pain's picked it up. It's going to go down to a flip. Who's going to find it? In comes Curry, but it's not going to stop Skarner. The Atakan is grabbed up, and you know that's Robo's favorite buff. In goes to get one. Still has the safety to go forward. They are diving. They are clawing at Pain, and Titan has to run for his life. The Gromp doing the dirty work as Robo burns away. Dinkado on the tower. A TP coming through, but will it be in time? The kill has already come down, and Cassante can do nothing to keep this one going. Loud steal away the Atakan. They find the fight en route on this Ezreal. Unreal aggression. Nabs the kill onto Titan, who greeted back for the tower, and now Wiser left alone. Perfect damage calculated. Loud are wild right now.
And that was the fight that they needed. This game had been on tenterhooks for the past 10 minutes, where Loud had been slowly losing out on map play, losing out on these objectives. But when the chips were down, their 5v5 was better. The Voracious Atakan is secured, and Robo flashing in for that double stun, happy to sacrifice his life so that he can start the fight. Winsome as well, diving forward, gets the barrier off Titan. And just when you think, okay, they're going to have to sacrifice Dinkado, but that should be it, there's extra, there's more, and they find extra kills. Titan stepping way too far forward, could have just recalled and sacked his tier 1, but he gets flashed on by Root, who once again remains deathless in this game, and just consistently today proving to be the consistent AD carry that Brazil has to offer.
Such a stunner out of Roodood in the bot lane. We love the laning. We love the team fighting as Titan barely skips away from the Winsome W. Loud keeping the push going in this bot side. They still have multiple Atakan buffs ready to go on Root, on Wiz and Tinones, and mounting this 4-1 split push right here. Pain finally decidedly had control, wrenched away from them after what looked like a stabilizing influence for them. That fight absolutely ruined it, and now Loud are the ones shoving towards the base.
Remember, no Baron with them just yet, but their pushing capabilities don't seem to be too disastrous at this stage. With the Drakes 2-2, not likely that a Soul win condition or an Elder is going to be particularly abundant, and I hesitate to say this, Trajan, but despite Loud's decisive lead, I am slightly worried for how long this game has the potential to take, because I've seen already today a 50-minute game from Loud, or near 40, 45 minutes. I've seen equally as long games from Pain as well. So I'm 25 minutes in, and I'm still thinking we could be going for almost as much time.
Yeah, when it gets to that point, it's just all bets are off. With these teams specifically, when the gold stops mattering, there's no point trying to predict who's going to win a given fight or objective play. It's really just, let's see who has the source in that moment as Wiz slides over the wall with Tinones in the pocket. Dinkato not going to be under, or is he? Wiz is going to pump the brakes at the last second there, but Yone forced decidedly out of that top side. The Baron, now the major objective to play around. Loud are once again first on the scene, getting down the vision, and they have this lead to play with. I don't think they'll have the Atakan buffs if a fight comes to it once we get to that stage, but they do still have an advantage to leverage.
Yeah, I sure hope not. That thing got taken so long ago. If they still had it, sheesh, we would need to be talking about that. No, you can see it has worn off. Wiz hasn't got it either. Resets came through, and they were able to pick up Cyrilda's grudge for Root. So now all of his Q's slow. So, just in case he wasn't dealing enough damage, he now slows you in place also. Has a little bit of haste on that also. So he is going to be rapid fire queuing. If they connect, it's just a chain, right? You'll see it on the mid-wave here. He's just auto-Q, auto-Q, auto-Q. It's a disgusting breakpoint for the Ezreal currently as Robo working his way through that bot side. Gone are the days where he, never mind, couldn't deal with Wiser. Just Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits, but does that matter?
The mid tower's already fallen. Titan has to back away from the threat of a W-empowered Ezreal Q. And the bot lane can simply be held where it is. Robo backs away. Wiser picks up the farm for now, but Loud have been able to break open that critical mid lane tower, dragging Pain this way and that to keep the gold lane pushing. They've got bot control with Robo, and that top lane tower is not long for this world either. However, there's still the threat of the Baron. The choices are abundant for Loud at this point.
Yeah, and that's what you like when you've got these leads, right? You can think, oh, well, maybe I go top lane, maybe I go Byron. What do we fancy, really, more so than anything else? Oh, Drake spawning in 90 seconds as well. What's the next play? What are we looking at? And that's where your shot callers do start to come to a head, right? You have to start thinking about who's going to be making those decisions. I'm curious on Loud as to who it is. To be honest, you'd expect it probably at this stage in their career, Robo or Tinones probably stepping into that role. You'd think quite nicely with the amount of experience that they've got. Either way, the power that comes from being able to take so much on the map is that the power of choice could end up being a difficult one.
Loud popping, or Pain I should say, popping a couple of important recalls there, but Loud are more focused on controlling the vision. In that top side jungle, the Baron's still not been started up for them yet. The next Drake, in fact, is now less than a minute away, and we might have to ask more difficult questions of Loud as to which objective they want to focus on, how they want to control their map. But right now, it is really their game to play. They are controlling the pace and the vision lines. Pain just waiting for a chance, waiting for a reason to step away from safety. See if they can recover this game before it becomes unsalvageable.
And I think that the good thing for Pain is that there's not really a good reason other than the Baron. So as long as they keep some vision up there, they're under no obligation to step out from safety. They might have to try and fight around a tier 2 turret, but again, if you're fighting with a turret on side, it gives you a better advantage than if you're not. They're probably happy to give up this dragon that spawns in 10 seconds time, and then that creates a timer in 5 minutes where, maybe we want to try and fight to deny the soul, but equally, Chemtech soul, maybe we're happy giving that if we can find some gold on the other side of the map. Really is dealer's choice for Pain Gaming, and they just fancy a little bit of a peek out now, making sure that they can keep that vision maintained around the Baron, knowing that the Drake is going to be pick up of choice for Loud.
So they do secure it. Now Chemtech Soul Point for our blue side team right here. Pain are approaching some decent third item breakpoints as well. Titan going to be going towards that Lord Dominic's or the Mortal Reminder. Wiser approaching that third tanky item as well. He is going to finally be able to be the frontline Cassante that we haven't been able to see just thus far. And Dinkato as well, working towards some more damage. Squares up against Robo in that bottom lane with a good trade out of the brush. Nothing really traded back as Robo is already 3 items deep, has the Zhonya's, has all the tools he needs really to manage this 1v1 safely.
Yeah, as good as that short trade is, that's all you can do, because the second the Counter-Strike comes through, you actually do no damage to the Jax, which is kind of saddening. I think Loud have had enough. This is their timer. They've decided, let's just hit it. Let's see what happens. And they've probably been posturing around this top side for so long already that they've kind of been playing chicken with this idea. Now they're spotted, though, and they probably are just going to back away.
Strategy worked well for Pain against FourY4. Eventually, you've just got to call them out. You clearly don't want to step into a bad situation. We're going to force the issue as the Baron goes lower and lower. The vision's a little rough for Karaoke right now. Gets ulted and knocked up.
Well
Wonderfully
Winsome.
timed by Winsome. And Loud don't even have to commit to a fight to walk away with the buff.
Yeah, and Pain Gaming, you know, that they're so tentative to try and walk forward here. They just don't get anything. They may steal away this tier 1 turret, but again, look at topside Robo already working his way through that tier 2 turret, forcing a teleport. Oh, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow stops him.
Even with the Baron
He's gonna
powered
die.
recall, he doesn't have time. Is trying to run for the hills, but Karaoke and Titan around the corner. I think it's a question of if Robo can sneak a kill on the way out, because the slows and the CC are just too strong. Chooses to waste more time with the Zhonya's. It is going to be the kill. Titan going ever lower, has to use the barrier. Robo making the best out of a rough situation there, but look at the mid lane. It is abandoned, and Loud have the Baron push.
Yeah, and they didn't take their recalls, right? So Loud just know, okay, they're committing so heavily towards this top side. Let's stay out on the map. Let's keep going and keep trying to find something with this. Even with Robo dead, they're trying to push in this top wave. They've already taken the mid lane tier 3. Looking to steal away something on that top lane also. Whether they can do it or not is a different question entirely, but they seem to think they've got the numbers.
Pushing forward with this Baron and Powered Wave. Nice stock up from Wiser. Gets the defensive W from Winsome, and the tower not looking too shabby as those lone minions try to put a shift in on that inhibitor. We'll check back in about 20 minutes and we'll see how they're doing against it. Titan suffering against Root, always on the aggressive maneuvers against this Ashe as they do crack top lane down.
Yes, still go on, minions. You can do. Oh, never mind. Somebody's
ruined.
And finally, it looks like Loud will take their recalls with large control over this game. But again, you can't count your chickens before they've hatched. I do value the power that Dinkato and Wiser have in this game so far. 3 items just ticked over for Dinkato as well. And as well, it's worth mentioning, you know, Titan seems in good spirits, right? Just looking at his player cam, still laughing, still giggling, having a great time. See, they're looking to funnel him some gold as well to potentially make it to that 4th item breakpoint. Zhonya's Hourglass almost ready for Curry. He's got that stasis ready to go for one fight, and then Flash also ready. So there's an option here. There's an opportunity that they can take a 5 versus 5, but at this stage in the game, you need to kill Tinones, and you need to kill Robo, and you need to kill Root, and then Wiz exists as well. Good luck, you know?
Yeah, bit of a tough one for sure. It has been a game where we haven't seen so much out of the Curry Nico. It just hasn't been given an opportunity to drop that big flanking Nico ultimate that we so often see coming out of his hands. So speaks to how well Loud have been managing these fight lines and not giving them the opportunity to do so. Robo threatening onto that mid lane inhibitor as Loud are escorting in a Baron powered minion in bot lane. Pain running out of time here.
Sniffing around and engage on that mid lane, but again, Loud are just playing it slow, playing it patiently. They've got enough time. Baron just now worn off. They can take down this tier 3 turret in the bot side, then they've got 2 inhibs that are up for grabs as Root is just consistently poking and prodding away at the health bars of Pain. Robo's going to walk up and take this inhibitor. Bot lane turret's fallen as well as Root.
Root is forward, flashes out and dies. Finally puts a foot wrong, and Pain. They've been waiting 30 minutes for a play like that. Lovely ultimate from Wiz, but it is far too little, far too late. And mid inhib goes down, but Loud absolutely flubbered in bot side.
Okay. Let's not be so hasty with our collective nouns here. Root absolutely flubs it down in the bot side. Okay?
Yeah.
Loud were a consequence of that. Tinones and Wiz are just there like, Okay. All right.
Yeah.
My AD carry's chucked it. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do in this situation. But this buys 5 minutes for Pain Gaming now, and you know, annoyingly enough, puts a little bit more pressure on Loud, because Pain Gaming now in 5 minutes' time might be able to just walk out, take another Drake, and potentially find themselves a soul.
We are
From
going
here,
to 45 minutes, aren't we? We are.
yeah, I told you, man. I told you. Oh, I mean, I hope we get a close up of this. If we're replaying
What
this,
is
then
he? Okay.
it's just argument, okay? He's eating forward to find the Q onto Titan. It's not Titan.
Yeah.
100% going to dial.
Yeah, it's just a trade at the absolute best. We loved it around that bot lane tower, mate, but in the inhib tower, we're maybe pushing our luck just a smidge. So Pain, given a breath of fresh air for the next minute or two. They did still lose the mid inhib, but one inhib is not a problem for them with the Brand, the Yone, the Ashe, even the Nico. They've got great wave clear pretty much across the board. Titan's going to pick up that gold and be happy to do so. So now Loud, we've got a minute until Baron. We loved the way they handled it last time. They still have the mid control with the inhib down, and maybe we just go back to that, right? Maybe we stop inting, in a word, and we maybe go back to winning. Could be a choice.
That's the inconsistency factor for Root. I think he's had one of those probably all split that we got to see just there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm completely
One
baffled.
misplay.
I have never seen that from this player. I don't think really ever, to be honest. So
That was a Titan play, is what that was.
Yes.
We don't tend to see it out of Root, as Wiser kind of caught in the lurch right here. Has to commit the ultimate, but now he's bit flimsy, does escape back to his team, and Loud Wiz coming through the wall trying to catch Karaoke, gets the stun, and the ultimate. Where's the team to back him up? If he can get the jungler down, lovely Zhonya's keeps him alive, gets the ult out to do some damage, and barely stays alive for a little longer. Curry delaying the Loud frontline, and the first two of them go down. Dinkado now sees an opportunity, but Root is ready to push them back. Tinones as well. The carries for Loud standing strong, using the range to their advantage.
And again, this is Pain winning a fight late game, in a situation where, okay, this time it wasn't a chuck, it wasn't Loud overextending and Root eating forward. This was a fairly well doctrinated 5 versus 5, and overall Wiser again just buying enough time, because you look at this situation, you think, yeah, whichever top laners here dies. Then you remember this is Brazilian Cassante and they don't die, so he just E's, W's, Q's, flashes, I don't know what order the skills go down in, but he gets out to safety and then somehow still contributes to this as well. Credit as well to Karaoke for finding the timing on this stun, because it keeps him from being pulled all the way in and getting one shot before he can Zhonya's. That buys a lot of time. Robo goes forward, doesn't quite have enough in him to stay as high HP as he might have liked, and once again, despite Root actually having a decent dash forward, he doesn't have the damage just in that, missed Q to dish out anything to take out Curry.
And so Loud, back to the drawing board they go. It's back to the Baron control, as we have gone to a potential 7 Drake game here in the final domestic game of the LTA South. 38 minutes on the clock, Loud and Pain, giving us exactly what we expected, to be honest. It could not have been a simple answer to round us out. It simply never is.
No, and again, just in case we've been, well, if I've been not working long enough today, we could have had a nice little 35 minute closeout to this series. Just, you know what, Loud? Here you go, little send off, nice and easy for you, Rude. Nope, actually, we're gonna throw it, and we're gonna have some good fun about it as well. We're gonna make it so that we've now got 4.5 items on Titan, level 18, very fed. Very strong Yone as well, working towards his finish. So, this fight again, me already gone.
I think it's time to flip Baron right now. Winsome doesn't have a good angle to Karaoke, but the pit goes through. The Ash Arrow doesn't connect, and there it still is. Wiz still finds the Baron, and the one thing Loud have been able to do cleanly so far in the last 10 minutes is take Barons, and they now have the pushing power once again. Let's run that back, Loud, okay? We saw what happens when you get a bit fast and loose with the pushes. Let's take another run at it, shall we?
Yes, sir. I'm going, yeah, give them the Baron. What are you throwing? Because I think they're better off trying to take a fight, probably a top inhibitor, or their Nexus turrets, right? They're likely going to have to concede these inhibitors, both mid and bot. But when we look to that fight around the top inhibitor, potentially under Nexus turrets as well, I actually don't think that their chances are zero. Where Loud now, they'll walk back out to this Drake. This is soul spawning for them, and that might actually be the last stand that Pain try and take, where you can see they're walking out now. They'll handle the mid wave and then try and walk in to take a fight, but I think this Drake will probably already be gone. This does get melted.
Yeah, it's already going down. Even just as soon as we got the vision, it disappeared. So Pain now have to sheepishly head back to mid lane, and Loud en masse head into bot lane. A Jax with Chemtech Soul is a pretty scary thing. And Pain have got to be cooking up the final option for them to get through the rest of this game. I'm going to go back, get one last buy-in, all the potions and power you can get out of your wallets, everybody. Let's see if Loud can close it out here. They're going to take the safe option, or if Pain can keep this one alive inexplicably for just a little longer.
Yeah, and then you're looking at Curry to see if he can find that miracle engage, but they're spotting this Nico so far in advance. It'd rely on him taking such a long angle in that Loud then again are thinking, where is the Nico? We have to start looking for her elsewhere. So it's super difficult.
Winsome did
takes
not
a big
enjoy
chunk.
that. Yeah, only cost there was the Titan ultimate used right there, but the big ones like Karaoke and Nikado still available. Some poke damage really starting to land onto Pain right now, though. Nikado goes for the knock-up, snaps back to the body as the bot inhib falls, and Loud keeping it clean, keeping it conservative. They will head back to base and maybe look for that final top lane push instead.
Okay, so Infinity Edge finished off for Dinkado now, so that's a decent spike on the Yone. Whether or not Titan can finish off this BF item, whatever it's going to be it a GA, be it an Infinity Edge, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for that. But Pain Gaming right now, they need to push top lane about as far out as possible, because that's the next play. If Dinkado can kill this next wave as well, then they're absolutely quite okay with the position that they'd be in. Saying that 2 inhibs down, like they're not absolutely bricking it anyway, but that's the best case scenario, is that they can push this top wave out, stall for an extra 30 seconds, wait for that Baron to wear off, and it looks like they're probably going to get that anyway. 9 seconds left on that, so not the biggest power play for Loud in fairness, but the map control that it's netted them can be very worthwhile.
Yeah, they've used it to get all of the advantage that they definitely should have gotten. They've not necessarily broken ahead of the bare minimum, but they have not flubbed it in the same way. And now we have the minions starting to stack up. Loud can be patient, and they can let this kind of solve the equation for them. The question is, will they choose to do so? And will Pain allow them to do so? The Ash Arrow is still an option. As you mentioned, the Curry, Flash, Protobell, Ultimate, some Nico can be devastating, but they're running out of time to find that answer. And Loud, the longer they wait, the easier it's going to get as those minions stack up.
Yeah, mid lane coming in, bot lane pouring in as well.
Titan.
Big chunk and Titan forced to barrier already.
That's not what you want to see. He's got a base to heal up and a minion wave to help him along the way as well, but the barrier could be critical, and that was just a normal spell. It wasn't even an ultimate committed, so Loud with a great start coming through here. They're trying to thin out the wave for Pain. The tower still full HP, but Titan again not enjoying his time on the front line and has to head back out of there.
Yeah, now's your time to hit that fountain. You've cleared the wave, 30 seconds of respite before the next one starts making its assault on your topside turret. And again, so far for Loud, without the Baron, they are finding it quite difficult. Karaoke, it seems, is doing the lion's share of the wave clear here, able to get rid of the majority of the wave quite easily, it's worth saying. And it's just en route. How much poke can he pump out? And can Dinkedo get in there to do up the final bits of minion damage? And I mean, so far, yes.
Okay, now suffering. Wiz, in fact, getting chunked down by Titan, has managed to get a lot of DPS available on the board right now, but we're still walking away with half. The Nexus turret starting to suffer top lane as well, waiting on that wave to come through, and Loud seem to be peeling away right now. They don't seem to be confident in this one. They're not going to stick it out for another wave or two. Robo being the slight exception. And now I guess we're peeling back for the third Baron, I suppose.
Maybe the Elder as well. We are wiser.
Ooh, got a bit too comfortable there. Left himself exposed on the front line, and out comes the ult to Karaoke. Beautiful Zhonya's keeps him alive. Robo, in fact, maybe the first to die, goes into the back line as the fight is split across two fronts, and Karaoke low but not dead, and there it is, the Mel ultimate secures the kill. Root as well finds his opposite number, and Pain so close to finding it again. The mid and top doing their damnedest, but it is not enough. Triple kill for the Tinones Mel. And Weiser, we thought he'd die first, but he is now the last man standing for Pain Gaming. As Wiz and Tinones keep this fight going. I don't know if can we even end in this 1v2?
So Tinones has TP. I think his theory currently is to go back, get his health, teleport back into the fight, look to end with that. 20 seconds on Curry, 20 seconds on Titan. This is TP from Tinones, but Wiz has left.
Any chess masters? Can you win in a king knight endgame versus a king? Is it winnable? Is it possible? I'm not sure if Loud are going to commit to it. Like Wiz is pulling the recall. They've got the second inhib at least, but we're still not done, everybody.
15 minutes. I told you. I knew it.
You said it.
25 minutes in, I'm like, yeah, we're not done. We're going all the way here, okay? When's Elder spawn? 30 seconds. Baron's live. Let's take a third. Let's take a third Baron. Let's grab Elder.
Oh,
Let's really make sure that we can't lose this game. Like, just do absolutely everything, to give ourselves the best chance. So that was supposed to be the game-ending team fight. The important parts to look at now are our summoner spells. So the only person who has flash is Tinones. Everybody else is going to be left sitting. So Curry actually might be able to find his way onto some crucial backline targets with that proto belt with a unique angle. Elder has now spawned. As long as they can keep mid pushed, Pain shouldn't have too much trouble either.
It is melting, but Pain are gonna maybe get in there in time. Karaoke, in fact, is 1,000 miles away. The Elder's gonna have to be smited or stolen. It's taken by Loud, and just like that, Pain. How are we gonna win a fight like that? Great catch onto the carry of Titan, but they need to get that ultimate proc. They need to get the Elder to do the work for them. Curry, the first to go down. Robo goes in, goes golden. Decado, the next to fall, and Loud, just like that. How could it be so simple, Roodood? After 46 minutes of nonsense, it's a simple Elder, and they're gonna walk it in for the win.
Are you guys sure you don't want to go to Baron? Do you want to take the top wave as well? Like, we've got time here, guys. Like, let's not burn the bridges, you know? Let's make sure that we really can put the final dents in this final game. That Nexus turret might well respawn. Yeah, let's go take that inhib, buddy. You need to take it to end this game, absolutely. Loud, though, they come out on top finally and take the game.
My word, the ace completed there at the 47-minute mark, and Loud still, after all this time, yes, they still have Pain's number, everybody. They knocked them down in the best-of-1 tiebreaker, secure the 3rd seed for LTA South. And we will still be seeing Pain in cross-conference play. You can see on Titan's face, he's not devastated, he's not distraught, but it's like, man, after all that, whatever, dude.
That's one of those brutal games where you're just... You're constantly battling against not losing, and then to lose to something like, oh, we just didn't get into Elder in time. It feels quite disheartening, and you know they're still going to get a chance to potentially play off against one another. Right, the way that the bracket works out is that if by some coincidence both LTA South teams win, if both of the CB LoL former reps win, they will play against each other, right? So we will get a rematch of this in a best-of-5 if they both take down C9 and Team Liquid, or 100 Thieves, excuse me.
Easy peasy.
Maybe possible. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll have to see. To be honest, given the results we've seen out of both the LTA North and definitely the LTA South, we cannot go in with assumptions. They are useless. No. They will be wasted, and we will all look foolish if we try to assume too much about the landscape of the LTA right now, and that's the way we love it. That's the way we've been living in Brazil for a hot minute, and we're gonna get everybody involved in the same energy, and we're just very happy to share that, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It brings a nice close to the end of the domestic portion of the LTA South. And again, like we say, really poetic that it would be Loud versus Pain Gaming, really poetic that it would be the sloppiest game of League that we'd seen all day. And, hey, you know, that's why we're here. That's why we do it, for the love of the game.
We do it. What else would we do it for? The love of the game it is. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching and sticking with us. We have been so pleased with the engagement and the viewership from everybody coming to watch the LTA South day in and day out. Thank you, Roodood and Rose, our producer, for pulling another 7-hour shift. The absolute legends that they are. Thank you, FourY4, for shepherding us through that first series of the day as well. So we will hope to see you all back here for cross-conference play. I don't even remember exactly when it is, but it's gonna be soon, so make sure to check back here. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter at LTA South or LTA_South. You can follow us here on Twitch at LTA_South. And we will hope to see you when those come through. We have a community Discord you can join, chat with us about the games. You can submit questions that we'll answer on a weekly podcast. And I think that's it, right? I think that's all the housework. Yeah. That'll do us for it. So thank you, everybody, once again, one final time for watching. And we will see you back here for the cross-conference play. Good night.